Welcome. Before we begin our meeting, please be informed of the following video conferencing etiquette. Number 1. If using a laptop, tablet, or mobile phone, make sure that your battery is fully charged to avoid sudden disconnection. Number 2. To be the best, you have to look the best by observing and wearing appropriate attire fit for the meeting. Number 3. Be on mute at all times and listen attentively to whoever is speaking. Number 4. Maximize the use of chat box and other tools made available by the system whenever you want your voice to be heard. Number 5. Avoid interrupting the speaker, and make sure that you are acknowledged before you speak. Number 6. As much as possible, turn on your video so that we could have a wonderful conversation. Number 7. We encourage you to station yourselves at a place free of destructive noise so that you could focus on the meeting. And lastly, number 8. We want to capture the moment with you. Kindly stay until the end as we will have a group photo after. Thank you. And have a good day ahead.
streets forever young, running free, oh come on. You know we'll stay forever young. See the magic go round, let the feeling take you now. We're always down to go so much higher.
Test. Test mic. Must. Mic test. On.
Hello po, good morning. Hello, good morning.
Jay. Jay.
Hello,
Hello,
sir.
hello.
Good morning.
Hello, Jay.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Hello po. Rinig ko po kayo.
Wait lang. Wala.
Hello. Hello. Mic
Wait
test?
lang, Jay.
Sige po.
Galing labas. Sige nga, Jay, labas. Salita ka nga.
Hello, mic
Yes,
test?
hello.
Test mic.
Wait lang, MC, wait lang.
Test
Sige nga,
mic?
Jay.
Mic test.
Yan.
Hello, hello.
Yan, okay naman.
Rinig na?
Oo, rinig naman.
Okay, okay. Thank
Ah.
you.
Okay, sige, sige, boss. Start na ba tayo?
Yes, sir. Start na po.
Yung sa webinar muna.
Opo, sir. Thank
Okay,
you.
sige. Salamat po. Test lang.
Ito sir, mamaya, malaki lang ito na. Ito kong umay.
Oo, lagi lang.
Kaya lang magpunta doon, yan na. Yung bed.
Mag-start na tayo. Check.
Welcome. Before we begin our meeting, please be informed of the following video conferencing etiquette. Number 1. If using a laptop, tablet, or mobile phone, make sure that your battery is fully charged to avoid sudden disconnection. Number 2. To be the best, you have to look the best by observing and wearing appropriate attire fit for the meeting. Number 3. Be on mute at all times and listen attentively to whoever is speaking. Number 4. Maximize the use of chat box and other tools made available by the system whenever you want your voice to be heard. Number 5. Avoid interrupting the speaker, and make sure that you are acknowledged before you speak. Number 6. As much as possible, turn on your video so that we could have a wonderful conversation. Number 7. We encourage you to station yourselves at a place free of destructive noise so that you could focus on the meeting. And lastly, number 8. We want to capture the moment with you. Kindly stay until the end as we will have a group photo after. Thank you. And have a good day ahead.
a playground where the kids forever young, running free. Oh, come on, you know we'll stay forever young. See the magic go round. Let the feeling take you now. We're always down to go so much higher.
Welcome. Before we begin our meeting, please be informed of the following video conferencing etiquette. Number 1. If using a laptop, tablet, or mobile phone, make sure that your battery is fully charged to avoid sudden disconnect. Number 2. To be the best, you have to look the best by observing and wearing appropriate attire fit for the meeting. Number 3. Be on mute at all times and listen attentively to whoever is speaking. Number 4. Maximize the use of chat box and other tools made available by the system whenever you want your voice to be heard. Number 5. Avoid interrupting the speaker and make sure that you are acknowledged before you speak. Number 6. As much as possible, turn on your video so that we could have a wonderful conversation. Number 7. We encourage you to station yourselves at a place free of destructive noise so that you could focus on the meeting. And lastly, number 8. We want to capture the moment with you. Kindly stay until the end as we will have a group photo after. Thank you. And have a good day ahead.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before we begin, we would like to request the crowd to please find their seats and settle down as we will start the program in 5 minutes. Once again, requesting everyone to please find their seats and settle down as we will begin the program in 5 minutes.
We, members of the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, in recognition of the constant involvement of technology, in uplifting the quality of life, and in accepting a personal obligation and dedication to our profession, its members, and the communities we serve, do hereby pledge and commit ourselves to the highest ethical and professional conduct, and agree to accept responsibility in making sound engineering decisions consistent with the safety, health, and welfare of the public, and to disclose promptly the factors that might endanger lives and the environment. Avoid real or perceived conflict of interest, or disclose existence of such to affected parties. Be honest, objective, impartial and realistic in stating claims or estimates based on available facts. Avoid at all cost graft and corruption in all its forms. Improve the ethical understanding of technology and its appropriate application. Continuously improve practitioners' technical competence. Disclose full pertinent professional and technical limitations. Seek, accept, and offer constructive criticism of technical work, acknowledge and mitigate errors, and give credit where it is due. Equally treat all persons regardless of race, gender, physical condition, age, or national origin. Protect and avoid injury to others' life, property, reputation, or livelihood by false or malicious actions. Observe utmost transparency, responsibility, due diligence and fairness, and accordingly, not manufacture, spread, or disseminate false, incorrect, unverified or misleading information or data against any co-member, or the IAE, its officers, employees and representatives or agents, in any form whatsoever, whether verbally, in writing or published or whether through electronic means or otherwise, especially if such tends to discredit, besmirch the honor or integrity or impute a wrongdoing on the part of a co-member of the IAE, its officers, employees and representatives or agents. Support colleagues and co-workers in their professional and technical development, and assist them in complying with this code of ethics.
I'm trying to find
timely and fully comply and abide with any and all of his obligations to a co-member of the IAE itself or any third party. Does not engage in or commit anti-competitive, fraudulent, and deceitful practices in any form, and uphold free and fair competition.
We would like to relay the following health and safety protocols through an audio-visual presentation. Should you have any concerns regarding our safety and security, kindly approach Mr. Noel E. Tamang. He's over there together with our tech team. Sir, please raise your hand for you to be recognized. So let's please watch this video.
Mahalagang paalala sa ating publiko. Panatilihing isapuso at isaisip ang minimum public health standards ngayong panahon ng pandemya upang maiwasan ang COVID-19. Isuot ng maayos ang inyong face masks. Siguraduhing tinatakpan nito ang inyong ilong at bibig. Hugasan ang kamay gamit ang sabon at malinis na tubig. Tandaang dumistansya ng 1 metro o higit pa sa iba. Mag-sanitize palagi ng kamay. Takpan ang ilong at ang bibig kapag umuubo o bumabahing. Huwag hawakan ang mukha at mga bagay na madalas hawakan ng mga tao. Puso at isaisip ang minimum public health standards ngayong panahon ng pandemya para sa proteksyon mo at ng inyong pamilya. Isang paalala mula sa Department of Health, Zamboanga Peninsula.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Buenos dias, IIEE!
this is
The 9th Western Mindanao Regional Conference Day 2. With the theme, Leadership Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment, Leading to the Road to Recovery.
I am Louis Angelo and Ebel,
And I am Miji P. Perez, your Masters of Ceremony.
Grabe partner, day 2 na of our Western Mindanao Regional Conference. And I did not anticipate this huge number of participants, exhibitors, delegates, officers, and guests. Grabe partner, nakaka-overwhelm.
Oo nga, partner. And I can see na all of us are looking forward and excited to be part of this huge event. Imagine, regional ang ating sakop, partner. And the national also helped to make this event successful. Kahapon, we have this online event, and now we have our hybrid with our participants sa Zoom. So for our participants sa Zoom, hello po sa inyo. Good morning.
Ayan, so react naman po tayo ng heart dyan sa mga participants natin sa Zoom. Okay? So you know what, partner? Based on what you've said, that's the main objective of our Western Mindanao Regional Conference, no? Which is to unite one region. Apparently nga, every regional conference has its chapters bounded to impose unity. Okay? But you know, not only this, hindi lang ito yung main objective ng Western Mindanao Regional Conference natin. But one of the goals of this conference is for us to be able to broaden our knowledge no? Broaden our knowledge, widen our horizons, while earning CPD points. So, di ba, win-win yun, partner. Sino ba naman yung ayaw nun? Okay. So, and lastly, the camaraderie. Having this conference will enable us to build mutual trust and friendship.
Yes, partner, tama ka dyan. But of course, we cannot just proceed with our program without our very main guest.
Yes, indeed, partner. Sino nga ba sila? I am so excited to meet all of them.
Kaya yan na. To honor our guests, let us all welcome and witness the entrance of our delegates. Again, together, let us all witness the entrance of our delegates.
To start with, we have the host chapter officers. Engineer Wina Jean S. Ebesate, Board of Director.
We have Engineer Arian D. Godines, Board of Director.
Engineer Brian Lloyd C. Palego, Board of Director.
Engineer Rainer Philip B. Sevilla, Board of Director.
Engineer Ian J. Morillo, Board of Director.
Mr. Edgar B. Luna, Board of Director.
Engineer Emmanuel L. Reyes, Board of Director.
Engineer Alex A. Acosta, Board of Director.
Engineer Andrew T. De Leon, Auditor.
Engineer Lavijoy P. Garcia, Treasurer.
Engineer Charlotte Quijano, Secretary.
Engineer Marjorie C. Ibanez, Vice President Technical.
Engineer Lucino J. Agraviador, Vice President External.
Engineer Joseph P. Makindang, Vice President Internal.
To proceed, we will have the Chapter President of Western Mindanao Region. To start with, we have Engineer Kenneth M. Albrecht, Zamboanga Sibugay Chapter.
Engineer Rolando M. Mariano Jr., Misamis Occidental Chapter.
Engineer Ferdinand E. Caldusa, Zamboanga del Norte Chapter.
For our former regional governors of Western Mindanao Region, Engineer Richard Olizardo, 2012, 2013, 2019 Regional Governor.
Engineer Anastasio Otor, Zamboanga del Sur Regional Chapter.
For our chapter Engineer Richard Lizardo. Our 2012, 2013, 2019 Regional Governor.
Engineer Alvin P. Miguel, 2014 Regional Governor.
We have Engineer Victor P. Frivaldo, our 2015 Regional Governor.
Engineer Marley Acosta de Fiesta, 2016 Regional Governor.
Engineer Samuel S. Julio, 2017 Regional Governor.
Engineer Marie Sanita S. Fuertes, 2019 Regional Governor.
Engineer Christian J. Maligro, our 2020 to 2021 Regional Governor.
Next, we have the Board of Electrical Engineering. To start with, we have Honorable Francis V. Mapile, Chairman and the Board of Electrical Engineering.
We have Honorable Jaime V. Mendoza, Member of Board of Electrical Engineering.
Next, we have the Council of the National Presidents. To start with, we have Engineer Raymond A. Marquez, 2007 former National President.
We have Engineer Armando R. Diaz, our 2011 former National President.
Next, we have the 2022 Board of Governors. Start with, we have Engineer Francisco P. Pontanilla III, Northern Luzon Regional Governor.
We have Engineer Woody P. Erama, the Central Luzon Regional Governor.
Engineer Orville John M. Borrega, Metro Manila Regional Governor.
Engineer Adrian L. Ray, the Southern Luzon Regional Governor.
Engineer Alexis O. Olila, Bicol Regional Governor.
We have Engineer Neil P. De Guzman, Western Visayas Regional Governor.
Next, we have Engineer Brian A. Pasilat, Central Eastern Visayas Regional Governor.
We have Engineer Sandro R. Villarosa, Northern Mindanao Regional Governor.
Engineer Edgar L. Ebuen, Southern Mindanao Regional Governor.
Engineer Herene B. Talam, Foreign Regional Governor.
Next, we will have the national officers. To start with, we have Engineer Alan Anthony P. Alvarez, immediate former national president.
We have Engineer Florigo C. Verona, National Auditor.
Engineer Catalino E. Rana, National Treasurer.
We have Engineer Esperanza A. Collado, National Secretary.
Next, we have Engineer Ramon Z. Gatchalian Jr., VP Technical Affairs.
Engineer Alberto R. Herrera Jr., VP External Affairs.
Engineer Lyndon R. Bage, VP Internal Affairs.
Now for the IIE National President with the guest speaker, the Western Mindanao Regional Governor and host chapter president. We have Honorable John M. Delipe, the City Mayor of Zamboanga City. Engineer Feliciano F. Patwa III, the National President. Engineer Alexander D. Co, the Western Mindanao Regional Governor. And Engineer Mark Anthony U. Sebastian, the Chapter President of Zamba Sulta.
At this juncture, may we request everyone to please stand as we call on the Zamboanga State College of Marine Sciences and Technology Corps Cadet for the entrance of colors, and please remain standing for the doxology, to be followed by the singing of the Philippine National Anthem, Zamboanga Hermosa Hymn, and our own IIEE hymn.
Dakilang may likha sa kalingat pang unawa, mangyari ang iyong diwa sa langit at sa lupa.
Yang kay takal lang ng babaya, diyan ko sa ngalipupuduan ko, nadidakim gaya lugay, kimitan niyang barog nun. Yalam bago si Balya niya, tawag si Danginan. Napagtanaw-tanawin mo, pagsiring-siringin mo yan yung mga dato binukaw. Mga biyakaw bayan niya mababay, maging kudya matapid mga tang. Sansirid luwang nangabat luskud ng binunsali. Yan kay gaong kaingat ko yan, yung kabayaw ko. Pagpanguyab-kuyaban mo, pagpamayad-payadan mo, nang pinandang pinagalyo, pwedeng dinagansuli. Kahit tagal lang, ay ikaw yung matigam ka namin, na walay pagkaibsan, walay pagkawasan. Panganam mo sang wangay, patpid mo sang barantak ng pwedeng mo, wangay ng marigang mo. Yan, kahit tagal lang, naga untong sa matkan mo, ng kaliko ng bibutang mong babawin ng dunya, o yan ka namin paggiginawa. Tagal lang manlatso ka namin, inaagis ang anak mo na tamisa, nagatang hangawanan ng kutsang patiwayan.
Allahumma innaka tara anna hadhihi al-qulub qad ijtama'at ala mahabbatik wattaqat ala hadhihi al-makan imanik وتوحدت على دعوتك فوسك ربيطاتها يا الله وأدم أدها واملأها بنورك الذي لا يخبو واسرح صدورنا بفائد الإيمان بك وجميل توكل عليك واهدنا سبل الوحدة والسلام والصلاح ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار يا الله أنت مستجاب لهذا الدعاء وعليك توكلنا وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وأصحابه أجمعين آمين الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر.
Mahabagi namin Ama, Ikaw ang aming sandigan at lakas. Ikaw ang kaligtasan ng aming katawan at kaluluwa. Naway takpan mo po kami ng iyong mapagkalingang kamay upang maiadyak kami sa mga pahirap at karamdaman at sa lahat ng masama dala ng makabagong mundo. Hinihingi po namin na sana'y ilayo po ninyo ang mahal naming lungsod ng Tagum sa mga mapinsalang kalamidad at sakuna. Mahal naming Panginoon, Ikaw ang aming proteksyon at gabay. Sa oras ng pasakit at pangamba, bigyan niyo po kami ng sapat na lakas upang aming mapagtagumpayan ang lahat ng pagsubok sa aming buhay sa pangalan ni Jesus. Amen.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. God, our loving Father, Creator of heaven and earth, we thank you for your generosity and kindness, and ask that you hear us in times of needs. Make us worthy of your blessing, and keep us from further want. Help us restore our abundance here on earth, so that we may turn more attention to your divine kingdom. Help us become a blessing to our family and others, to glorify and honor your name. We ask this to our Lord Jesus Christ, your Son, who lives and reigns with you in the unity of the Holy Spirit, one God, forever and ever. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Iadya nyo kami sa pagmamataas upang maiwaksi ang lupit at dahas. At samahang lumikha ng pamayanang payapa sa kalikasan kabuhayan, kakanyahat paniniwala.
In IIE mission and vision, instilling excellence in electrical profession, having a dynamic professional association, making innovative contribution to our nation. Rising to any challenge, involving what's comes and goes. VEREE and RME, connecting industries by electric circuits. Join us together, IIE. Forever, IIE. With power cords cannot be broken. Bind us together, IIE. Bind us together, IIE. Bind us forever, IIE. Synchronize our hearts to reach greater heights and brighter lives. We serve humanity with the power of electricity, making rigid transmission, grid for reliability, ensuring little power loss and high efficiency. From shifting from one place, the use of all energy. Bind us together, IIE. Bind us forever, IIE. With power cords cannot be broken. Bind us together, IIE. Bind us together, IIE. Bind us forever, IIE. Synchronize our hearts to reach greater heights and brighter lives. There's only one institute, no one else can substitute. There's only one
You may now take your seats. At this point in time, we would like to request the presence of the 2022 Zamba Sulta Chapter VP Internal, Engineer Joseph P. Makinda, for the reading of the IIE mission and vision and core values. Let's give him a round of applause, please.
Vision: to be the leading electrical professional organization globally. Mission: to enhance the competencies of electrical practitioners to make positive contributions towards new trends and technologies. To be an authority of electrical engineering services that results to safe, reliable, and efficient systems. To consistently deliver high-quality products and services, duly recognized by international organizations and institutions. To promote awareness on the use of environmentally friendly electrical products, services, and resources, as well as active participation on disaster preparedness and recovery programs. The IIE core values: integrity, honesty, transparency, and fairness in all aspects of our everyday lives. Innovation, to introduce changes or new ideas for continuous improvement. Empowerment, give officers and members the freedom to innovate and be recognized for their contribution to the Institute. Excellence, the state of being extremely good or outstanding in everything we do. The tagline: service for excellence.
Okay, so thank you, Engineer Joseph P. Makindam. At this moment, to formally open the 9th Western Mindanao Regional Conference, may we call on the ever-active and efficient 2022 Western Mindanao Regional Governor, Engineer Alexander Dico. A round of applause, please.
By the power vested in me, by the Constitution and bylaws of the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, I hereby declare that the 9th Western Mindanao Regional Conference is officially open.
Thank you, Engineer Alexander Dico. Now that this event is officially open, may we request our ever-supportive and energetic 2022 Zamba Sulta President, Engineer Mark Anthony U. Sebastian, to give him his welcome address. Everyone, let's give him a round of applause, please.
To our City Mayor of Zamboanga, Honorable John M. Dalipe, to our District 1 City Councilor, Honorable Mark Sander Jaime Cabato, to our National President, Engineer Feliciano Padua III, to our VP for Internal Affairs, Engineer Lyndon R. Bage. To our VP for External Affairs, Engineer Alberto R. Herrera Jr. To our VP for Technical Affairs, Engineer Ramon C. Gatchalian Jr. To our National Secretary, Engineer Esperanza A. Collado. To our National Treasurer, Engineer Catalino E. Rana. To our National Auditor, Engineer Florigo C. Barona. To our immediate former President, Engineer Alan Anthony P. Alvarez. To our Western Mindanao Regional Governor, Engineer Alexander Dico. To our Central Luzon Regional Governor, Engineer Woody Erama. To our Bicol Regional Governor, Engineer Alexis O. Olila. To our Western Mindanao, Western Visayas Regional Governor, Engineer Niel P. de Guzman. To our Eastern Central Visayas Regional Governor, Engineer Brian A. Pasilan. To our Northern Mindanao Regional Governor, Engineer Sandro R. Villarosa. To our Southern Mindanao Regional Governor, Engineer Edgar L. Ebuen. To the Council of former National Presidents, the Board of Electrical Engineering, the former regional governors in attendance, the chapter presidents of the Western Mindanao in attendance, the host chapter officers, my fellow electrical practitioners, to the lady auxiliaries, friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. 2 years after the COVID-19 pandemic, the IAE Samba Sulta chapter is now ready to take greater responsibilities to bring its members to greater heights. Electrical engineering today is taking the lead in our society and technology, which is the main key for the development of the industrialization and civilization. Guided by an unceasing pursuit for excellence, we are now ready to provide endless possibilities for growth and development by showcasing the latest trends and technologies in the power industry. Moving forward to a globally competitive institution, we are committed to provide better opportunities for professional advancement and progressive future for our members, and thereby preparing them to take greater responsibilities in the field of electrical engineering. The IIEE, through the Western Mindanao Regional Conference, enriches us not only with the knowledge and skills, but also expands our professional networks by instilling excellence and embodies camaraderie among the electrical practitioners. It serves as a catalyst that transforms the members through enhanced awareness and increased appreciation to the fora that will be presented to the technical experts. Despite the adversities, we continue to stand as one. Together, let us aspire for the realization of the Institute's vision for the betterment of the members of the Institute and the nation by enhancing the electrical profession, making positive contribution for the national development. I am very honored and humbled to stand before you as we make history for the 9th Western Mindanao Regional Conference. Welcome to each and everyone. Good morning. Mabuhay ang IIEE.
Yan. So thank you so much, Engineer Mark Anthony U. Sebastian. To proceed for the acknowledgement of dignitaries and guests, we would like to call the presence of our 2019 Western Mindanao Regional Governor, Engineer Richard O. Lizardo. Together, let's give him a round of applause, please.
Before anything else, I am appealing to the participants and the people down there to please observe and please refrain in going out. The program is begin. According to the chief leader of the World Health Organization, the end of the COVID-19 pandemic is in sight. With the global and local travel that we have observed and the massive opening of tourist destination, hotels, recreation areas, conference hall, institution, and other venue for gathering, it seems that pandemic is over. We are very much grateful of our Almighty God for liberating the people in the world to enjoy with gladness with His blessing. Let us give a big hand to the Lord. Today, the 9 Western Mindanao Regional Conference, as we witness, is a solid justification that COVID is not affected, or it's not, or cannot affect the lives of everyone. Allow me to mention our dignitaries who join us today. The Western Mindanao region is very much honored to all of you who are here gracing this momentous occasion. Let me begin with the youngest ever who became a mayor in the city of Zamboanga. He is described, we'll give a big hand of applause. Let me continue. He is the youngest ever in the history of Zamboanga who became a mayor. The people describe him as the most loved mayor ever. Why? Because of the huge votes he garnered during the last election. Very young mayor. Let me proceed with the IIEE, IIEE National President, in the person of Feliciano III Padua. Wala ba kayo mga kamay dyan? Patindikin natin ang presidente. Can you please rise, Mr. President? for the recognition of the public. Our VP Internal Affairs, in the person of Lyndon R. Baggy. Our VP External Affairs, Alberto Herrera Jr. Our VP Technical Affairs, Ramon Gatchalian Jr. Thank you very much, sir, for standing. I am requesting everyone that after I mention your name, please rise for the public to recognize you. Because, you know, okay, let's welcome and recognize one of the member of the executive committee, a lady, in person, Esperanza Collado. Our national treasurer, the person that protect and handle the money of the institute, Catalino Rania. Let us proceed with the person who will audit and in charge of the counting and the audit of money in the IIE National, Florigo Varona. Sir? And of course, the immediate former past president is always with his executive officer during every regional conferences. He is Alan Anthony P. Alvarez. Allow me again, ladies and gentlemen, to acknowledge additional dignitaries. Let me proceed with, nandito ba si Northern Luzon region? Aya. Thank you, sir. Northern Luzon region, Adrian Ray. Wala. Wala. Okay. Francisco Pontanilla, the third. Northern. Central Luzon, Wodi Irania. Thank you, sir. Okay, let me proceed. The regional governor of Bicol region, Alexis Olela. The Western Visayas region, Regional Governor Neil D. Guzman. Ang isang governor, taga Visayas, usa siya ka Cebuano. The late father was my friend. And the spirit of the active Pasilan family lives on. He is Brian Pasilan. The active boy or the active regional governor served for numerous years in northern Mindanao. He was awarded as the most outstanding regional governor for twice in the previous year. He is Sandro Villarosa. proceed with the Southern Mindanao. Bisaya po ni siya. Ako aning classmate. O batchmate na ako when we took the PE licensure examination. He is Edgar Ebuen. Let me acknowledge also Leah Pueca, Chairman, Emergency Preparedness and Response Committee. She is assigned in the II National. Saan siya? Can you please rise? Iyon, siya yun. Welcome in the city of flowers. May I also acknowledge Honorable Mark Sander Jaime H. Cabato, City Councilor, District 1. Sir, please rise. Ayun, nandito siya. Of course, I cannot afford to forget one of the chairman of the Board of Electrical Engineering. I believe, sir, you are online this very moment. You are very much acknowledged here. Palakpak naman kayo dyan. Afford natin yan. I would like, again, acknowledge member of the Board of Electrical Engineering. I believe he is also online. He is no other than Honorable Jaime Mendoza. Let me acknowledge also Council of the National Presidents. He is online, I believe. He is Engineer Raymond Marquez. Engineer Armando Diaz also is acknowledged because he is online. I like also to acknowledge the former governors in Western Mindanao region. These are the people who spared their time, invested their time, effort, just to make Western Mindanao what it is today. These people dedicated 3/4 of their life for this region to become active and, of course, to grow what is expected. Engineer Alvin Miguel. He was a governor in this region in the year 2014 back then. Engineer Victor Pribaldo, please rise. He is a 2015 regional governor back then. Engineer Marley Acosta de Fiesta is also acknowledged for his contribution in this region. Followed by Engineer Samuel Isholio, the person who is also dedicated and supported ever to the affair in this region. Even though she is not around, but maybe she is listening. She was also a 2018 regional governor in this region, Engineer Sanita Fuertes. Ma'am, you are acknowledged here. Our 2020 and 21 regional governor, Christian Maligro.
Sir, you are acknowledged here. I hope you are online. And yours truly, the 2012 Regional Governor, the 2013, and the 2019 Regional Governor. Thank you. I cannot also afford to forget this very active chairman of the Professional Technical Development Committee. He is my friend, Engineer Joseph Daria Sulicar. Saan ka? Para ibuto ka namin. Yan! Akala ko, hindi ka magpataas ng kamay. Of course, hindi pwedeng makalimutan itong mga chapter president in Western Mindanao region. This regional conference is very much helped and assisted by these chapters president and their officer. I cannot mention the name of each chapter officers, but allow me to mention your chapter president. Allow me to begin, Engineer Kenneth Albrets. He is the president of Sibugay chapter. Saan ka, sir? Okay. He is there. President of Zamboanga del Sur chapter, Engineer Anastasio Otor. Yes. Chapter President of Misamis Occidental Chapter. He is no other than Engineer Rolando Mariano Jr. Oh, yes. Kahit wala siya dito, i-mention ko yung pangalan niya. Hunos, nakikinig siya online. He is also a chapter president, no other than Ferdinand Caldosa of Zamboanga del Norte. Sana wala akong nakalimutan sa inyong lahat, mga importanteng tao sa affair na ito. Kung mayroon man, iangat dito sa akin para sabihin ko. Of course, lahat ng mga members, mga wife, girlfriend, boyfriend ng ating mga attendants ngayon, all of you who are present today, hindi pwedeng hindi kayo may recognize and ma-acknowledge. Maraming salamat po sa oras, sa pagkikinig sa mga tao na importante na nandito ngayon. Maraming salamat.
Thank you so much, Engineer Richard Olizardo. At this juncture, to give the address of the Regional Governor, may we call once again on stage our 2022 Western Mindanao Regional Governor, Engineer Alexander D. Co. Let's give him a warm welcome, everyone.
Thank you, MC. To our distinguished guests, Honorable Mayor Jan Dalipe, sir. To the Board of Electrical Engineering, Chairman Honorable Francis B. Mapile. Board of Electrical Engineering Member, Honorable Jaime B. Mendoza. Councilor District 1, Honorable Marsander James Abato. Sir. The national officers and Board of Governors, sponsors, exhibitors, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant morning. First, I would like to express my wholehearted gratitude to our Lord Almighty for giving us the wisdom and strength, to the Samba Sulta chapter officers for hosting this event, to our auxiliary ladies, especially to my loving wife, maraming salamat po sa pag-intindi. Banner by this year, team leadership, rising above adversity through passion and commitment, leading on the road to recovery. Despite this pandemic situation, IIEE never stopped, reached the new heights in commitment to continue helping its members to develop their skills through relevant trainings and seminars. I have high confidence that this conference will serve as an avenue to learn new trends and technologies, will still camaraderie among electrical practitioners, be given the opportunity to collaborate with great minds and privileged to share their knowledge and skills with a remarkable professionalism. Lastly, I want to give my sincere gratitude to all of you for your presence in this worthwhile event. With your continued support to the IIE, the success of this conference is our success. Mabuhay ang IIE. Bind us together.
Ayan. So thank you so much, Engineer Alexander Dico. Indeed, bind us together, IIEE. Okay pa ba kayo dyan? Ayan. So mukhang okay pa naman ang ating mga participants and officers.
Kung gayon, we will make you feel better with this intermission number to be given to us by one of the prestigious dance troupe of Zamboanga City. Let's now welcome the Western Mindanao State University Jamban Cultural Dance Troupe. cultural dance troupe. Grabe partner, napaka-intense nun. But of course, because of that, masasabi kong ma-appreciate mo talaga yung isang culture kapag pine-present siya through dance.
Yes, I agree with you, partner. And mas maganda yun, no? Kasi na-experience ng mga officers natin from other region kung paano yung culture ng Western Mindanao, specifically dito sa Zamboanga City. Ayan. So once again, thank you, Jambangan Cultural Dance Troupe. Okay, so to proceed with, we call on the 2017 Western Mindanao Regional Governor, Engineer Samuel S. Julio, for the introduction of the National President. A round of applause, please.
Our Honorable and ever energetic City Mayor, Honorable Mayor John M. Dalife, who will be properly introduced. EXCOM Argobs, seated at the presidential table. Our Board of Electrical Engineering presence on video. Fellow practitioner, damas y caballeros, buenos días a todos. It is with great pride to introduce to you our national president, who happened to be my batchmate in the 2017 Argobs. He is a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Electrical Engineering at the St. Louis University in 1989. He became an instrumentation manager of Wholesome Cement La Union plant from 2014 up to 2018. With his perseverance and hard work, he became the instrumentation and automation manager of Holcim Philippines nationwide. He is currently the owner and general manager of Star Ace Trading and Engineering Services. He also happened to become an outstanding barangay captain for the past 2 consecutive terms in Barangay Kakulangan, San Juan, La Union. His participation with IEEE seems to be exemplary. He started serving the association in 2014 when he was elected as the chapter president of the La Union chapter. He served our association with dedication that in 2017, he became the elected regional governors of the Northern Luzon region. During his term, that was in 1917, as a regional governor, he received 2 awards. One among those is he became the most outstanding regional governor for 2017. And that same year, he received the Regional Icon Award of the 2017 Argobs. His continuous team, his esteem as a professional electrical engineer when he took the board exam, and served the IEEE in 2017 to 2019. He was then a member of the Convention Bureau and a member of the IEEE National Officer Exhibit Bureau and a chairperson of the National IEEE Development Committee. In 2020, he was elected as the regional governor at large and became our national treasurer. In 2021, he was elected as the IEEE National Vice President for Technical Affairs. Within that team, the most remarkable achievement that he had with his current position right now, he was able to visit 65 different inactive chapters to make them active in this association, starting from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. And that is a very outstanding achievement. Without much ado, it is with distinct honor and privilege to present to you our national president, no other than Engineer Feliciano F. Padua III. Let us give him a big hand of applause.
Thank you, Gov Sam, for that introduction. To our guest of honor, Honorable John M. Dalipe, who will be properly introduced later, sir. Honorable Maxander Jaime Cabato, District 1 Councilor, sir. Our PRC Board of Electrical Engineering, our BE Chairman, Honorable Francis B. Mapili, who are joining us virtually, and our BE member, Honorable Jaime B. Mendoza. To our Council of National Presidents, chaired by Sir Jules Alcantara, also joining us virtually today. To our former regional governors, dito babawi ako kay Gov Richard, patatayuin ko rin ito. Our three-term regional governor, 2012, 2013, 2019, my idol, Regional Governor Engineer Richard Lizardo. 2014, Regional Governor Engineer Alvin Miguel. It is also my first time here in Zamboanga during the regional conference ninyo, as I am the incumbent La Union chapter president before. 2015, of course, si Sir Victor Ribaldo and si Ma'am Marley, 2016 ito, di Fiesta. And of course, my batchmate, 2017, Regional Governor, Engineer Samuel Julio. Maraming salamat sa welcome dinner kagabi. And we have a visitor. Nasaan na si Joseph Sulicar? Wala na yata rito, Chapter officers, halos kompleto. Isa sa virtual, To my fellow Board of Governors, to the IIEE Samba Sulta chapter, very active ito. Very familiar faces din. Under the leadership of Engineer Anthony Sebastian. And of course, your Western Mindanao Regional Governor, Alexander Ko. Ladies, auxiliaries, yung mga girlfriend, mga ex-girlfriend ng ating mga officers. CSC, mga exhibitors, my beloved IIEE members, ladies and gentlemen, buenos dias and hola, hola Zamboanga. I am really happy and delighted to be here right before you all today as we witness this much-awaited 9th Western Mindanao Regional Conference in the new normal. This momentous event simply paved the way for us to reunite, meet and greet everyone, and show our utmost support to this young, dynamic region. By God's grace, we made it here. They say, save the best for last. Truly grateful as we end the series of IIEE regional conferences for the year 2022, we are culminating it in the heart of Zamboanga. It is inspiring to note how this young region moves to empower our members and serve the organization with passion, pride, and commitment. This regional conference is a living testament, and perseverance and hard work will go a long way in reshaping our beloved IIEE to be of service to all of our members. Despite IIEE experience, one of the greatest challenges over the past 2 years, I am proud of this chapter for yielding its leadership and services to the greater and bolder heights. I thank you, my fellow members, for helping us steer this direction as to what IIE is now today. An IIE that is ever resilient and on the road to full swing recovery. I am certain that this event will provide an affable environment for all electrical practitioners to freely exchange its views and ideas as we further explore and sharpen the Filipino technical expertise as we continue to strive for excellence and efficient services to our members. Today, let me take this opportunity to personally invite you all, my fellow members, to support our upcoming IIEE 47th Annual National Convention and 3E Expo 2022, which will be on November 10, 11, and 12 as SMX Mall of Asia. And I'm happy to announce that as of today, we have now 2,900 participants for this convention. Please support po ang ating convention. And please take the opportunity to come, visit, to reunite and reignite camaraderie amongst fellow members and industry partners as we make IIEE globally relevant and sustainable. This will be IIEE's comeback, and we would be honored for you to be part of this momentous event. Likewise, I commend our board passers, maraming board passers and mga PEE, for the future of electrical practices is upon them. Tomorrow, as I fly back to Manila for the oath-taking, let it signify that the future of IIEE is looking bright as we engineer a better and a brighter world. With this, my warmest and sincerest gratitude to the men and women behind Samba Sulta chapter for all the efforts each one of you has placed in realizing the accomplishments as we journey to rise above adversity, geared towards dynamism, professionalism, excellence, and service to the members. Bind us together, bind us forever. Mabuhay po tayong lahat and mabuhay ang Western Mindanao region, mabuhay ang Samba Sulta chapter. Maraming salamat po.
Ayan. Thank you so much to our National President, Feliciano F. Padua. Now to award the plaque of participation and token, may we call on the 2022 Western Mindanao Regional Governor, Engineer Alexander Dico, together with the 2022 Samba Sulta President, Engineer Mark Anthony Sebastian.
Provinciano F. Padua III. At this juncture, we would like to call on our 2016 Western Mindanao Regional Governor, Engineer Marley P. Acosta de Fiesta, for the introduction of the keynote speaker.
To our Board of Electrical Engineering joining virtually, our Council of former National Presidents, the national officers, the entire official dome of the IIEE, guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Our keynote speaker is the son of the former mayor of Zamboanga, Manny Dalipe, and the brother of the District 2 Congressman and the Majority Floor Leader Manix Dalipe. At 37, he was made known to be the youngest mayor for the lone city of Zamboanga. As a nurse by profession, earned at Ateneo de Zamboanga University, Mayor John Dalipe's core flagship revolves on health, economic growth, infrastructures, security, education, and social services. And his primary advocacy focuses on transparency and accountability, addressing overpricing, abandoned government projects, road repairs, and improved drainage system that he believes has held back the progress of the city from being the best it can ever be. His political career began when he won as Sangguniang Kabataan chairperson for Barangay Tetuan in 2002. On the same year, he won the presidency for the Federation of Sangguniang Kabataan, leading the entire 98 barangays covering the mainland and island of Zamboanga City. In 2007, he became the #1 kagawad at Barangay Tetuan and has led various committees. Taking a bigger step, he then won the right to become the barangay chairman of Tetuan, which is one of the richest and most populated barangay in the city. During his stint as barangay chairman, his leadership has received numerous awards, including the most pet-friendly barangay, the bloodiest barangay for the most number of blood donation drive conducted. Under his term, a lot of business establishment also opened, making Barangay Tetuan a city within a city due to its coverage of business services available in the area. In 2019, it was his calling to be the #1 elected councilor and was elected as a floor leader. He authored 46 several ordinances that has helped the sector it aims to empower. Now, in his first term as mayor, the young local chief executive aims to address the basic problems that was left to untouched: the challenges of broken roads, faulty drainage, adequate water supplies in barangays, senior services, assistance, and cleanliness. The young local chief wants to transform Zamboanga to a higher level where Zamboangueños are to benefit the most. Progreso y desarrollo, servicio sincero. Progress and development, sincere service are the things that comes into mind when the local chief of Zamboanga is asked what is his vision for Zamboanga City. In the next 3 years, a more developed, progressive, and more improved Ciudad de Zamboanga. Ladies and gentlemen, our keynote speaker, our very own Mayor, Honorable Mayor John M. Dalipe.
Please be seated. Thank you, Engineer Marley Acosta, for that very wonderful introduction. To our National President, dati ding Barangay Kapitan, like me and Councilor Boday Cabato, our National President, Engineer Feliciano F. Padbo III, palakpakan kita. Councilor Boday Cabato. Western Mindanao Regional Governor Alexander Co. Chairman Board of Electrical Engineering Honorable Francis Mapile via online. Member Board of Electrical Engineering Honorable Jaime V. Mendoza. Vice President, Internal Affairs, Engineer Lyndon Bage. Vice President, External Affairs, Engineer Alberto Herrera Jr. Vice President, Technical Affairs, Engineer Ramon Gatchalian Jr. National Secretary, Engineer Esperanza Collado. National Treasurer, Engineer Catalino Rana. National Auditor, Engineer Florigo Varona. President, Sambasulta, Engineer Mark Anthony Sebastian. Immediate former President, Engineer Alan Anthony Alvarez. Regional Governor, Central Luzon, Governor Woody Erama. Regional Governor Bicol, Governor Alexis Olilla. Governor Western Visayas, Governor Neil de Guzman. Eastern Central Visayas, Governor Brian Pasilan. Northern Mindanao, Governor Sandro Villarosa. Southern Mindanao, Governor Edgar Ebuen. Other former regional directors, IIEE chapter presidents, electrical engineer practitioners. I would also like to acknowledge from our city engineer's office, nakita men sila Aura, palakpakan kita. Other stakeholders, guests and visitors, buenos dias, magandang umaga, maayong buntag, assalamualaikum. I am deeply honored to stand before you to deliver this message. I want to take this opportunity to congratulate all the members of the Institute of Electrical Engineers of the Philippines, Sambasulta chapter. Your 9th regional conference is a milestone that calls us to celebrate the generous contributions of your organization. The Institute of Electrical Engineers are devoted to achieving a sustainable city and resilient community. The pandemic has affected us in so many ways. But as we unfurl a new day where we are given the chance to begin anew, may you be inspired to always look for innovations on how we get to be conscious about social change that could have a long-term impact to us, such as climate change, poor planning of projects, and poor management that will end up causing more harm than good. It is in my prayers that all of you will persevere and continue to aspire to become the best that you can ever be. This new administration is here to support you in the ways that we can. Let today be the beginning of our strengthened partnership, where we work together in making our dreams a reality today. As your mayor, I will make sure that my government's advocacy on bringing Zamboanga City into greater heights will be realized with the help of the professional sectors, especially you as electrical engineers. As I lead Zamboanga City into a sustainable and resilient community, I want you to be there with me. Let us help one another and make Zamboanga City great again. Muchísimas gracias y buenas días a todos. God bless.
Ayan. Thank you so much, Honorable. To award you the plaque of participation and token, may we call on the 2022 National President, Engineer Feliciano Padua III, together with the 2022 Western Mindanao Regional Governor, Engineer Alexander Dico. Round of applause.
Yan. Again, thank you so much, Honorable John M. Dalipe. Now, let's proceed to our first technical product presentation. Just a reminder for our technical product presenter, you are given 1 hour for your presentation. If you heard this sound, okay, so let's proceed to photo opportunity po muna. So ayan, again, thank you so much. May we request the chapter officers for the photo op? Once again, thank you so much, Honorable John M. Dalipe. Now, let's proceed with our first technical product presentation. Just a reminder for our technical product presenter, you are given 1 hour for your presentation. If you hear this sound, you only have 10 minutes left to wrap up your presentation. To proceed with, let us have the first technical product presentation, splicing medium voltage power cable, to be presented by the technical manager at Switch Industrial Corporated. Let's give Engineer Kevin D. Carlos a round of applause, please.
Welcome. Before we begin our meeting, please be informed of the following video conferencing etiquette. Number 1. If using a laptop, tablet, or mobile phone, make sure that your battery is fully charged to avoid sudden disconnection. Number 2. To be the best, you have to look the best by observing and wearing appropriate attire fit for the meeting. Number 3. Be on mute at all times and listen attentively to whoever is speaking. Number 4. Maximize the use of chat box and other tools made available by the system whenever you want your voice to be heard. Number 5. Avoid interrupting the speaker and make sure that you are acknowledged before you speak. Number 6. As much as possible, turn on your video so that we could have a wonderful conversation. Number 7. We encourage you to station yourselves at a place free of destructive noise so that you could focus on the meeting. And lastly, number 8. We want to capture the moment with you. Kindly stay until the end as we will have a group photo after. Thank you. And have a good day ahead.
Once again, just a reminder for our technical product presenter, you are given 1 hour for your presentation. If you heard this sound, you only have 10 minutes to wrap up your presentation. To proceed with, let us have the first technical product presentation, splicing medium voltage power cable, to be presented by the technical manager at Switch Industrial Corporated. Let's give Engineer Kevin D. Carlos a round of applause, please.
So again, good morning everyone. Good morning po. So I'm Kevin Carlos from Switch Industrial. So we are the authorized partner of 3M Philippines. But before we start the technical discussion of the product, mag-request lang po ako ng konting icebreaker. So kung pwede lang po lahat ng nandito, i-request ko lang na paki-overlap lang po yung mga kamay natin. Okay? So paki-overlap lang po. Ngayon, pag in-overlap nyo po yan, meron kasing mga persons dito na yung thumb natin is merong left over right and meron din mga tao dito na right over left. Okay. So ngayon, tanong ko lang po, ilan po ba dito sa mga naka-attend are right over left persons? Meaning, yung right thumb nila is nakapatong sa left. Ilan po? Isa? Isa lang? Ang right over left? Dalawa, tatlo. Okay. Meron kasing study na ginawa dyan na ang sabi nila, yung mga tao daw na right over left daw, these people daw are highly intellectual. So, very limited lang sila and kudos po sa inyo dahil right over left persons kayo. Ilan naman po yung mga left over right? So, I would assume lahat ng mga hindi nagtaas ng kamay kanina are left over right persons. Tama? And don't worry, ako rin po, left over right din ako. So ano naman daw yung personality natin mga left over right? Ang sabi sa study, ito daw mga left over right na to, ito daw yung mga tao na matataas naman ang sex appeal. So pwede na yon, di ba? So the presentation is made for people na mataas ang sex appeal para maintindihan nyo yung presentation namin. Again, I'm Kevin Carlos from Switch Industrial. So let me begin now our presentation. So as for my profile, I am also an electrical engineer. I am very far from Zamboanga. Actually, I'm from Tarlac. So Luzon pa po ako. I graduated from a state university there. I work as well with cable manufacturers. So yung mga top 1, 2 na kilala nyong brand, doon po ako nakapagtrabaho before as a cable design for medium voltage power cables. And I've also worked with 3M. So mga accessories naman. So kung mapapansin niyo yung background ko, it's more of kable, tsaka yung nasa dulo ng kable, which is somewhat complementing. As for the company, madali lang naman pong tandaan yung company namin, yung switch na on-off. So yung switch lang na dipindot, okay? That is the name of our company. And we've been a long-time partner of 3M. So magmula sa electrical products, nadagdagan na ng iba't ibang divisions. And bakit kami na-consider as a long-time partner of 3M? It's because of our credibility. Pag sinabi mo kasing credibility, it's not just credibility mo sa supplier, but also the credibility to our customers. Most of the time, pag sinabi mo kasing accessories, yan yung mga typical na products na hindi na-consider sa projects. So kung meron dito nasa contracting side, madalas kapag naghahanap kayo ng terminal lugs, madalas kailangan na yan kahapon. And kung nasa isang operating company ka naman at na-damage yung kable mo, kailangan mong i-repair yung kable mo, kailangan mo rin kaagad-agad yung mga repair kits na kailangan mo para ma-restore mo kaagad yung power sa company na pinagtatrabahuan mo. Otherwise, malaki yung revenue na nawawala sa company for every second ng downtime ng planta. So kami, as a partner, we make it to a point na pag may kailangan si customer, kailangan makapag-supply din kami kaagad. So in terms of availability ng mga stocks, yan ang ginagaranti namin sa mga customers namin na palagi kami merong inventory. Otherwise, hindi kami magiging partner ng 3M for these specific products nila. So as I mentioned earlier, since matagal na kami partner ni 3M, different divisions na rin ang inahandle namin sa kanila. That is considering electrical, personal safety, abrasives, tapes and adhesives, and everything. As for the technology of 3M, so we do know naman na kilala siya sa tape na applications. So electrical tape, rubber tape, shielding tape, mastic tape, lahat ng klase ng tape meron siya. Connectors, lugs and connectors, cold shrink technology. So ito po yung ginagamit na natin sa medium voltage cable termination, and as well as resin technology. Si resin naman, mostly ginagamit siya kapag mag-i-splice ka na ng mga underground na splicing. Or kung meron kayong mga submersible pumps na kailangan ninyong idugtong or lagyan ng submersible cable, normally si resin na ang ginagamit dyan to splice the cable. Before kasi rubber tape, pero dahil nga may mga vibrations na nangyayari kapag binabaon na siya, nasisira din yung splice natin. So that is why some of or most of the water utilities right now in the country are using now yung mga resin na splicing kits. And kung maghanap kayo sa amin yan, we guarantee na meron tayong enough na availability. Now, let's proceed with power cable termination. Specifically to this hotel, I think power cable na rin ang ginamit nila for their transformers. Right now, nagiging trend na rin ang power cable lalo na sa mga underground installations, or kung gusto ninyo na itago yung transformer sa loob ng isang electrical room, na in a way, hindi na uubra yung mga overhead natin na ACSR cables to supply the power sa mga ganong klaseng transformers. That is why nagiging insulated na yung mga power cables natin. And again, ang pag-determinate kasi ng power cable, merong special skills to do that. Pwede kami mag-install, pero at the same time, pwede kami mag-train. Pwede kami mag-train ng installers dito sa Zamboanga. Now, if you find this market na interesting sa inyo, pwede namin kayong turuan paano mag-install ng termination kit. Kasi at the end of the day, madali siyang intindihin, pero kung paano mo siya i-interpret sa actual application, na doon kasi yung kailangan ninyong malaman, paano siya gawin. Now, just to give you an idea, paano ba ang charge ng installers dito? Normally, at the least, is around 10,000 to 15,000 per set. So, 3 points na po ng kable yun. So, considering na end-to-end yan, 3 sa kabilang dulo ng halimbawa sa cutout, 3 rin sa transformer, so sabihin mo ng 10 to 15,000 dito, sa kabilang dulo, 10 to 15,000 ulit. So it's an added extra income for installers, lalo na sa inyo dito sa Zamboanga, kung meron mang interested na matutong mag-terminate ng power cable. Well, of course, syempre using the cold shrink termination kit ni 3M. Okay? Now, let us explain, ano ba yung mga components ng power cable? Unlike sa typical na building wire, you only have 2 components, the conductor and the PVC insulation. But for a typical power cable, marami siyang different components and each component serves a different purpose. So right now, dito sa picture ko, merong at least mga 6 to 7 components ang kable. So let's discuss individually. First and foremost, syempre yung conductor. So kung makikita nyo dito sa picture na to, meron kang solid, compact, compressed, tsaka concentric. Pero kung titignan mo yung diameters ng mga yan, iba-iba. Pero in terms of cross-sectional area, meaning kung 100 mm squared yung solid mo, kapag ginawa mo siyang concentric stranded, ganyan na yung magiging size ng 100 mm squared mo. So habang nililitan mo yung strands ng isang wire at binabundle mo siya, mas lumalaki yung diameter ng wire natin. So this just explain ano ba yung nagiging changes in diameter ng kable mo habang ginagawa mo siyang mas flexible. Okay? So paano ba siya i-connect kapag nagte-terminate ka? So syempre gagamit ka ng terminal lugs. So si 3M, meron siyang single hole na standard barrel or mas kilala sa short barrel. Meron tayong single hole na long barrel and meron ding 2 hole na long barrel. So those are the terminal lugs na present ngayon sa 3M na product lines. The next chart naman would show naman yung different sizing na present ngayon sa industry. So since we are governed somewhat by the Americans, kaya yung sizing ng Philippine Electrical Code is similar sa AWG MCM sizes na present ngayon sa US. So dito makikita nyo yung 8 mm squared natin is equivalent sa 8 mm squared ng Philippine National Standard. So kapag kinumpare nyo naman yung MCM sizes dyan, like halimbawa yung 1000 MCM, ang equivalent niya is 500. Si IEC, siya naman yung based sa European standard. So ito yung mga alanganing sizes na most likely yun yung nagiging approach natin dyan. Sino bang gumagamit niyan? Normally, yung mga contractors or yung mga designers na nanggagaling outside the country. Lalo na kung galing sila ng Korea, ng China, ng Japan, Australia, that's the sizing that they are commonly using. Pero just for your cross-reference lang ng IEC versus the standard that we are using, that is the most likely the accurate way of comparing our sizes compared sa European sizing. So that is for the wire. So ang next na component ng isang power cable is the strand shield. So this is a semiconductive material. Okay? Pag sinabi mong semiconductive, pwede siyang daluyan ng kuryente. Kapag kasi wala siya sa isang power cable, merong mga air pockets na present dun sa conductor. Yung mga air pockets na yon pwedeng maging cause ng corona discharges or yung mga partial discharge. Na later on, kapag tumagal ang kable mo, sisirain niya yung insulation mo. So, ang purpose niya is to eliminate the air pockets na present dun sa conductor. Kaya kung mag-terminate kayo ng power cable, try nyo siyang hiwain, makikita nyo merong manipis na material dun na kulay black. So, that is semiconductive. So, yun ang purpose niya sa isang power cable. So, ang next component naman would be the insulation. So kapag sinabi mong insulation, this is the XLPE, cross-link polyethylene. Ang tawag dito sa iba naman is yung kandila na tinatawag nila. I don't know kung meron din dito sa area, yung EPR na insulation which is made of rubber. Kulay red naman yon. So ginagamit siya for shipyards na power cable na somewhat mas flexible siya sa XLPE. So si XLPE kasi medyo stiff yan eh. So, hindi siya nire-recommend for shipbuilding applications. Pero unlike si EPR, yun ang purpose niya. Ano naman ang purpose ng insulation? So, basically, the XLPE dictates the voltage capacity of the cable. Halimbawa, 5 kV, manipis ang insulation mo doon. Pag 15 kV ka na, or dito more likely 13 to 13.8, kumakapal po ang XLPE na yan as the voltage increases. Dahil yan ang nagko-contain ng voltage ng kable natin para makapag-flow tayo ng current. And at the same time, pwede nyo siyang ilagay sa conduit, ipatong sa cable tray, nang walang makukuryente. So siya nagko-contain nun. Now, sa standards natin, meron dalawang, I would say, insulation class na tinatawag. Meron tayong 100% and 133% na insulation level. Meron tayong 5 kV, 15 kV, 25 kV, tsaka 35 kV na present ngayon sa market ng Philippines. Ano bang pinagkaiba ng 100 to 133? Their difference is basically the thickness of the XLPE. So, let's say for example, meron kang 15 kV na 100%, 15 kV na 133%. Ang thickness ng 133 po is mas makapal. Mas malaki ang diameter niya. So, kung meron kayong design, ginawa nyo siyang 133. So, ibig sabihin nun, 33% pa na mas makapal yung XLPE ng power cable natin. So, that is the difference of the two. Now, kung makikita nyo sa chart, meron kayong nakikitang 173. Sa design, ang ibig sabihin po nun ng 173 is you're using the next voltage class ng power cable. Halimbawa, meron kang 15 kV na system, at sinabi mong 173, ibig sabihin po nun sa design, ang ginamit niya ng power cable is 25 kV na 100% insulation level. So yun ang ibig sabihin ng 173. So nag-up size pa siya ng voltage class pagdating sa kable natin. Now, for IEC, more likely makikita nyo to sa mga low voltage cables natin. And which is, ang nakikita nyo dito is 0.6/1, open close parenthesis 1.2. Pero for power cables, ganito yung makikita nyong voltage class nila. To explain lang further, ano ba yung tatlong voltage class na yon? Like say for example, dito sa unang line, 3.6 kV. The 3.6 kV po is the line to ground voltage. Now, yung 6 kV naman is the line-to-line voltage of the cable, while the 7.2 is the maximum voltage capacity of the cable. So, ganyan kasing nagkla-classify ng voltage si IEC or yung mga European sizes natin. So, line-to-ground, line-to-line, line voltage maximum. So, ganun po siyang kino-consider. The next component is the shielding. So you have two components, semiconductor shield and the metallic shielding. So this serves as your protection for the cable for induced voltages, or pinaka-purpose niya is for grounding. Okay? If wala kasing shielding ang kable mo at nagkaroon ka ng induced voltage sa XLPE at nakapatong siya sa isang metallic conduit or cable tray, the nearest conductive material na pwede siyang tumakbo is dun sa metallic pipe for this picture. So, ibig sabihin yan, ang high stress concentration niya is kung saan siya nakapatong. So, yun ang nangyayari kapag wala kang shielding sa kable. Now, kung meron kang metallic shielding sa kable, it evenly distributes the stress on the cable. Tapos, itong shielding na to is meron ka ng grounding path. So, papunta na siya sa ground. So, thereby, it prolongs the life of the cable by design. So, yun ang reason bakit merong metallic shielding sa isang power cable natin. And then, lastly, would be the jacket. So, si jacket, alam naman natin, mechanical protection. So, it serves as your pinaka last line of defense ng power cable natin against UV, water, etc. Okay? So, sa pag-determinate naman, for every kit na bibili nyo kay 3M, is meron siyang standard procedure. Madali lang namang gayahin itong procedure na to. Pero ang mga kailangan ninyong i-consider kapag nagte-terminate is, again, for one, you have the right set of tools. Okay? Pangalawa, you have to know how to properly clean the cable. So do note, lahat ng mga components na to kasama yan sa kit. And pangatlo, syempre, kailangan maayos nating i-prepare yung kable natin. Any type of knife cuts, pag meron kang mamiss na semiconductive material sa XLPE, magiging cause na yun ng failure ng termination in the future. So that is why, as we've mentioned, madaling mag-terminate, pero yung paano namin kayo i-guide to do the termination properly will be dependent on you, tsaka kami as the principal of 3M, para maturuan namin kayo to terminate the cables properly. For termination din, so ito yung kailangan nating i-consider. So merong induced voltage na lumalabas sa kable natin, your tinatawag nilang electrical flux lines. Kapag tinanggal mo yung semiconductive material ng isang power cable, it will generate a lot of heat sa portion kung saan tinanggal mo yung termination. Okay? So, as shown in the picture, yung makikita nyo yung electrical flux lines, tumatakbo lang sa metallic shielding. So, it is creating a lot of heat sa portion na to ng kable, which is why kapag nagte-terminate ka, kailangan mong intindihin bakit mo ba siya tine-terminate. So, one reason is to contain the electrical potential lines sa portion na to ng kable. Okay? So, there are two methods. The first method is via tape method. So in which sa portion na to ng application is kinakapalan nila yung rubber tape. Ini-insulate nila yung kable natin to a point na tumataas na yung capacity ng kable natin sa portion na to ng XLPE cable natin. Thereby, yung mga electrical flux lines na yon is hindi na tumatakbo sa shielding. Now, for a cold shrink termination kit, meron tayong tube na tinatawag nilang K30. This is a high dielectric material na kasama na sa tube. So, meron po ba dito na nakapag-witness na ng termination ng heat shrink? Sa heat shrink termination po kasi, meron silang black tube na nilalagay muna bago nila nilalagay yung insulator na pula. Sa 3M po, naka-incorporate na to sa tube. So ibig sabihin, kapag nilagay mo to, isang hila lang, tapos ang termination mo. Okay? For kits naman ni 3M, so tatlo lang ang kailangan nating i-consider kapag mag-specify kayo or bibili kayo. For one, kailangan nyo lang i-identify kung ang termination ba is indoor or outdoor. Meaning, nasa cutout ba siya, nasa loob ba siya ng transformer, nasa poste ba siya. So, yun ang kailangan natin doon. Pangalawa, ano ba yung voltage class na kailangan ninyong i-consider? 5 kV ba, 15 kV ba, 25, 35 kV? And then, the next thing would be yung type ng conductor, copper or aluminum. Kasi alam naman natin, kapag terminal lugs, merong terminal lugs na intended lang for copper, and then meron na rin mga terminal lugs na dual rated, meaning they can be used for both copper and aluminum installations. So kung copper po yung kable ninyo, walang problema, copper na terminal lug. Pero kung aluminum siya, at lalo na ngayon, there are some of the power plants, specifically mga solar farms, they are now into aluminum power cables. In which kapag ganito kasi, kailangan dual rated yung mga terminal lugs natin. Meaning they can be applied for copper, they can be also installed aluminum. So kailangan din natin makonsider yon. For kits, meron lang tayong 4 na model. So for this chart, you have 5633, 5635, 5636, 5637. So kung meron kang voltage class, halimbawa for this type, meron kang 15 kV, halimbawa 100% insulation level. And then ang kable mo is 4/0. 4/0, 15 kV, 100% IL. Ano po ba dapat yung kit na gagamitin natin? Meron po ba kayong nakikita na kit na dapat gamitin? 4/0. Sige. Ngayon, kung makikita nyo sa chart, this is 15 kV. Okay? Ang 4/0 mo, just to give you a guide, so 10, 20, 30, 40, susunod doon is 250 MCM na. So, ang 40 would fall in between 3/0 and 500 MCM. So, ibig sabihin, 15 kV, 40, papasok siya sa model ng 5635K. So, ganun lang po kadaling pumili ng kit kapag 3M ang gagamitin ninyo. Kapag sa indoor type naman, so 40 would fall dito sa 15 kV pa rin, 100%, and then 2/0 to 500 MCM, ang kit na gagamitin natin is 5624K. So, indoor yung ngayon, yung kaninang chart is an outdoor kit. Okay? So, that is for termination. So, if merong grupo na interested matutong mag-terminate dito, do visit our booth, let us know so we can arrange our schedule para po dito, and then we can conduct the training actually even sa chapter ng Zamboanga. Now, syempre, nag-terminate ka, pero again, there will be an instance na kailangan mo mag-splice. Bakit ka ba kailangan mag-splice? So for one, merong manufacturers na hindi kaya yung sobrang haba ng kable. So obligado tayong magdugtong, 'di ba? Pangalawa, nadadamage yung kable natin along its path. Minsan nababakho, minsan natatamaan, minsan nangangatkat ng daga, or worst case, minsan ninanakaw. So kaya kailangan natin magdugtong. Lastly, which is very seldom din naman, kailangan mag-branch splice or yung T. So these are probably the 3 main reasons why do we need to splice. And syempre, as we are discussing this, there are components din ni 3M para makapagdugtong kayo ng power cable. So, ang components kasi, or should I say objective ng splicing, is kung ano yung itinanggal mo, kailangan mong ibalik. Say for example, magdudugtong ka ng isang THHN na wire. So, meron 2 component yon, copper, tsaka yung PVC insulation niya. So for the copper wire, kailangan mong gumamit ng batt connector. And then for the PVC, kailangan mong i-re-insulate. So 2 component lang yon. Pero for power cable kasi, maraming kailangang i-consider. So unang-una yung conductor mo, okay? So kailangan mong gumamit ng butt connector. Dito sa picture na to, meron na ring lumalabas sa market ngayon si 3M, shear bolt connector ang tawag. So siya yung nasa pinaka-outer right sa picture ng slide na to. Ano ba ang advantage ni shear bolt? Kapag kasi nag-splice ka ng kable at emergency, not all the time available yung same size ng wire. 'Di ba? Minsan ang kable mo halimbawa 50 mm squared, pero pagdating sa market wala pa lang available stock na 50. So ang available lang is probably 80 mm squared or 100. So dati kapag ang ginagawa natin, bibilin natin 'yon pero babawasan natin ng strand para ma-crimp. Okay? Pero si shear bolt, ang advantage kasi niya is pwede ka magdugtong ng wire na magkaiba ang wire size. Halimbawa, 30 mm squared dito, ang available sa kabila is 125 mm squared na, pwede mo pa rin silang ipagdugtong. Ihigpitan lang siya gamit ang Allen wrench. Once na nahigpitan mo na, matatanggal po yung bolt. Mapuputol. Pangalawang advantage niya, aluminum yung conductor mo, walang available na aluminum sa market, copper yung nabili mo, pwede mo rin siyang idugtong. So, ibig sabihin, pwede ka mag-connect ng dalawang klase ng conductor na magkaiba yung material nila. Copper to aluminum, two different sizes. That's the advantage of this type of connector. And again, madalas namin siyang ini-stock ngayon kasi nga, you'll never know kung ano talaga yung pwede mangyari sa isang typical na manufacturing company. So the next component is strand shield, semiconducting component. Okay. Ang semiconductive component na yan, believe it or not, meron ding tape si 3M na semiconductive. Kapag sinabi mong semiconductive, pwede siyang daluyan ng kuryente. So kung gusto niyo pong makita tong tape na to, available din to mamaya sa booth namin. The next component naman is the insulation. So ito yung sinasabi ko ng 5 kV, 15 kV, 25, 35 kV. Meron tayong rubber tape that is capable of insulating up to rated na 69,000 volts. So that is the Scotch 130C. So kung gusto nyo rin siya makita, nasa booth lang din namin siya para makita nyo yung klase ng rubber tape na to. Okay? Ito lang probably is one of the few tapes that can insulate medium voltage cables. 5 kV, 15, 25, 35. Okay? The next component naman is the semiconductor shield and the metallic shielding. So kapag sinabi mong metallic shield at semiconductor shield, so meron kang semiconductive tape and meron din tayong tape made of copper. Ang tawag dyan is shielding tape. So it's made of braided copper wire that is made to provide continuity sa shielding ng kable. So kung meron kayong mga control cable dito na shielded din at kailangan yung idugtong, ito yung isa sa mga tape na pwede nyong i-consider kapag mag-i-splice kayo ng mga ganong klaseng kable. Even low voltage cables. And then lastly would be the jacket. So kailangan mo lang ng rubber tape and syempre vinyl tape. So ano ba yung mga tapes na yon? So you have the Scotch 13, Scotch 24, Scotch 130C, and the Scotch 33. 4 na tapes lang po ito na kailangan ninyong meron kayo sa inventory ninyo. So that for in the event na magkaroon ng emergency sa planta ninyo, ready kayong mag-repair ng kable. And at the same time, kung kailangan nyo ng assistance for installation, pwede nyo rin po kaming tawagan to assist you on the installation of these types of tapes. Now, syempre, hindi rin mawawala sa mga products na kine-carry ni Switch is yung cold shrink na splicing kit ni 3M. So kung meron tayong termination na cold shrink, meron din syempre cold shrink na splicing kit. So just to share yung video, by the way, itong video na to is coming from YouTube. So anything naman na kailangan nyo under 3M, pwede nyo siyang i-search sa YouTube. So ito, cold shrink na. So ibig sabihin, mas madali. Pag sinabi mo rin kasing cold shrink, lesser yung dependence sa installation ng installer. So walang nababawasan yung error para magkamali si installer. So kailangan lang niyang sundan yung procedure. So for this slide, so ang una niyang kinonect is yung conductor. So gumamit siya ng tamang connector. Okay? So kung makikita nyo rin, yung insulation ng kable na to is pula. So yan yung sinasabi ko kanina na EPR, ethylene polypropylene na insulation. Okay? So, yung mga kits ng 3M na yan is kompleto na rin naman na, so wala na kayong kailangan bilhin. So, ang next na ilalagay niya dito would be the splice body. So, si splice body is tatlong components na yon. Yung conductor shield, XLP insulation, tsaka yung metallic shielding or yung semiconductive material ng kable. So, 3 components into one splice body. So, yan yung splice body ni 3M. So kung titingnan mo, nakatipid ka na ng 2 step dahil nga yung 3 component nasa isang tube na lang. And ito, minor taping na lang ang gagawin natin. So sa next na component would be the metallic shielding. So as I've mentioned kanina, kailangan mo ma-provide ng continuity yung grounding. So this will serve as your protection of the splice body and the power cable itself. So meron siyang ilalagay na constant force spring, ang tawag namin doon, para siyang hose clamp na kasama rin sa kit to secure the shielding of the power cable kapag nag-i-splice tayo. And then, minor taping na lang ang gagawin niya for the splice, in which dito kasi naglalagay na lang siya ng mastic tape sa dulo para kapag in-install niya yung cold shrink jacket, hindi papasukan ng tubig yung splice natin. So ito na po yung cold shrink splice body natin for rejacketing. So siya na po yung magko-cover dun sa buong splice. At kung tatanungin nyo kami, saan ba siya pwedeng i-apply? Pwede siyang i-apply overhead kung kailangan nakasuspend siya sa poste. Pwede siyang ibaon sa lupa, buhusan na ng backfill, pwede rin siya sa manhole na pwedeng mabasa or pwedeng malubog sa tubig. So yan yung beauty ng cold shrink splicing kits ni 3M na available kay Switch. So outdoor, direct boreal, or even in submerged applications. So that's how flexible that product is. So as I mentioned kanina, marami pa kaming ibang products. So kung gusto niyo makita yung mga ibang products namin, so we have hard hats, respirators, if familiar kayo sa N95, so meron tayo niyan. Reflectorized materials ni 3M na pwedeng incorporate sa mga uniforms ninyo, lalo na kung nasa electric cooperatives kayo or utilities na kailangan may visibility kayo at night. Fall protection products as well. And we do also have abrasives. So, ito naman is yung mga clean and strip products ni 3M na instead of gagamit kayo ng chemicals, so pwede na siyang gamitin pang strip ng pintura. So, hindi niya nababawasan yung metal natin. And we also have tapes and adhesives for lane marking, lalo na ngayong area at panahon natin, kailangan ng social distancing. So, ito yung mga stickers na nilalagay sa floors. You have the double adhesive tapes na instead of gagamit kayo ng screws, or pako, itong double adhesive po ni 3M is kaya nang mag-hold ng mga ganong klaseng applications. And we also have cleaning chemicals, so polishing pads, and even mattings. So yun yung mga nakikita sa mga entrance ng mga lobbies natin. So that ends the presentation. So again, I'm Kevin Carlos from Switch Industrial. So I am the Technical Services Manager of Switch. So if there will be interested na matutong mag-terminate at maging terminator, let us know. Ms. Vilma Way, our sales manager, we are both based in Manila. And si actually, Engineer Don Rebollo, she is based in Davao. So nasa booth din namin siya. So I would assume na siya na yung pinakamalapit sa area nyo dito sa Zamboanga, also a registered electrical engineer and an active officer of CSC or previous member of CSC, if I'm not mistaken. So Again, in behalf of Switch Industrial, maraming salamat po IIEE Zamboanga for inviting us to be one of your sponsors. Rest assured na magiging tuloy-tuloy po ang pag-sponsor namin sa mga events nyo dito. Should there be any need for any further support, do let us know. And again, maraming salamat po IIEE.
Ayan. Thank you so much, Engineer Kevin D. Carlos. Now, at this juncture, may we ask the technical team if do we have questions po from the Zoom?
Also, online participants are encouraged to raise their questions or queries to Engineer Kevin D. Carlos. You may step in front of the microphone for you to be able to recognize and acknowledge.
So are there any questions po for our technical presentation? So since there's none, I think we could proceed.
Yes.
Partner.
So to proceed, we would like to request the presence of the 2022 Zamba Sulta Chapter Vice President Internal, Engineer Joseph P. Makindam, to award the plaque of appreciation.
The Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated presents this plaque of appreciation to Switch Industrial Sales Corporation in grateful recognition of their invaluable contribution to the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated as exhibitor and product presenter during the 9th Western Mindanao Regional Conference with the theme Leadership, Rising Above Adversity through Passion and Commitment, Leading on the Road to Recovery, held on October 6, 2022 at Palacio del Sur, Martian Garden Hotel, Zamboanga City. Signed, Mark Anthony U. Sebastian, Chapter President, and Engineer Alexander Dico, Governor for the Western Mindanao. Thank you, sir.
Once again, thank you very much, Engineer Kevin D. Carlos. So for our participants, should you have further questions for our technical presentation, you may visit their booth at...
Yes, you may visit Switch Industrial Corporation located at the Cordoba Ballroom below this at the ground floor. Okay.
Also, we would like to inform everyone, especially the 2022 Board of Governors, that there will be a simultaneous event, the 10th Board of Governors meeting from 12 noon to 6 p.m. at Barcelona Function Room, Martian Garden Hotel.
Okay, so for now, we are going to replenish our energy by having our lunch break. We are going to be back at exactly 1 p.m. So see you and bon appetit, everyone.
at Zamboanga? When traveling to Zamboanga City for business or leisure, please be ready with the following: face mask, round-trip transport booking, hotel booking, stay safe QR code, COVID-19 vaccination card, and your 5-day itinerary. Visit the tourism office in case you need assistance while in Zamboanga City, or message them at Turismo Local de Zamboanga Facebook account. Make your travel to Zamboanga a memorable one. Stay safe.
Sobros o comida, di makaolvida como ya tu historia, vida muchos colores como de la atom pinta. Ustedes es música, qué alegría te lleva. Ue, 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 aguantahan kita todo mano. Ue, 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 que todo kita kiman hermano. Más alegría aquí na Zamboanga, todo el mga gente sigue baila canta. Más alegría aquí na Zamboanga, todo el mga gente sigue baila canta. Kinan vale Zamboanga, kasi pagod na esperar. Venia, venia, mas alegre ang na Zamboanga celebrar. Venia,
mas alegre na Zamboanga, uy tú mi amigo. Música palanqueta ya de tu favorito. Vamos de el cacho desperta na maga dormido. Sonor de la alegría tapos sa para bonito. Junto junto, salta alto. Hula kita con alegría del pájaro. Musulman o cristiano. Manos de alegría está para cuando necesita kita todo el amor. Para firme alegre cada ta subir al sol. Acorda kita amoga desde el pavor. La vida del viviente es para más tiene valor.
Ue, 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 aguantahan kita todo mano. Ue, 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 que todo kita kiman hermano. Más alegría aquí na Zamboanga, todo mga gente sige baila canta. Más alegría aquí na Zamboanga, todo mga gente sige baila canta. Ilan vale Zamboanga, kasi pagod na espera. Belia, Belia, mas leve ang buena Zamboanga celebra. Belia, Belia, ilan vale Zamboanga, kasi pagod na espera. Belia, Belia, mas leve ang buena Zamboanga celebra. Belia. Que me vale Zamboanga, que se pagod na espera. Belia, Belia, mas leve ang buena Zamboanga celebra. Belia, Belia, que me vale Zamboanga, que se pagod na espera. Belia, Belia, mas leve ang buena Zamboanga celebra. Belia, Belia, que me vale Zamboanga, que se pagod na espera. Belia, Belia,
Hello, mic test. Oh. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. We would like to remind everyone that in a few minutes we will start the afternoon session. 5 minutes.
We,
Once again,
members of
we
the
would like to
Institute of
remind
Integrated
everyone that in a
Electrical
5
Engineers
minutes
of the
we
Philippines
will
Incorporated, in recognition
start
of the
the
constant
afternoon
involvement
session.
of technology, in uplifting the quality of life, and in accepting a personal obligation and dedication to our profession, its members, and the communities we serve, do hereby pledge and commit ourselves to the highest ethical and professional conduct, and agree to accept responsibility in making sound engineering decisions consistent with the safety, health, and welfare of the public, and to disclose promptly the factors that might endanger lives and the environment. Avoid real or perceived conflict of interest, or disclose existence of such to affected parties. Be honest, objective, impartial and realistic in stating claims or estimates based on available facts. Avoid at all cost graft and corruption in all its forms. Improve the ethical understanding of technology and its appropriate application. Continuously improve practitioners' technical competence. Disclose full pertinent professional and technical limitations. Seek, accept, and offer constructive criticism of technical work, acknowledge and mitigate errors, and give credit where it is due. Equally treat all persons regardless of race, gender, physical condition, age, or national origin. Protect and avoid injury to others' life, property, reputation, or livelihood by false or malicious actions. Observe utmost transparency, responsibility, due diligence and fairness, and accordingly, not manufacture, spread, or disseminate false, incorrect, unverified or misleading information or data against any co-member, or the IAE, its officers, employees and representatives or agents, in any form whatsoever, whether verbally, in writing or published or whether through electronic means or otherwise, especially if such tends to discredit, besmirch the honor or integrity or impute a wrongdoing on the part of a co-member of the IAE, its officers, employees and representatives or agents. Support colleagues and co-workers in their professional and technical development, and assist them in complying with this code of ethics. timely and fully comply and abide with any and all of his obligations to a co-member of the IAE itself or any third party. Does not engage in or commit anti-competitive, fraudulent, and deceitful practices in any form, and uphold free and fair competition.
Once again, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to call your attention to please find your seats as we will start the program. Thank you.
Ayan, so buenas tardes, IIEE! Again, welcome to the 9th Western Mindanao Regional Conference.
Just a reminder for our guest speakers, you're given 1 hour for your presentation. If you heard this sound, you only have 10 minutes to wrap up your presentation. At this point in time, we are going to have our technical seminar regarding RA 11361, otherwise known as the Anti-Obstruction of Power Lines Act, to be presented by our guest speaker who is an NGCP Regional ROW Senior Corporate, Attorney Junela L. Abarquez. Together with her is an NGCP Regional Right-of-Way Assistant, Attorney Francesca Andrea E. Luch. Let's give them a round of applause, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know konti na lang tayo dito since maybe nagpapahinga pa yung iba. And we are from the National Grid Corporation of the Philippines. Actually, dalawa kaming magpe-present for RA 11361. These are an audience of lawyers. So, medyo naiba kami dito kasi, I mean, not lawyers, engineers. So, by the way, may I know if anybody here from NGCP, an engineer from NGCP? So, baka wala, no? Marami? Nagpapahinga pa, sir. Okay. So, before discussing on RA 11361, I would like to introduce our company, the National Grid Corporation of the Philippines, and its role in the energy industry. As a brief history, prior to the implementation of the Electric Power Industry Reform Act, or EPIRA, the National Power Corporation held the generation and transmission functions. Now, in June 2001, Upon the implementation of IPIRA in 2001, transmission functions was then transferred to Transco. In December 2007, NGCP wins the bid for Transco's concession, and in January 15, 2009, NGCP assumes the transmission function. Also, in January 15, 2009, NGCP was created through Republic Act 9511, a franchise granted by the Congress. So, what is the business of electricity by NGCP? Rather, the business of electricity as a whole. So, as you can see in this diagram, pictures, so there are several systems in the business of electricity. First, the generation, where the electricity is made in a power plant by huge generators using coal, natural gas, water, steam, solar, or wind. It is then transferred and sent to transformer to increase the voltage to push the current across long distance. And here, it is transferred to transmission lines. It is where the role of NGCP is. So electricity goes through high voltage transmission lines and stretch across the country. It is then travels through distribution lines where smaller pole top transformers further reduce the voltage to make the power safe to household use. So it goes to distribution companies and then the end consumers, the houses, the businesses. So NGCP, what is NGCP? As I've mentioned, we hold a 25-year concession with the government, and all the transmission assets we maintain and those that we will build are consequently assets of the Philippine government. So although we are a private company, we do not own ownership over these transmission lines and substations and other stations that we build, because after building it, we immediately transfer its ownership to the government. NGCP consists of three major corporations. 40% thereof is owned by the State Grid Corporation of China. 30% is owned by the Monte Oro Grid Resources Corporation, and 30% by the Calaca High Power Corporation. As of December 2021, NGCP connects 193 generators, 99 electric cooperatives, 75 industries, 20 private utilities, 11 eco-zones, 10 other customers, and one government-owned utility. So, what are the causes of power interruptions? Mainly, the causes of power interruptions are insufficient generation, accident, vegetation, animal or foreign objects, failure of protection system, or human error. Now, the Anti-Obstruction of Power Lines Act, or Republic Act 11361, was promulgated by Congress to address this certain power interruptions. So what are the causes of these power interruptions? For example, as stated in the law, it's planting tall trees or vegetation, which makes it is prohibited under the law. So planting of tall trees or vegetation is prohibited if it is done within the power line corridor. Construction of any hazardous improvements, and okay. Nawala na. Okay, to discuss further on the Anti-Obstruction of Power Lines Act, I will turn over the discussion to our young, beautiful, and amazing lawyer in the Mindanao Right-of-Way Division, Attorney Francesca Andrea Liuch. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Attorney June, for that very generous introduction. Good afternoon. I will be discussing about the salient points of Republic Act 11361. So, why is it important? No, as we all know, electricity is an essential part of our modern life, and it is important to our country's economy. This is an act ensuring the continuous and uninterrupted transmission and distribution of electricity and the protection of the integrity and reliability of power lines and providing penalties for the violations thereof. So power outages has been a major issue in the Philippines and globally. In August of 2003, the largest blackout in North America occurred, affecting 50 million people at an estimated cost of $4 to $10 billion. One of its proximate causes, tree overgrowth near high voltage lines. In 2018, in an interview, Senator Gatchalian, then chairman of the Committee of Energy, citing the data from NGCP, he pointed out that on 2018, the country has already experienced 168 instances of a total of 1,426 hours of power outages due to right-of-way issues with the NGCP lines. The power outage hours experienced that year is already thrice the duration of the brownouts in 2017. Also, there are also many instances of obstructions, such as plants, as a primary culprit behind the power outages in the country, according to Senator Gatchalian, citing the power outage that crippled here in Zamboanga Peninsula in September 2016. He recalled that internationally and maliciously planted banana trees within the power line corridor caused the line to ground fault to trip high voltage lines and led to a blackout across the entire Zamboanga Peninsula, including areas served by distribution utilities, Zamsurekot 1, Zamsurekot 2, Zaneco, Zamelco, Mosi 1, Mosi 2, and parts of the NECO. Also, in 2020, Palawan News reported that frequent power blackouts in the Palawan Electric Cooperative franchise area was due to problems of vegetation. Recognizing the need to take action, Senator Gatchalian proposed the Anti-Obstruction of Power Lines Act. Such measure aims to ensure that the conveyance of electricity from generating plants all the way to the end users will be uninterrupted. So under the law, the declaration of its policy is to ensure uninterrupted conveyance of electricity from generating plants to end users, to protect the integrity and reliability of the country's transmission, sub-transmission, and the distribution systems, that the continuous conveyance of electricity is a matter of national security and is essential to sustaining the country's economic development. Because people use electricity for basically everything. And the crucial role, the law also provides for the crucial role of property owners in ensuring that power line remain free from any dangerous activities and improvements. So what is the coverage of the law? It covers all power lines and other related facilities for the conveyance of electricity throughout the country. Again, I will be discussing only the salient features of the law. What is the essence of the law? It prohibits planting of tall growing plants, constructing hazardous improvements, and conducting any hazardous activities within the power line corridor. And it outlines the responsibilities of various players in the energy sector, owner or operator of power lines, in the prevention and removal of power line obstructions located within public or private property. So the PLO, the power line operator, refers to entities with franchise granted by Congress to construct, own, or operate transmission systems like NGCP. Entities owning, operating, and or controlling power lines in small grids and other off-grid areas, distribution utilities, other electric power service providers, employing lines to serve remote islands and communities using microgrid and other decentralized electric power systems, the generation companies and other entities such as directly connected customers, DCCs. So these are the terms that you have to be associated with to be familiar with the law. Associated facilities, power line obstructions, hazardous activities, hazardous improvements, dangerous structures or buildings, and tall growing plants. So the general rule under the law, it follows the standard provided by 11361 and its IRR. However, there are certain exemptions. We obey the provisions. If there are agreements made prior to the imposition of this law, we obey that provisions of the agreement executed prior to the effectivity of the law. Example, for RJCP, we call it row grants, right-of-way grants. We follow a tabulation that will be applied to row limits based on the voltage level of the line. Example, 40 meters for 230 kV transmission lines, that is 20 meters both sides from the center line, should be clear from any hazardous vegetation or improvements. So what is a power line corridor? Power line corridor is the land beneath surrounding airspaces and the area traversed by power lines. It shall be kept clear and free from any power line obstructions, dangerous structures, hazardous activities, and improvements and other similar circumstances. So to give you a visual of a power line corridor, and I will not discuss in detail because as we all know, you are all engineers, you are familiar with the technicalities of this data. As we know, overhead distribution and transmission lines are not insulated. So it uses surrounding air as insulation. Thus, it needs space in between. So points A and F shall be extended as reference in pruning the farthest tall growing plants that will affect the integrity and reliability of power lines. As shown, the PLC is bounded by points A to F. The space bounded by points A, B, E, and F shall always be clear of any part of vegetation. There shall be no tall growing plants from points C to D. So here's another visual. So it extends 3 meters up at a 45-degree angle. So anything inside the PLC should be free from any vegetations or tall growing plants to avoid any power tripping. Here is a cross-sectional view, which I will not be discussing in detail anymore as we will focus on the law. So how can these policies be achieved? It can be achieved by keeping the land beneath, surrounding airspaces, and the area traversed by the power lines clear of dangerous obstructions. So we have to keep the power line corridor free from any obstructions. That is the aim of the law. So what are the prohibited acts under the law? Plant or cause to be planted tall growing plants, including plants of whatever kind, variety, height within the power line corridor. Under this law, tall growing plants must not be more than 3 meters high or has the potential to grow more than 3 meters. However, there are other agreements entered prior to the implementation of this law, and the law does not prohibit to follow those agreements, provided that it will not go in contradiction with RA 11361. As an example, clearance required of the PRC 4292 requires removal of dead, dying limbs or foliage from 8 feet up the pole to the top of the power lines and remove all flammable material, all in a 10-foot radius. So another prohibited act is to conduct or perform any hazardous activities within the power line corridor. Example, excavation, construction, quarrying, burning, or electricity interruption. The law also prevents or refuses duly authorized agents of the owner or operator of power lines entry to the property. So you cannot actually prohibit power line operators to enter the property in the performance enumerated in Section 7, given that the agents are entering the property for the prevention and or removal of power line obstruction in accordance with the provisions of Section 8. Another prohibited act is to perform analogous acts or activities which will impair the conveyance of electricity and cause damage to power lines. So what is Section 7 and Section 8 of RA 11361? As a condition in Section 7, power line corridor is wholly or partial. Power line corridors that is wholly or partially located within the public property or on property owned by the owner operator of power lines. So the duties, the owner or operator of power line shall have the right to enter said property to prevent and remove any power line obstruction. However, in Section 8, the power line corridor is wholly or partially located within a private property. So the duties of the PLOs or the power line operators, the property owner shall coordinate and assist the owner or operator of the power lines by facilitating the necessary access. The owner or operator of power lines shall provide property owners with the necessary assistance such as education and information and technical manpower support. The owner or operator shall perform acts enumerated in Section 7. So here, it is enumerated the duties and responsibilities of the owner or operator of power lines located within the public property or property of the owner operator of power lines within a private property. The duties are for maintenance and inspection activities, repair restoration activities, to conduct trimming, pruning, cutting, or clearing activities for tall growing plants within the power line corridor without securing prior clearance or permit, or to remove, dismantle, or demolish hazardous improvement in accordance with the National Building Code of the Philippines. Also, to prevent, stop, or prohibit the conduct of hazardous activities and to perform any other analogous acts or activities. So we also have a notification requirement for the PLO. We have the PLO are required to notify the public, especially affected individuals, before carrying out clearing and other similar activities incidental to the management and preservation of power lines and corridors as prescribed by and in accordance with the periods provided in this IRR. So if power line operators will conduct trimming, pruning, and cutting or clearing activities, they have to notify the DENR or PCA and the LGU. If they will be performing removal, dismantling, or demolition of hazardous improvements, they will have to notify DPWH, DHSUD, and the LGU. Property owners shall have the primary duty and responsibility to prevent power line obstructions and to inform the owner or operator of power lines if there are other obstructions. Owners or operators of power lines shall have the primary duty and responsibility to remove power line obstructions. What if the PPO or the private property owners where the transmission lines are located fails to perform any of the duty or its duties or responsibilities? The Act provides for provisions for penalties for anyone who violates Republic Act 11361. The owner or operator of power lines shall have the right to access power line corridors in the acts enumerated under Section 7, but the property owner must be notified and coordinated with, except if there is an imminent danger posed by a power line obstruction. If the PPO fails to give access, is unable or desists to receive notice from the PLO, the PLO shall record such fact within 1 day from its happening. So this is the notice rule. We have to comply prior entry to any private properties. When shall a private property owner be not entitled to any compensation? Private property owners shall not be entitled to any compensation for damages arising from the conduct of activities under Section 7 and Section 8. PLOs also shall not impose any charges or fees against PPOs on the expense incurred in the removal of obstructions of the PLC. Similarly, private property owners shall not be entitled to any compensation for damages for any conduct of activity performed inside the PLD. However, if to avert an imminent danger and threaten damage compared to the damage that will be caused to a private property owner, the private property owner may demand indemnity for the PLO for the damage caused to the former as provided under the new Civil Code of the Philippines. So what are the legal remedies? PLO may institute the following legal remedies against landowners who refuse to grant access to their property for the conduct of maintenance. PLOs may file a petition for mandatory injunction against the landowner or file a criminal complaint against the landowner before the office of the city prosecutor where the property is located pursuant to RA 11361. In implementing Republic Act 11361, assistance from the LGU and PNP and AFP may be required. The LGU, its task is to inform and educate constituents, issue ordinances, and provide all other means to assist the PLO. PNP and AFP shall render assistance as it may deem necessary. So here are the penalties for violations. Any person found guilty of committing any of the prohibited acts shall be imposed any or both of the following penalties for each respective offenses. For the first offense, you may be in prison from 1 month and 1 day to 6 months, or be required 50,000 pesos in fine. For your second offense, you may be in prison for 6 months and 1 day to 6 years, or a fine be fined with 100,000 pesos. For the third offense, you may be in prison for 6 years and 1 day to 12 years, or 200,000 pesos. Any officer or employee of or owner of the operator of the power line who commits these offenses or is in conspiracy thereof shall suffer a penalty 1 degree higher than the penalty provided. Here I will be briefly discussing the guidelines of NGCP in implementing RA 11361 and its IRR. So the NGCP guidelines for the implementation of RA 11361 and its IRR was approved by the management on June 7, 2021 with the following objectives. To ensure full implementation of RA 11361, ensure compliance with RA 11361, and to guide NGCP's FGs in performing their respective roles for the effective and efficient implementation of RA 11361. It is NGCP's mandate to ensure the uninterrupted conveyance of electricity, to protect the integrity and reliability of the country's transmission and undisposed sub-transmission system by keeping the power line corridor clear of any dangerous obstructions, and to prevent the introduction or the intrusion of any power line obstructions within the power line corridor. It also mandates to prevent prohibited acts within the PLC and provide property owners, claimants, and occupants with necessary assistance, such as education, information, and technical manpower support in preventing the intrusion of power line with the PLC. This is my last slide. What are the usual activities that NGCP must undertake to achieve its mandate under RA 11361? It is trimming, pruning, cutting, or clearing of all tall growing plants and trees inside the PLC, the removal, dismantling, or demolition of hazardous improvements within the PLC, and responding to the POCO's notice on the existence of power line obstruction. So thank you everyone for listening and giving me your time. Good afternoon and God bless you all.
Thank you, Attorney Francesca Andrea E. Luch and Attorney Junela L. Abarquez.
Ayan, so at this moment, we are encouraging our participants to raise their questions and queries to our technical presenters regarding RA 11361. So for the on-site participants, you may step in front of the microphone for you to be acknowledged. And for those online participants in Zoom, you can use the Q&A box for your questions to be acknowledged.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, I'm Proculo Francisco. I would like to know the height based from the figure that you have shown. What is the height from point B to point C?
Sir, are you referring to the power line corridor?
Yes.
The distance from point B to C is 3 meters. 3 meters up at a 45-degree angle.
Thank you. I just have a follow-up question.
Yes, sir.
I received one of my clients' call recently that NGCP was trying to get access into his private property. That's a residential area. And he said there was no prior notice, and the personnel was insisting to get into his property. So you might mention in the slide that there should be a prior notice for them to get access into the private property. And another thing, they don't just want to get access, but according to the owner, they want to put a guide in his property. I think that's beyond the RA requirement. Thank you.
Thank you for your question, sir. Sir, I have a question for you. What particular area are you referring to?
Pasunangka, Zamboanga City.
Zamboanga City, sir. Okay. So, I'm not sure about that because the policy of NGCP is to issue two notices before we conduct clearing in the area. Now, my second question is, what was our personnel trying to introduce in the area? Guy wires, transmission lines. Okay. I really cannot, I'll have to verify those facts, and I really cannot answer your question directly because still in going back to the law, RA 11361, before we enter any private property, the lot owners should be notified twice. Now, if we construct towers or transmission lines within private properties, first, we need to secure the consent of the lot owners. We give them a letter offer, offering them a certain amount, either as an easement or to buy the property, which will be constructed by towers or be traversed by transmission lines. Now, without that, we cannot do anything in the area. That's why if the owners disagree with our offer, with the offer amount, then we file expropriation cases in court. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, so do we have any more questions po? Technical team, do we have questions online? None. So, ayan, since we don't have any questions,
yes, sir.
Ayun. So, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. So, my question is, parang pareho lang yan sa kanya, no? Ito, from the transmission line, no, meron kaming project na nangyari na pumasok sa isang government na property, no, itong school. So, ang present namin ngayon, hindi pa yun na-connect yung transmission line between the school project of the PWH. So, the distribution of this line is more on hazard. So, my present is, I want to know the real, either the landowner or the cooperative of the Samsorico, what should be the result so that I will know. I have a conclusion for the objection, either we will object the owner, then I will depend, or some other suggestion. So this is the situation. Kung yung line hindi pa na-connect ngayon between the highway going in, this property have a property of the owner of the land, that the line there is already installed but they are not yet energized. So the coming time, I want to know if this liable ba ang pwede ba natin ma-pre na i-connect namin yun ang energize ng Samsurico. Kung wala bang, meron ba tayong decision na pwede natin sabihin ang owner ng land na may mga kahoy, may niyog, may mga ano doon. Ma'am, putulin namin yan, ma'am, kasi merong hazard ngayon sa distribution. Pwede ba natin na allowed na yun na baka magagalit sila, ano yung depend natin gagawin? Kasi ang deliberation natin 100% na walang hazardous, walang during typhoon, whatever, na yung niyog, hindi masyado madidistract yung distribution sa secondary. So ang akin lang, baka magagalit yung may-ari ng lupa, na bakit nyo nilagay yung ganun. So ano na lang, ano ba yung advice na gagawin natin? Ano ba yung point na pwede natin confess yung may-ari ng land? Hihingi lang po ako ng advice, ma'am, ang gagawin.
Sir, may I know what company are you connected to?
It's already, ma'am.
Ha?
Ano na po yun, ma'am, nangyari na po. But hindi pa po na-energize. Ang sa akin lang, ma'am, kay baka mag-abot ng Samsurico sa sila mag-connect, baka mag-record sila na putulin muna ninyo yung mga ano dyan bago namin i-energize. Tapos yung may-ari, namin nasabi.
The distribution company, sir?
Yeah.
Are you referring to the distribution company?
The school.
So may school, tapos may hindi pa na-energize na transmission line.
Yes, ma'am. But siguro, sino yung mag-record din magputol ng kahoy? Baka magalit ang may-ari. No? Ano po ba?
Okay. So under RA 11361, there are areas, it was discussed, na may ano talaga, yung, ano ba yun, 3 meters? 3 meters from the row corridor. Okay, wala talagang dapat i-introduce ng mga improvements doon. Also, trees and ano yun? No, mga buildings, okay, mga any structures. So, bawal yun. Now, as the law presented, pag may danger doon sa transmission line, that's why the clearing comes in. Okay? Now, the law allows only 2 notices. So, notify yung lot owner na kailangan i-clear namin yung area of any hazardous improvements like trees and any structures para hindi mag-obstruct doon sa transmission of electricity. Now, your question is, what can you do about it? Or magagalit ba yung owner, right? Yun yung question mo.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, the law, meron talagang mga ayaw magpapasok. So, that's why Congress enacted RA 11361 to address those situations wherein the private property owners do not allow companies like NGCP to conduct clearing activities to clear the area of obstruction. So now the law provides that in cases where property owners will not allow us to enter and conduct clearing activities, may penalties for violation. So meron imprisonment, mayroong fine. So that is a criminal case. So yun, sir. Supposing Hana, hindi talaga sila makukonvince. Yun, sir. So did I address your question, sir? Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you for that. For our next question, ma'am, we do have a question from our participant in the Zoom. The question is, could NGCP share experiences or challenges during the implementation of this law?
Marami yan. Marami talagang experience kami regarding implementation of RA 11361. Most of the land owners in the area, there are critical areas in, by the way, we came from Iligan City. So in Lanao del Norte, may mga Muslim areas doon na mahirap talagang pasukan. May iba doon nagdadala ng mga bolo. Yun, tinitreaten kami, napapatayin yung mga tao namin. And even with the assistance of police and military, nagba-back out pa kami. Hindi kami makakandak ng clearing activities kasi may threat talaga, may danger talaga to our person. So yun, napupuspone, just file criminal cases against them. Then the result is that they're willing to settle, so they are willing to let us in and conduct clearing activities.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, do we have any more questions?
Okay, so since we don't have any more questions, we would like to request the presence of the 2022 Zamba Sultan Chapter Vice President Internal, Engineer Joseph P. Makindang, to award the plaque of appreciation.
Certificate of Appreciation is hereby presented to Attorney Ella Panok Marquez. Grateful recognition of her invaluable contribution to the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated as technical speaker during the 9th Western Mindanao Regional Conference. The theme, Leadership, Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment Leading on the Road to Recovery, held on October 6 to 8, 2022 at Palacio del Sur, Martian Garden Hotel, Zamboanga City. Given the 7th day of October 2022. Signed by Engineer Mark Anthony Sebastian, President, Zamba Sultan Chapter, and Engineer Alexander Dico, Governor for Western Mindanao. Thank you. Likewise, this certificate of appreciation is also hereby presented to Attorney Francesca Andrea E. Fuchs in grateful recognition of her invaluable contribution to the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated as technical speaker during the 9th Western Mindanao Regional Conference with the theme, Leadership Rising Through Adversity, Through Passion and Commitment, Leading on the Road to Recovery, held on October 6 to 8, 2022 at Palacio del Sur, Martian Garden Hotel, Zamboanga City, given the 7th day of October 2022. Signed, Engineer Mark Anthony Sebastian, Chapter President, and Engineer Alexander Dico, Western Mindanao Regional Government. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Engineer Joseph Makindang. At this juncture, we are going to proceed with the second technical product presentation. And again, just a reminder for our technical product presenter, you are given 30 minutes for your presentation. If you heard the sound, you only have 10 minutes to wrap up your presentation. Our next technical product presentation is about Shilin technical presentation to be presented by the Engineer Supervisor of Shilin Electric Corp. Let us all welcome Engineer John Roberto Engel. A big round of applause.
So good afternoon to all of you. So can you show my slide? So again, good afternoon to all of you. I am Engineer John Roberto Engle, a after-sales supervisor of Shilin Electric Philippine Representative Office located at Makati City, NCR, Philippines. So I am here today to introduce Shilin Electric. Who is Shilin Electric? What are the capabilities of Shilin Electric? And what are the products that we offer in Shilin Electric? So before I proceed, Shilin Electric is the #1 electric company in Taiwan who manufactures heavy electric equipment, also a automated for the cars, also for the breakers and factory automations. Here in Shilin Electric Philippines, we are under the heavy electric division who manufacture transformers and other electrical equipments. Next. So here are some information that I can share to you about Shilin Electric. Shilin Electric is established in 1955 by our founder, Mr. City Shu. Our employee in Taiwan, domestic, we have 1,970 employee. And in overseas, like America, Malaysia, and here in Philippines, we have 2,500. Public shares company, we have a single shareholder who is Mitsubishi Japan, who is the single and largest shareholder of Shilin Electric. It means that the other share is being pinaghati-hatian ng mga employee in Taiwan. So our domestic revenue in 2021, so we have 989 million USD worldwide. Next. So here in Shilin Electric Philippines, these are the products that we offer. First are the power transformer with a maximum capacity of 1,260 MVA, 500 kV below. The technology of our power transformer is from Mitsubishi Electric Japan. We also have the distribution transformer, oil immerse. We have the pad mounted, substation type, and the pole mounted transformer. 36 kV below, 5 MVA below. The technology of our pad mounted is from Germany. And also the substation type is from Mitsubishi Electric. The cast resin dry type transformer, we can manufacture it up till 15 MVA, 36 kV below. The technology of our cast resin dry type is from France Transfo. We also manufacture panels, switch gears, and MCC. 36 kV below, technology is from Shilin Electric. Capacitors and reactors, 24 kV below. The technology is from Nichicon, Japan. Also, the current transformer and PT, 36 kV below technology is from Osaki Electric, Japan. Next. So here are the major customers of Shilin Electric Philippines. First is the NGCP, San Miguel Corporation, San Miguel Yamamura Foods, San Miguel Brewery, Vivant, Aboitiz, just like Beco, Cotabato Light, Davao Light, EDC, National Electric Administration, DMCI Minings, Petron, where the largest Shilin transformer is located, SMs, City Mall, and Poiri. So for the scope of Shilin Electric in Philippines that we can provide, first is we can be an equipment provider. Next is we can also give you installation and site testing. And the semi-turnkey. Semi-turnkey is for electrical only. Our service station, we have a sales office in Makati, which is the main here in Philippines, and we also have in Davao. Then our service partners who do installations and testing, we have 5 in Luzon, 2 in Visayas, and 4 in Mindanao. So as we all know, we are in the modern area right now. So as a manufacturer of transformer, we also think on how to modernize our transformer. So I will discuss the transformer modernization. This is the example of the modernization. If you have the meaning of the modernization, it is the transformation. It means there is a change. There is a transformation. Just like for our transportation, dati kalesa lang ang ginagamit. napunta sa kotse na diesel engine, gas. Ngayon, mga kotse na electric and self-driven na. For the phones, dati may cord pa na nakakatawag ka lang, only call. Now, then, pwede ka na mag-text, Nokia 3210, kung sino man ang nakakaroon pa dito. Then right now, Androids, who can watch, text, call, games, and everything you can do in the Android right now. Buildings, from Nipahat or Kubo, from semi-concrete and wood. Now we have the architectural designs building na puro semento plus glass na. So those are the modernization right now. Everything that you can see is modernized. So as a manufacturer, we also think on how to modernize our transformer. Next. So as a manufacturer, we have to modernize also our transformer. We will talk about the medium voltage in maximum voltage of 34.5 kV here in Philippines. So for our transformer modernization, number one is our transformer right now is FR3 and Biotran oil insulated. So from the PCB oil that being implemented a long time ago, then mineral oil. Right now, we are green. All of the manufacturers right now are going green. So we also adopt the FR3 and Biotran 35. Next is we can do also a on-load. We can also on-load top changers for the 34.5. I don't know if you already have this kind of technology here in Mindanao, which is 34.5 below on-load top changer. I think only the energized top changer is being implemented here. Next is also a SCADA ready for this transformer. Then also carbonless. So later I will discuss one by one for this kind of modernization in our transformer. Next. So what are the key for this modernization? Number one is eco-friendly. For our eco-friendly, we can have this in FR3, which is non-toxic, non-toxic substance, and it is a vegetable oil. Also carbonless. High-tech, we have the on-load top changer and it's SCADA ready. For protection, we also have, or more safety, we have the on-load top changer, FR3 and SCADA ready. And for systematic, we have the SCADA ready and the on-load top changer. Next. So this is the modern transformer. Next, sir. I will discuss one by one the four. So first is the FR3 and Biotran. Right now, we already adopt this kind of oil that we are using in the transformer. So FR3, what are the benefits of having the FR3 and Biotran? Higher fire point and higher flash point. The flash point is 300 plus 330 for the Biotran, and fire point is 363. And for the Biotran is 300 and 320 for the fire point. Also, it is eco-friendly. And also it extends the insulation paper's life because there's no chemical added on the insulation oil. Next. For the on-load top changer that I'm talking about. So right now we are implementing this, we are promoting this transformer to Philippines. On-load top changer for the medium voltage division. The voltage range is maximum primary voltage is 36 kV. The capacity for the 13.8 for the co-ops is 3 MVA and 34.5 is 4 MVA. Why is it that the 34.5 is larger? Because this on-load top changer that you can see here is a dry type on-load top changer. There is a capacity limit for this kind of on-load top changer. So for 13.8, we can only manufacture up to 3 MVA. So the top changer is MR brand vacuum type. So we have a collaboration with MR to produce this kind of top changer. Application, it can be indoor and outdoor. Also, for shipment, it is complete. No need for installation, just put it on the pad. Then for the warranty, 3 years warranty if you buy for this kind of tap changer. Next. So for the SCADA ready, what are the benefits of having the SCADA ready transformer? So the meaning of SCADA is the supervisory control and data acquisition. So first is safer. You don't need to go to the substation to go to check for the oil temperature and the winding temperature. You just need to show the SCADA. Then updated monitoring, also efficient operations. Next. Then for the carbonless. So for the 2019, this is the latest that I can get in the internet. PH has a 145,468 kilotons of CO2 consumption. So modern transformer can reduce CO2 consumption. 1 MVA transformer is equal to 8,600 pounds or 4.3 tons of CO2 for the modern transformer. So one acacia tree can absorb 21.5 pounds of CO2 in a year. So 1 MVA modern transformer can reduce carbon emission equivalent to 400 acacia trees. So as you can see, if we are going to the modern transformer, we can save 400 acacia trees. So that is all of my presentation. If you have a inquiry, just contact us at philsales@shillingroup.com. So those are our telephone number. So for our sales, you can contact Mr. Michel Burches. And for the after sales engineer, you can contact us. You can picture this presentation. So you can have contact for us. Next. So thank you for all. Thank you for listening. If you have any question, you can visit us on our booth, just like below. You can hanapin nyo lang po Shilin Electric. Nandun po kami sa pinakadulo. Kung may question po kayo.
Ayan, so thank you so much again, Engineer John Roberto Engle. Okay, so we are requesting everyone, if you have any questions, you may step in front of the microphone. Tech team, do we have questions po online?
Based sa products ng binibigay po niya, ini-specify, may question pa doon konti. So as a national Philippines standard for our products that we are going to need 100% operation in the standard globalized. So you are advertising about the Japan international products. So based from the ang sa atin, it is possible that you are going to make some ban to distribute to connect. Is there requirements for that equipment? For example, DTI, no, Department of Industry, that the cooperative or any station required. So what are the requirements or need to proper requirements for the standard of operation, because that is international. So ang sa akin, kailangan pa ba natin ng DTI standard po ba yan? Yun ang tanong ko po, DTI standard natin.
Actually, sir, our technology is from Mitsubishi Japan, right? But if you have a standard, just like IEEE, NETA, IEC, we can produce this kind of standards that you are preparing. But for DTI, I don't know if there is a standard that we are need to comply.
Okay, so meaning to say, yung mag-handle po ng installation yung sa ating kagaya ng Meralco or else, because there will be a test, no? Test for that equipment, no? For the operation. Kasi karamihan ng mga international, hindi pareho yung sa atin. So meron pa yung no-load test, no? May mga ganon. So
yes, sir.
Siguro meron mangyari pang across of that international, no? So, Meaning to say, hindi natin pwede na directly to the point for the consumer, merong mga substance na industrial. So based from the requirements of our Meralco, before we are going to connect the international products, siguro meron pong mga requirements. Paano? Tama po ba yun?
Yes, sir. Actually, before you can connect to the Meralco, you need to comply for their standards. So,
okay, sir.
We are already Meralco accredited for some of our products, but for the power transformer 69 kV above, not above. Pero below, we are already Meralco accredited.
Ayan. So, thank you, sir. Do we have any questions? Yes, sir. Good afternoon po.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon po.
Transformer impedances are very useful to design engineers. For existing system, we can easily get that from the transformer nameplate. But for proposed installations, when we make designs, we tend to go to the NEMA provided impedances, which is usually higher than the actual. My question is, does Shilin publish the standard transformer impedances of which KVA ratings of the transformers?
Actually, sir, we can manufacturers also NEMA standard. Our manufacturing is based on what customer needs. We don't just follow our standard. If what the specification of customer needs or what are the standards they need, we can follow.
So, thank you po. Thank you. Tech team, do we have any questions online po? Okay, so since we don't have any more questions, we would like to ask for the presence of our 2022 Zamba Sulta Chapter Vice President Internal, Engineer Joseph P. Makindam, to award the plaque of appreciation.
Plaque of appreciation is hereby presented to Shilin Electric in grateful recognition of their invaluable contribution to the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of Philippines Incorporated as sponsored technical presenter during the 9th Western Mindanao Regional Conference with the theme, Leadership, Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment, Leading on the Road to Recovery, held on October 6 to 8, 2022 at Palacio del Sur, Martian Garden Hotel, Zamboanga City, given the 7th day of October 2022. Signed by Engineer Mark Anthony U. Sebastian, President, Zamba Sulta Chapter, and Engineer Alexander Dico, Governor for Western Mindanao. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Joseph Makindam. And also thank you, Engineer John Roberto Engle. Now
Okay, so before we proceed to our next technical seminar, we would like to thank the following sponsors. we would like to inform everyone that we are going to start our next technical seminar in 2 minutes.
To proceed with our next technical seminar, we would like to remind our speaker that you are given 1 hour and 30 minutes for your presentation. If you heard the sound, you only have 10 minutes to wrap up your presentation. Our next technical seminar is about battery energy storage system integration into solar photovoltaic power plant. We would like to present our guest speaker, who is a CEO of Luzara Solar Power Engineering Services. Let us all welcome Engineer Virgilio Luzares.
A big round of applause, please.
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm audible.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So I would like to share my screen first. Is that okay na? Hello?
Yes,
Hello,
sir.
sir. Loud and clear po.
Okay, first of all, good afternoon to everybody. I'm happy that I was supposed to be there face to face, no, but for some conflict in my schedule here in Manila, so nag-ano lang, no, nag-virtual lang ako, but hopefully in the near future we will see each other there in Zamboanga. I already missed Zamboanga. I still remember when I am in the board that time, and there is that problem there, no, on some things. Then we really, no, have to go on, no, with regional conferences there under Gov Richard Desardo. na it's a good thing na mag-picture ka sa mga tangke, no? Okay. So thank you, Gob, Alex, no, Ko, and my colleagues there, no, Gov Richards, and other governor there of the Western Mindanao region. No? Okay, what I will share to you is in time, no, with what the plant tour that you have right yesterday in Barangay Sinunok ba yun? Sinuntak. The best facility of FSEI ba? FSEI, something like that, no? Okay, so that will be representing battery energy storage system. And this is now what I will share is about this best, no? We will integrate it to a solar photovoltaic power plant. Now, what you have yesterday in the plant tour is on the application, no, on the utility scale, no, that is ground mounted. But the battery energy storage system, no, that is pairing a solar photovoltaic, okay, or PV array with an on-site battery energy storage system, which we call BESS, has become a commonplace for residential and utility scale systems, no? And new technologies are making medium level storage financially palatable for commercial application as well. So what I will share to you here is not just on the utility scale, but I will give some case study later para dun sa ano nyo, kung ano yung mga composition and components nun, dun sa plant tour nyo kahapon. Ba? But this is now, in fact, during the pandemic period, that is the middle part of 2020, when the solar photovoltaic or solar power has touched the Philippine soil, that is mid 2020, everybody, no, residential, commercial, industrial, are wants, no, to install solar power plant, no, say residential in the rooftop, and also as well as commercial and industrial. Ang naipit lang noon yung utility scale kasi hindi quarantine di ba? Problema, di ba? So I will discuss also to you about the application now that since that 2020 in the Philippines meron nang nangyaring this battery energy storage integration to solar power plant, solar photovoltaic power plant. At isang magandang application na nagawa namin dito on my point as an EPC, no, an engineering, procurement and construction contractor, is that application for a hospital, which is very nice, no, during that pandemic, no, for the health emergency health hazards for us. Okay, so the grid connected energy storage system, in our case it is the battery. Okay, we have this application that is best, no, fulfills objectives that generate multiple integration of variable renewables like the solar, which is the main topic that I have here. As you can see, this one, no? Okay, we have integration to solar and we have the wind. And in fact, ito second natin, di ba? Dito sa Pilipinas, meron tayong wind. Aside from other renewable, which are variable like the hydro, the renewable energy, no, like hydro, geothermal, no, and we have ocean energy, but we are still have to touch on that, no, for production. Okay, improvement in energy efficiency, reliability of electricity supply, and access to and security of energy. And this battery energy storage system, as you can see, no, from this multiple application, okay, the uses of BESS. BESS has a critical role in transforming energy systems that will be clean, efficient, and sustainable. Okay? And that is unprecedented records already for the economics of this, no? Demonstrating a variety of value streams and creating an even more supercharged appetite for the fast emerging generation source. In fact, pag nakita nyo sa dito meron na sa ating solar plus storage, no? This best. Ang storage ko rito, ito yung best, no? But kasi ngayon pa lang, meron na kasing another energy storage, yung hydrogen. But now, what is the trending is the battery, no? Battery energy storage system. And in terms of the battery, we are now moving out of that liquid type, no? Yung mga BRLA. Okay? We are now going to the lithium iron phosphate. Okay? The lithium iron batteries. And particularly, that is the LiFePO4, no? Lithium iron phosphate, no? As started by Tesla. No? And creating an even more supercharged appetite for this fast emerging source. No? So the combination of the plummeting solar and battery storage costs in the future, okay, of traditional generations, nudging the power mix towards renewable energy. So nagmumura na on this, no? And because of that, this technology and most efficient. So aalisin na natin yung mga lalo ng coal, di ba? Yung mga oil, di ba? Napakamahal ng oil ngayon, di ba? So deployment of solar energy is contingent on the ability to provide energy at selected times, no? Kaya yan, di ba? Gagamitin natin yan kasi variable lang ang solar. So pag nawala siya, papasok ngayon yung battery system natin. So at its essence, a battery energy storage system converts energy from one state, no, rather, to another in order to be harnessed at a later time or in an alternative form which forms the fundamental law of conservation of energy. Tama-tama doon sa RA 11285 natin. This is one part, no? The energy efficiency and conservation law, ba? Then papasok na rin dito, 'di ba, yung electric vehicle natin, ba? Where we have the RA 11697, no? Approved na rin, ba? So sooner or later, no, we'll be roaming electric vehicle. It is in this purpose, no? And yung ginagamit dito na energy storage system na battery is the lithium iron phosphate already. So battery storage provides the flexibility required to cater to periods in which there is a mismatch between supply and demand. Okay, kaya nagkakaroon tayo ng power outage, thus enhancing the reliability of the grid. Nakakatulong to, kaya papunta na tayo sa smart grid. In fact, one of what you have visited, no, yung plant tour kahapon, those are on the 34 already all over the country. Na sinimulan to noong 2020, no? All over, no, 20 megawatts, 60 megawatts, 100 megawatts roaming, no? In fact, I'm a part of it in Bataan, where we have there the 60 megawatt battery energy storage system connected, no, to the grid na in-expand namin yung substation into a 230 kV station. Okay? So meron dito nakaano sa 69 kV. Then we have the 230 kV. Then siguro meron 138, no, kV that we have all over. So it is from a company, no, a global power company that have this, no, as a as answer, no, as for the grid. Okay? Kaya pag merong battery tayo, this is enhancing the reliability of the grid and the overall profitability of the renewable energy investment. For instance, no, coupling a PV system with storage can help support operation during outages, ba? And therefore maximize the economic value of the system. And the shrinking cost of battery, yung una nating noon, ba? Mahal eh. Ngayon hindi na po. And the technology is in fact, pati ngayon sa sa internal combustion engine natin, no, na car ngayon, no? We have already a lithium iron phosphate, no, to replace those BRLA, no, yung mga liquid type. It's already here, no, in Manila from a I don't know if you know about the Tradigo battery from China. I put that in one of my napakanong baterya, it lasts for 7 to 10 years. And it is controlled, no? Maano mo yung monitor mo through your smartphone system, yung takbo niya. At sabi nga nila, yun daw yung bateryang may utak. And that is the thing, no? You can use it, no? In which is now being used in the electric vehicle. So usually, kagaya nung kasi hindi pa tayo ready sa mga charging station natin dito for the electric vehicle. Kaya ang ginagamit ngayon, yung PH, yung plug-in, di ba? Electric vehicle. That is a combination of the internal combustion engine and a battery. Right? So, there is an electric motor for the battery. Then there is the internal combustion engine for a gasoline tank. Ba? So combination sila. Okay? So for that, no, the shrinking cost of the battery, particularly lithium iron, paired with changes in net metering policy, has forged opportunities for cost-effective use of solar plus storage. So I just showed this. I go back to this grid connected application of the battery energy storage system. As you can see, we have the conventional central generation, load leveling application, spinning reserve, integration to the renewable, which is our main topic. Okay, so again here leveling, stabilization. Okay, then we have the residential, no, the solar PV time shift. Ito yung, and also the peak shaving. Ito yung inaano natin dito sa time shift na dito sa Manila. We have already by Meralco, okay, the Manila Electric Company. You can subscribe from a regular subscription to POP, no, a peak on time of use subscription. Okay? O pwede mong gamitin yung battery mo pag meron ka nitong solar plus battery, pwede mong gamitin yung rate, no? Kasi sa umaga mahal ang rate. Maraming gumagamit. Sa gabi mas kukonti. Kaya yun mo ta-charge yung battery mo. Kaya nasa gabi, sa umaga ibebenta mo sa kanila, or that will be for the load. Kaya malaking saving. So I will go back on this, no, before we will have some details, especially on the integration of renewable. Okay. Okay. What's the purpose of this? No? We have the challenges of the future grid. No? The reason why we have this for the smart grid integration, okay, or this battery energy storage, the long-term drivers for energy storage. One is that electricity consumption on the rise. Marami, di ba? Electrification of everything, moving towards electricity as the primary source of power. Okay? Then coal plant retirements. We have to be reducing baseload power capacity, di ba? Alam natin ano yan di ba, in terms of environmental concern, no? Then we have growth in renewables. So nakikita natin ngayon dito, because renewables are clean, secured, sustainable. So government and industry moving towards solar and wind. Kagaya sabi ko nga siya, kaya nalagay dito ang wind, kasi dito sa Pilipinas, meron tayong solar and wind na, no? Kaya lang ang wind, mahal pa masyado to, saka it's all more on the utility scale pa lang. Sa mga residential, wala pa. Okay? So kalimitan sa residential, solar plus storage, no? Something like this. Then we have electrification of transportation. Ito nga yung through RA 11697, no, the Electric Vehicle Act, EVAP, no, of the Philippines, no. More users of EVs can increase peak loads, placing more strain on the electric grid, increase in high-speed rail. Kaya Pag rumami na to, nag-ayos ang gagamitin na ang grid, so mag-iinit ang grid. Kaya kapag wala tayong battery energy storage, delikado. Kaya dapat yan, i-ano natin tong battery energy storage. So those are the challenges. Lahat ngayon pupunta na rito, lalo nga napakamahal ng fuel, di ba? Ng gasolina, ng diesel, lalo na diesel ngayon. Di ba? Kapag meron kang electric vehicle, yung full electric vehicle, you have solar and you have battery at home, then magagamit mo yung sasakyan mo na libre kasi you can charge it, no? Lalo ngayon ng technology, you can have it in 10 minutes. Then your car, your electric vehicle can run for 500 kilometers. Charge mo siya sa bahay through solar o kaya through the battery that you have, then libre na. You can drive around free. Dapat ang electric vehicle, maintenance niya matagal kasi nga walang mechanical parts na di ba? Hindi kagaya ng internal combustion, kaya electric ang niya, kaya mas mataas, mas maano ang niya, ang tawag dito ang lifespan niya. Di ba? Ang mga moving parts lang sa mga gulong, sa mga di ba? Okay lang 'yon, di ba? Hindi kagaya talagang pure internal combustion engine, okay? Then we have the proliferation of smart grid technology. Papunta na tayo lahat dyan. Bidirectional flow power requires additional coordination between power supply and demand. In fact, yung mga battery energy storage system, yung best na naka-install dito sa atin ngayon, no? Papunta sa smart grid. Ang unang-una nilang application or the uses is for frequency control. Okay? Kasi kapag nag-deviate from the frequency, ang laking yun, di ba? Ang laking epekto sa grid power. Okay? And hopefully, with these things, papasok dito yung tax and regulatory incentives for Philippines. Ito, isa natin kailangan. So that everybody, kagaya sa Amerika, sa ibang bansa, sa Australia, yan ang isang mga incentives na ginagawa nila, di ba? To go on this. Okay? Now, this application, as I mentioned kanina, di ba? For this, no? For the economics, so you have microgrid management kapag meron tayong battery energy storage. We have the grid services. Okay? Then we have the renewable integration. In fact, when I have that experience 2014, 2015, no? In Negros. Okay? In Manapla, as I am with the company, no? The EPC kami ng 48 megawatts na solar power plant. Okay? Sa Negros, nakita ko ngayon doon, ang napakarami ngayon mga solar na inanuron, kinonvert yung mga sugar plantation, di ba? Into a solar power plant. Napakarami. Sa La Carlota, sa Manapla, sa Cadiz, doon yung pinakamalaki, 135, no? 138 kV yata yun. Tapos 135 megawatt, no? Na solar power plant katabi nung ginawa namin sa Manapla, which is 48 megawatts. So meron sa La Carlota, meron sa other parts, sa Bais, and so on. There, kaya lang kinulang ang marami pa dapat i-convert doon, kinulang ang NGCP, no? Kanina, I'm very happy for that na diniscuss yung right of way. Kasi na-experience ko din talaga yun when we have our transmission line projects. Diba, mahirap. Madugo yun. So, on this, yung sa marami pa dapat gagawin doon, kaya lang kinulang na ng facility. Kaya lang, ang problema ngayon ng solar power plant doon, kasi DC yan, kapag nag-clouding, okay? Yung clouding na yun will form as diba? Yung takip dun sa solar, dun sa intensity, irradiance from the sun. Kaya paano mangyayari? Para siyang dahon na magbabagsak ang planta. Okay? Kaya ang kailangan ngayon doon, alam nyo, for all those things, battery energy storage system. Ayan ang kailangan to integrate, no? To that solar power plant, especially in that Negros Island. Okay? Okay. So going back to this, no, the application, technologies, business models, and regulations should be considered when evaluating a possibility of the best project, no? With several application and use cases. So nakita nyo dyan, including frequency regulation, the renewable energy integration, peak shaving, microgrid, and black start, no? Ano natin yan mamaya. For example, the integration of distributed energy resources into a traditional unidirectional power system, no, like solar PV, is challenging because of the increased complexity of maintaining the system reliability, despite the variable and intermittent nature of solar power generation, or keeping customer tariffs affordable, no, while investing in network expansion. Kasi sa network expansion, mas mahal di ba? Saka matagal. Kapag meron ka na ganito na best, no? Ano mo sa smart, mas mabilis. Okay? So advanced metering infrastructure and other smart grid technologies, the key to overcoming such challenges is to increase power system flexibility so that the occasional periods of excess renewable power generation need not to be curtailed, no? Or that there is less need for large investment in network expansion that lead to high prices. Lalo ngayon na ano natin, di ba? Parang kinukulang tayo ngayon, may delikado yata tayo by the next summer, di ba? Kaya we have to do this. Pag maraming brownout, yan na, papasok na, patay lalo sa residential. Kaya lang no problem. Marami ngayon technology in terms of the solar, integrate mo sa battery, napakaganda. No? Para bang no need for a diesel generator, ang magiging backup mo yung grid. So you will be self-sustainable. No? Sustainable, you have your solar, kapag to supply your loads, kapag kinapos yung solar, the battery will be there. So that is the Batman and Robin in the solar power transforming the energy future. So energy component is or energy storage is an important component of energy efficiency. It helps reduce transmission losses, no? And helps balance power from intermittent renewable energy sources, allowing electricity to be stored for a later use, diba? So i-charge mo siya pag hindi na kaya nung grid o nagkaroon ng power outage o kaya yung solar mo hindi na kaya, then the battery, no, will be there, no, to help, no, use for generation. Okay, hindi kagaya dati ano lang siya, di ba, tuwing power outage. Ngayon pwede na muna siyang gamitin sa load also during that is synchronous, no, with the AC power from the grid. And it is also an essential ingredient ngayon. Marami na rito mga projects na tinatawag nating microgrids and off-grid rural electrification. Okay? Okay. Global cumulative deployment. Nakita nyo rito, 2018 here, yata nag-start bago mag-pandemic. No? Tumaas na. Una yung South Korea, Australia, UK, has already a banner year for solar plus battery energy storage integration. Okay, kasi nagmura yung per kilowatt or per megawatt hour. I think at that time, no, starting from 2018, ngayon nga nagmumura pa. Dati, if you have that in peso, that is 1,900 peso per megawatt hour. And you know, the sun's not shining, no? Not shining only for the Philippines, but also the global energy storage market is here, no? Other countries actively pursuing the development of energy storage include China, Japan, no? From there, no, as you see, okay? South Korea, Australia, UK, and so on. Okay. Now, energy storage is not a new phenomenon, no? Which raises the question, why is it only now that there is a real business case for solar plus storage? Or that is the BESS, no? Plus solar, no? Integration to solar. So this provides an outlook, no? These underlying drivers, no? Of the solar market besides the policy. So we have one, as I mentioned, declining battery energy storage cost, growing need for increased grid resiliency and flexibility. Okay. Then we have the global adoption and awareness of cost competitiveness of renewables. All in all, more and more businesses have come to realize the value of resilience, no, in solar, on battery energy storage integration to solar, no, to avert outage, induce losses. So, minsan isipin natin kapag battery, di ba, just for power generation, but you know, when you think about energy storage, it is not power or not power generation resource. What is really doing is providing a much needed injection of reliability and resiliency into the network overall. No? And that is storage project is for residential, commercial, industrial customers may already bankable depending on a series of factors such as location, electricity prices, consumption profile, and size. No? Kaya nag-go-grow yan, di ba? From those things. No? So you have you see, yung kulay, ano rito, ito yung, solar. Yung wind, ito yung kulay, kulay blue. Kaya pinakikita ko lang na when we have this BESS ngayon, integrated na solar, that is a good combination, no? Like Batman and Robin. No? Okay. So the chip application, no? And revenue streams. You see here, whether you are a grid operator or a plant owner, no, a producer, any storage offers a myriad of technical, economical benefits. In essence, energy storage generated, no, at a given time to be able to discharge it to supply power at a later point in time. This can help lower costs for residential and commercial application. So nakita nyo rito, no, na we have we have this battery with the battery management system. We have the storage inverter. Then ito yung solar natin array. We have the PV inverter. Okay? So nandiyan ngayon yung natin for the system going to the grid. That is the thing now of the, okay? Okay? So let us go to the application. One is frequency response services. And I'm speaking of what we call frequency regulation, which forms one of the most critical ancillary services in grid management. Ito ngayon yung yung mga naka-install ngayon sa atin all over the country na 34 sites yan ng BESS, I think, or more now, no? Forms one of the most critical ancillary services in grid management. Frequency support is provided by ramping up or down the generation asset in events of under frequency or over frequency. Kaya sabi ko, konting lang ng hertz, di ba? Napakalaking yan, no, sa generation. By using the storage system, no, meron tayong tinatawag na power plant controller, no, can coordinate the frequency support in parallel with other plant generators, having achieved, no, response times of less than 200 milliseconds. No? That is at that pass. No? It is something like this, no. We have this use case, no, the frequency regulation, the constant second by second adjustment of power to maintain system frequency at the nominal value of 50 or 60 Hz to ensure grid stability. Okay, so as you can see on the graph, no, in terms of this arresting period, no, then the rebound period and the recovery period, no, with okay, so you have this, no? That is BESS can provide regulating power with sub-second response times. This makes it an extremely useful asset for grid balancing purposes. So you have the primary frequency control, secondary, and tertiary. So real-time data such as battery, what we call state of charge, no? Rated power or effective power and system frequency must be communicated to the transmission system operator, no? Using the best as part of its pool of assets for frequency regulation. Then another application is peak shaving. That is with in power plants with export limitation. The power plant controller can maximize generation by charging batteries when excess power is not required. Okay? So pag unang anin ngayon, then kapag hindi na kailangan, i-charge yung battery, is not required for curtail in discharging periods with lower power generation para hindi mag-init yung grid. And in commercial installation with storage, no, the plant controller can balance generation consumption curves which minimize consumption, yung tinatawag nating time of use or demand-based pricing scheme para ma-minimize ang consumption during peak periods. Okay? As this one, no? That is during this, no? This is the average demand, okay? And this is the time. Charge mo yung battery mo during this time, then discharge mo during this time period. Ito yung peak demand eh. Okay? Kaya doon mo siya i-discharge para tulong ka doon sa grid, hindi siya mag-init. So you have the peak demand during this period. Okay? So that is the a sample of the demand charge. So if we apply it here, similarly, no? So you have another is that load leveling, no? That is process of shifting demand away from peak hours to off-peak. Yung sinasabi yung time of use. It is in fact, this load leveling refers to the process of shifting demand away from peak hours to off-peak hours. It can be performed by introducing time of use tariffs where by consumers are incentivized, no, to shift consumption to hours of the day when tariffs are low. Okay? Tapos, behind the meter, energy storage allows for load leveling from the utility perspective without any changes from the consumer load profile. So, ayan yung, sabi ko nga sa inyo, dito sa Maynila, we have already this time of use subscription from Manila Electric Company. You can choose this, no? Okay? And another is the renewable integration ramp rates, no? Where it can transform PV plants into disposable assets using the energy stored, no? Again, the plant controller can secure the availability of PV power plant, thus enabling the operator bid firm capacity into merchant markets, no? Bypassing that intermittent nature. So you have this cases on the renewable energy integration. Okay, when we have solar PV, energy storage provides the power system with flexibility. It's very useful, increasing the volume of that can safely and securely connected to the grid. More grid connection can be made under existing network capacity as surplus power can stored. So, kagaya rin sa wind, ito yung ginagawa, no? The viability and intermittence of solar production wind power present challenges for safe and reliable grid integration. Ito yung sample niya. These cases. Kita nyo rito, di ba? Na ano niya yung yung tamang curve niya, di ba? With some intermittent on that, no? Nakukuha niya yung tamang curve for our for the power generation, no? That is rise in solar energy variance on cloudy days. Kaya sabi ko nga sa inyo, pag cloudy, nagkakaroon ng problema, di ba? Kaya with the integration of pati yung tinatawag na duck curve, di ba? Battery energy storage is the right answer. So you see here the solar photovoltaic generation, the overall generation forecast is good with well-defined peaks. However, the in-feed can be volatile when there is a cloud cover and large variations can occur minute by minute. Ayun ang problema, kaya kailangan natin ng best on this thing. So spinning reserve, that is any storage system provide a respective spinning reserve resources, averting the prospective generator losses for a power plant. Ano ibig sabihin ng spinning reserve? No? It refers to a generation capacity that is standby and that can respond within 10 minutes to compensate for generation or transmission outages. Okay? So frequency response reserves within 10 seconds to maintain system frequency. This means that system generators must have a share of immediate reserve capacity associated with their primary energy sources, wasting energy if not stored in the case of energy system. Okay? So you see on that thing, no? Or on this thing here, no? Excuse me. Okay. Sorry. So punta tayo ngayon dito, no? Which is very significant nowadays in terms of battery energy storage integration to a residential solar, rooftop solar installation. Okay? Wherein, nakita nyo rito, no, yung kagaya solar PV time shift, no? Yung sabi ng time of use, no? In terms of this. And the stabilization. Let us have that, no? What we call about these types of residential energy storage. Actually, we have a three type, no? Simulan ko rito sa eto na ngayon, no? This is now the system. Hybrid residential solar per energy storage system. Ano to? This is para sinasabi rin na a hybrid solar plus storage system consists mainly, meron siyang solar panel, meron siyang batteries, meron siyang sorry. So we have solar panel, hybrid batteries, grid connected loads, no? And backup critical loads. No? The system can directly charge the battery from the solar through what we call DC to DC conversion, and can also realize the bidirectional DC to AC conversion for charging and discharging of the battery. So ano working logic? During the day, the solar power is firstly supplied the loads. No? Papunta muna sa load natin, yung solar natin. Followed by charging the battery. Kaya ang nangyayari, any excess power after this can be fed into the grid. No? Okay? Yun yung sa ano natin, kung nakaano ka net metering, you have 100 kilowatt and below na installation, you can apply for net metering. And that makes more savings kasi you are already a consumer, a producer of electricity kasi nag-export ka, binebentahan mo yung grid, tapos consumer ka, you are getting it from the grid, di ba? Yung ano natin ngayon, di ba? Pag wala kang solar, yung tinatawag nating import meter na binabayaran natin, by trading doon na kilowatt hour. No? So any excess power after this can be fed into the grid. During the evening, ano mangyayari? The battery is discharged to supply the household loads. So hindi ka pong nagagamit ng grid. Okay? With additional power requirements supplemented by the grid. So if the grid fails for any reason, okay, nag-power outage, nag-brownout, okay, the system will supply power to the connected critical loads. Yung ngayon yung hybrid natin na inverter. So ngayon yung mga lumalabas ngayon ng mga inverter na hybrid na may battery ready na siya, plug and play. So in addition, the system supports user gain charging and discharging time to meet the user electricity demand for benefit, okay, or for users electricity demand. Yan yung sample, ba? Kita nyo rito, ba? We have the hybrid inverter, no? DC to AC, then we have the battery bank. Okay? Ngayon, ang battery natin naka-modular na ngayon to. Okay? Okay? Kaya meron siyang essential or critical loads, meron siyang another ano rito, pag nag-brown out, kung ano yung nakakabit doon, yun ang tatakbuhin na automatic. Kaya lang, ang computation niyan, dapat yung battery mo will support, no, that critical loads. Hindi po kung gusto mong overall lahat ng load mo, okay, from here, masuportahan, then you have to compute more battery that you have. Okay? Kaya lang yung mga critical loads lang, like yung mga lighting o may rep ka, lagyan mo yon, so doon mo kukumpitin yung sa battery mo. Okay? So, we have another type which is an AC coupled, no? Residential solar plus energy storage. It is similar to a hybrid, no? It is it's a solution for any, ito yung meron kang existing solar, no, installation, then gusto mong i-upgrade to energy storage. So gagawin mo siyang solar plus storage system, ba? So yung solar mo, no, or integrate mo to sa battery energy system mo, ba? So this system structure consists mainly of solar modules, existing grid connected inverters, no, or inverter, AC coupled energy storage inverter, batteries, grid connected loads, and backup critical loads, no? Kaya parang parehas lang siya. Okay? Kaya lang, this system ngayon, in-upgrade mo siya. Kaya dapat, one is that, kung hindi hybrid yung inverter mo, papalitan mo siya. O kaya yung inverter mo ginagamit, meron na siyang battery ready, kaya depende yon compatibility sa brand, di ba? O kaya kung may universal, then you can use it. So this one, kaya AC coupled, the system uses what we call AC coupling, no, to transform the basic grid-tied PV system through the AC side into an energy storage solution. I will discuss later, no, what do you mean by AC coupling and DC coupling. Okay? Okay, ito na ngayon yung off-grid, residential solar or energy storage. So it mainly comprise, pag off-grid, di ba, hindi siya naka-grid connect, no? Para siyang stand-alone, sarili niya, ang mundo niya, ba? So, siyempre, it comprises of solar panel, batteries, off-grid battery, energy storage inverter, loads, and can also be connected. Ano pa tayo hanggang ngayon, di ba? Gumagamit pa tayo ng diesel generator. This system will mainly use in areas where the grid is unreliable or there is no power grid at all. Ba? The system can directly charge the battery from the solar through DC-DC conversion and can also realize bidirectional DC to AC conversion for charging and discharging of the battery. Parang ganito siya. Ba? This is a hybrid off-grid system. Okay? So meron din siyang essential loads. Kaya lang, you can have, no, you can have it not connected to the grid and so on. Okay? Ngayon, meron na tayong ngayon na what we call grid forming. Meron ngayon pumapasok ngayon dito, that is from the ito mga pinag-usapan natin, ba, kalimitan ngayon string inverter. We have what we call a micro inverter. Okay? And we have what we call grid forming. What do I mean? Kapag nagkaroon ng power outage, may capability yung microinverter na magkakaroon ng grid forming. So ano mangyayari? Mag-a-islanding siya. Ihiwalay siya sa grid. Kaya kapag mayroon kang solar, gagana pa rin kahit na may power outage. Okay? Gagana pa rin yung solar mo, makakapag-produce ka rin kahit walang battery. Okay? Meron siyang kasamang what we call a solar switch. Kasi yung mga string inverter na nakakabit sa atin ngayon, okay, ano siya, mayroon dapat siyang panaka-grid connected ka, pag nagkaroon ng power outage, dapat meron siyang anti-islanding conformity, compliance. Na kapag nag-power outage, yung inverter mo, hindi magbabackfeed, patay din siya. Kasi kawawa yung utility worker, mamamatay yun, di ba? Kasi meron kang solar. Kaya yan yung isang bagay, di ba? Kapag yung sinatawag na yung natin ngayon na safety futures, di ba? About traffic shutdown system. na kasi kahit man lang power, napatay yung AC mo, yung inverter mo, okay? Kaya lang, during the day, the sun is shining, you have solar, meron tayong DC voltage, that is 600 volts sa rooftop ng residential, 1,000 sa rooftop ng commercial industrial. Kaya mataas na voltahe yun. Okay? So let us go now to this AC coupling and DC coupling. Ano ibig sabihin ng ano, no? We have this two types. Okay? We have interactive, yung tinatawag na grid tied, or we can call it a current mode or anti-islanding. Okay? Kapag another one is what we call stand-alone, or aka off-grid, aka voltage mode, or islanding. So with demand increasing on this, no? Ito yung tinatawag natin na kapag let us go directly no? Sa AC coupling. So separate inverters are used for the energy storage and solar system. Okay? Kapag that is the option is to exert energy generated either from the grid or by the solar system. Magkaano sila? There are a number of key factors to be considered no in this no. The coupling architecture and battery types are two critical considerations. There are two primary approaches when it comes to the system design. AC that is co-located or stand-alone versus DC co-located coupling. Simply, in AC coupling, the outputs of both the battery and the system are coupled on the AC side. Whereas in DC coupling, the outputs are coupled on the DC side. Okay? Ano yan? That will be achieved through the applying different inverter technologies. So, what I see on this, the AC coupling, the inverter directly converts DC to AC, and the system and the battery either share one single interconnection or having two separate points of interconnection, as you can see here. However, separate inverters are used for connecting the battery with the system. Now, when it comes to AC coupling, the energy storage and the solar system can be located in the same site, or what we call co-located. Hindi ka makano separate inverters lang. Now, kapag DC coupling naman, as you can see here, the battery and the system share one interconnections which is not optional, unlike the AC coupled approach. Ano ang inverter topology? No? The inverter or the DC coupled solar plus storage is completely different. The DC sources for both the battery and the system are connected together, utilize the same inverter. You see here, no? The option to store either from the grid or generated by the solar system. The use of single inverter making for a simplified interconnection and installation process. Increased energy production as the energy flows is not limited by the inverter capacity, leading to a higher ROI. Okay. So we have this figure. Kita nyo rito, this is a system application, no, or a scenario. We have you see the photovoltaic components here, the component array, the solar panels, converting light energy to DC power. Then charge the battery, okay, through an integrated machine, or directly invert it to the AC power. No? So you have this, no, yung maximum power point tracking, di ba? Then we have the power control system here, no, to convert it, no, sa sa inverter natin. So going to the battery, then papasok ang battery, then going to our mains, no, or we have this optical storage integrated machine. So that will be this the mains or generator, no? The mains or generator connected to the AC input terminal. It can supply power to the load and charge the battery at the same time. Okay? So yung the system can operate normally when the power when the utility of the power generator is not connected and the load power supply is provided by the battery and photovoltaic components. Then we have this specific wiring diagram, which determines the actual application, okay, from the converter. This is the usual thing that we have in the photovoltaic array. Then there's a inverter. Then we have the particular loads, then going to the grid. Then, what is that residential storage now, Kapag meron kang residential energy storage, ito yung sa ano natin, papalitan yung metro mo, input meter mo ng bidirectional. So we have the two-way electricity meter here. Okay? Pag-apply ka ng ng net metering, you are a Q, you are a qualified end user. Kapalitan niya to ng dalawahan, then meron pang tinatawag na REC meter, Renewable Energy Certificate meter, which will be from the ERC, yun yung collection of carbon credits mo. Yung certificate na yun, binabayaran yun in terms of 1 megawatt hour. One certificate meter is equivalent to 1 megawatt hour. Tinanong ko yan hindi pa nila inaano yung kung magkano in terms of monetize. Ayaw pang nilang sabihin. How much is that? Ba? So you have here, you can see about the solution here, on this diagram. You have the power out, you have the PV module, coming from the sun, converting, we have the inverter converting that DC to AC, So we have the subsidy electric meter here. Then we can prioritize, the use, if we have the battery, okay, to charge it or to discharge it, parang double, two level. Okay, and for commercial, industrial, it is very similar. Ito, para malakihan na ngayon ng mga battery rin, ba? In terms of that, lalo na kapag in terms of the utility scale, ba? So, what will be the impact of renewable energy, on this power system evolution? As you can see, from this curve, the transformation of energy structure, and on this energy storage becomes an increasingly essential model kasi ito nga yung sinasabi ko sa iyo na kapag nagkaroon tayo na kinulang ka ng lalo na pagdating ng gabi, di ba? Na masyado nang malaki ang yung umuuwi na yung mga nagtatrabaho, di ba? So consumption lumalaki na. Humihina yung sunlight mo, di ba? Yung solar power mo. Kaya nagkakaroon ng tinatawag na dark carb. Okay? Kaya battery will be an answer for that, for that impact. Okay? For the stable operation of the grid, serious challenges for the dispatching of the power station. Ito yung sa self-consumption niya, which is a typical electricity demand curve. You doesn't meet the PV generation curve. So you have the ito yung pinaka-ano natin, natin during the 12, 9 o'clock to 12 noon, then up to 3 p.m., the production. So para maano mo yung self-consumption na yun, we will have this one. Okay, before we go to that. Okay, this one. From this curve, okay, from up to 6 a.m., wala pa masyadong di ba, magsisimula pa lang yung sa solar. So, grid electricity consumption to. So, ano gagawin mo? Yung supply from the grid. Okay? Supply from the grid, yung load, load mo sa bahay. Kapag kaya niya, yung sa load from the grid, pwede mong i-charge yung battery mo. So, you have the battery charge. Here, pag pumapasok na yung PV generation, so gagawin ng PV, supply from, kasi wala pa, pagpasok na ng 6 o'clock, meron na siya, i-charge, nag-aano ni siya, direct load consumption, papasok siya, then the same time battery charge, no? Pag sobra. Ngayon, pagbaba na, paghapon, pagdating na ng ano, eto, di ba? Pagdating na ng 6, ano, mawawala na siya. So there is now the direct feed in from the battery discharge. And that is now the load demand. So yun yung dark carb, para maano mo siya, we have a battery charge and battery discharge. Ayun yung battery energy storage system natin. Okay? Yan yung sinasabi ko sa inyo. Ba? Ayun yung PV generation natin, and this is the dark carb. Okay? Kapag meron kang ganyan, kukulangin ka, makita mo, di ba? So the answer for that is battery energy storage system. So this best, no, has emphasized its ability to time shift solar generation to hours of peak demand with solar energy storage. And that is the components of the system. Okay, and kung na ano yun dun sa ano, panay kalamitan doon, makikita mo panay ano, di ba? Panay nasa container, di ba? Yung mga battery. Then meron siyang protection system, okay? So you have the battery pack, we have the, eto importante ngayon, yung energy management system, no? Okay, or we call it we have the energy management, we have the battery system here. So we have the battery management system at the same time, no? And we have the power conversion system. And this is from what you have yesterday, no? The battery energy storage components are grouped according to function into battery components required for reliable system operation and grid connection components. So you can see here that ito, di ba? Kung nakita nyo ito, yung mga battery pack which connects multiple cells to appropriate voltage and capacity. No, nakaano siya. Kamukha nito 40-foot container. This is a 4 megawatt. Okay? Then for this battery. Okay? Then we have the battery management system, of course, and we have what we call the battery thermal management system. And that is yung pag sinabi ng thermal, hindi ba yung sa temperature, ba? Kasi temperature will be a hindrance, no, to the overall healthy condition of the system. So what is BMS, no? Yung battery management system. It protects the cells from harmful operation. Yan ngayon yung sinasabi ko sa inyo mga labas ngayon na modular type. Pirming may battery management system siya. Hindi na yung makikita mo yung mga battery cable na nasa labas, no? Nandun na sa loob, then properly. In terms of voltage, temperature, no, and current to achieve reliable and safe operation. And sinasabi natin balances varying cell states of charge. Kaya ngayon, with the serial connection, no, in series, no. Kaya ngayon ang nangyayari from that technology, no, ng Tesla on that modular type, no, may battery management system. Kahit luma na yung battery, lalagyan mo, i-integrate mo na ng bago, hindi maapektuhan yung bago. Okay? Because of this battery management system. Then yung thermal management system naman ng battery, it controls the temperature of the cells according to their specification, no, in terms of absolute values and temperature gradients, no, within the pack. So the components required for the reliable operation of the overall system are system control and monitoring. Nandito yung tinatawag natin na the EMS, no, and system thermal management. Ang alam natin dito, di ba, pag sinabi natin system control and monitoring is generally an IT monitoring, no? Information technology, which is partly combined into an overall what we call supervisory control and data acquisition. Yun yung SCADA. Okay? Kaya nakikita natin lahat dyan, di ba? On that system, but may also include yung fire protection or alarm units. Pero may kasama yan. So the EMS is responsible for system power flow control, management, and distribution. System thermal management control all functions related to heating, ventilating, di ba? Air conditioning, and air conditioning of the containment system. Siyempre, di ba, nag-iinit yan, kaya dapat, kita mo rin, di ba, container power supply, di ba? The power electronics can be grouped into conversion units, which converts the power flow between the grid and the battery, and the required control and monitoring components. Yun yung mga voltage sensing units and thermal management of power electronics. Okay, yun yung parte na electronic parts, but the whole system of solar with the battery are power generation. Okay, I don't know, hindi kasi pinakita kahapon, di ba, during the plant tour, di ba? Hindi naka-virtual. Kung ano yung mga na-discuss sa inyo ron, in terms of protection, in terms of ano. Saya nga kung nakapunta ako, I'm very, gusto ko yung makita kasi in order to compare, no? What we have done in Bataan, no, sa Limay, with respect to that in Zamboanga City. Okay? And that is the major advantage provided by the inflexibility and addressing the full range of active and reactive power needs. So, what does it translated this capability into discrete grid services of the generation, transmission, and distribution levels of the electricity. So you can see here, diba? Balancing storage, we have the bulk storage, then you have the distributed storage. Then we have the residential storage. So kasama yung electric vehicle. Okay? Commercial, distribution, residential, and balancing storage from the smart grid. Ito yung mga nilagay para hindi mag-init yung natin, yung mga power plant natin. Ngayon kung may naka-integrate na solar, di ba? Baka gagawin na ganyan. Okay? Saka in terms of safety, di ba? Ayun ang pinakaano. Mamaya nga pala, nakita ko nga pala kanina rito, hindi ko nabate si our 2011 former national president, no? Si Engineer Mandy Diaz. No? Maganda yung niya mamaya, no? Alas 4:30 PM yata yun yung grounding and banding. That's very nice. Then nakita ko rin kanina pala, greetings to former National President Larry Cruz. Saka si Jules Alcantara. Okay? Kaya lang nawala kanina lang yung opening, nandun siya kanina. Okay? So what are the technical requirements, no? That is the sizing methods for power energy application. So we have size by power converter capacity in megawatts and size by power storage capacity. So we have different things. So size by the power converter, the technical requirements will be frequency regulation block start. Ito yung ginagamit natin ngayon na nilagay natin mga BESS all over the Philippines for frequency regulation. Now, sizing by power storage capacity, renewable integration, peak shaving, and or load leveling microgrids. Ito yung para sa smart grid integration natin. There is a formula there, no? Simple computation, which I'll show you later, no? In the microgrids, no, lalo na to, ito ngayon yung pinakaano ngayon. We have this is a miniature electric power network that can operate independently or while connected to the larger utility grid. Ano yung mga niya? Marami siyang has mainly benefits for microgrids. No? Providing ancillary services as frequency regulation. Yung mga ginagawa ngayon sa mga microgrid. Parang self para mga village di ba? Microgrid, may 5 megawatts lang o 2 megawatts. You can have that. Your own power plant. No? Enhancing the integration of distributed and renewable energy source. No? And storing energy for use during peak demand. Enabling grid modernization and integrating multiple smart grid technologies. Meeting end user needs by ensuring energy supply for critical loads, controlling power, quality, and reliability of the local level. Okay? And promoting customer participation through demand side management. Alam niyo ba na ngayon may mga projects, no? Na let us say this experience that I have, ano siya, realty developer, no? So ang ginawa niya, nagtayo siya ng microgrid, nagtayo siya ng substation, tapos yung solar panel niya, hindi niya ground mounted, no? Doon niya nilagay sa mga bubong, no? Nung mga bahay within that phases. So many phases, kaya pag kasi utility si ground mounted, pag maraming yan, ba? Land development, yung land DNR, di ba? Community marami pa. Ang ginamit niya yung bubong, ba? So mga developer, no, mga subdivision, may mga houses on that, residential, no? Ginamit yung bubong for that. And that is one part of this microgrid thing. Now, for a computation on how, no, it is very simple, no, as example here. What will be the best capacity? Ito yung sa natin, di ba, yung kanina. In terms of di ba, this one, di ba? Sorry. Okay? Size by power converter capacity. That is, let us say, we have a frequency gain, no? Megawatts, no? 41.67. Then we have sample, no? Sample nito. Governor drop of 4%, then frequency of 60 hertz. So from that, we have a best megawatt at 100 megawatt. Now, best capacity in terms of megawatt hour. So let us use that 100 megawatt, no, over the depth of discharge of the battery, then multiply by the duration required. So usually here in the Philippines, when we integrate it with the solar, ang natin dito 4 hours . In fact, in Manila and bubbles, no, in NCR and bubbles, ang talagang may mga area na eksakto 3.8 . Kaya natin 4 hours lang talaga yung peak, no? Then we have the depth of discharge of the battery, let us say 80%. Tinagaan na ngayon yan to 90 to 100, ba? Kaya yung 100 yun tinataasan lang nila. But usually ito mga 80 to 90% ngayon. Then battery efficiency, as you see, it's now going to 95% because of the technology. So if you have that, apply that here. So we need, no, for that 100 megawatt size, we need the 263 megawatt hour of battery capacity to be off-grid, self-sustaining ka. Okay, for that particular load that you have. Okay, so we have this, as I mentioned kanina, no, we have for residential, we have for commercial, industrial, and we have the utility scale. So that will be a storage solution from kilowatt to megawatt range. In the residential, yung experience namin ngayon dito, we start with a 5 kilowatt hour battery. Then dagdag lang dagdag. In fact, one inverter na we have, no, kagaya na sa Huawei with the Luna 2000, yung inverter niya has 2 MPPT, and 1 MPPT of the inverter can handle 15 kilowatt hour of battery. Kaya kung ang battery is one battery module is 5 kilowatt, so you have 3 battery in 1 MPPT with the battery management system. Meron siyang battery. Then, sa isang inverter, let's say a 5 kilowatt with a 2 MPPT, you can have 30 kilowatt hour of battery kasi TP15. Okay? That is as far as my experience with Huawei and the Luna 2000 system with respect to that. Ito naman, sa commercial, ito pa, malakihan na rito. We have the what we call the high power on this, no? Where we have 200 megawatt hour of battery storage. Lalo na sa, ito, megawatt na to, di ba? So one container can have 1 megawatt or 2 megawatts there. Okay? In terms of that. So as I mentioned to you, in the utility scale, we have this already, no, na all over the Philippines in the range of 20 megawatts, 60 megawatts, 100 megawatts, and so on. Okay? Yan yung for the utility scale. So you see, you have the advanced control, electrical balance of plant, and the grid turnkey solution. Okay? And what are these system components? We have the power converters, we have the battery, we have the control system and algorithms, protection, equipment, no? Transformer and switchgear, and the modular and scalable. No? That is facilitate easy and safe operation. Ito yung ano na namin in terms of protection equipment kasi yung nag-deliver ng battery that is from another source. Kaya ang ginawa namin, that will be the protection system on that, integrate it, no? Then we have the expansion of the substation to accommodate, no, this battery energy storage system. Pati yung transmission lines niya. Okay, to 230 kV. That is the one that I'm telling to you about my experience on BEST, no, in Limay, Bataan during the pandemic. Yan yung grid flexible layout in terms of the battery. Okay, connected to the grid. Then if you have the BEST integrated to the solar, so you have that already. As you can see on my background, diba? Yun, ano yan eh, mga battery system din yan. Ngayon, nag-aano pa lang sa utility scale, hopefully, papasok na tong pinag-uusapan natin na best integration into the solar power plant. No? Meron pa lang ngayon sa residential, more on the residential, no? The solar plus best, at magsisimula pa lang, no? Konti pa lang yata yung meron sa commercial industrial. Okay? Kasi because of the medium voltage on that, no? Mas madali ngayon yung sa solar eh. Saka dito ngayon sa sa utility scale, magsisimula pa lang tayo. Kaya nga sabi ko sa inyo na the solar plant, no, para hindi maging problema pag may clouding sa Negros, dapat integrate doon ang battery energy storage system. Okay? These are the technical and economic benefits, no? That is for grid operators, no? And for plant owners, no? In terms of the sorry. But again. Okay, so you have the capacity framing, the frequency support, backup resources, the energy shifting, the self-consumption, and the power quality. So you have it, no, for these technical economic benefits, no. For example, for the power quality, for the plant owners, it will be full grid integration with ramp rates. Okay. And for grid operator, it will be securing power quality with less transmission infrastructure investment. So the answer is the battery energy storage system. Okay. So in terms of operation and maintenance, that is timely operation and maintenance of facility is required to minimize, no, loss of energy yield, damage to property, safety concern, and disruption of electric power supply. Maintenance is both preventive and corrective to maximize best output and ensure uninterrupted operation. So isa na yun yung ano dyan, di ba? Yung paano natin kagaya rito, di ba? In terms of the operation and maintenance of this battery energy storage system. Kagaya rin sa solar, pa in-integrate mo to, di ba? In terms of the waste, nga, paano ginagawa, di ba? Paano i-dispose and so on. So monitoring for operation, monitoring system management and operation status, check and repair, data management and reporting. Ito wala na masyadong ano ito kasi we have a diagnostic, di ba? Things on this, no? Na makikita mo na sa smart logger mo o kaya from your smartphone, okay, mamomonitor mo na yung operation niya. Diba? From the solar integration with the battery, pati yung battery flow, no? In the grid flow. Then corrective maintenance, components, equipment, wise check and repair work following expiration, okay? Warranty period, verification of repairs, documentation. Then another is the environmental management. Ito, kalimitan tinatanong, yung waste and garbage dumping, battery disposal. Okay? Safety management, protection of the, actually sa battery disposal, walang masyadong problema ngayon kasi yung modular type na ito, hindi kagaya ng mga bulky ng mga BRLA, di ba? Mga liquid type. Safety management, protection of the AS facility against criminal acts such as vandalism, theft, and trespassing. And in terms of transmission line management, transmission line check and repair work. No? And spare parts, ample storage of on-site spares with suitable safeguards, crucial. No? So may mga recommended spare parts yan, ba? In terms of the para yung highest level of best uptime than the plant availability agreement. Okay, so I think this is my last slide. No? So we have still, I think, 14 minutes, no, for a question and answer. So thank you. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. So welcome to success. Enjoy the ride. So let us, I join you to join me to switch to solar energy. Okay, and this is your friend. Thank you, Sambasulta chapter. And congratulations, 9th Western Mindanao Regional Conference. Salamat po.
Ayan. So thank you, Engineer Virgilio Luzares. At this moment, we are encouraging everyone to raise their questions regarding the technical seminar about battery energy storage system, integration into solar photovoltaic power plant. So for the on-site participants, you may step in front of the microphone to ask. And for those online participants in the Zoom, you may raise your questions by utilizing the Q&A box for it to be acknowledged.
I will stop sharing na.
Yes.
Okay. Peace, sir. Engineer, so regarding about the application of the storage battery using the solar system source of the any chargeable solar energy of the receiving of the storage battery. No, siguro yung storage battery hindi yon maintenance free, no, kasi storage battery kagaya ng sasakyan. So my question is the proper design of this solar system characteristic, the parts, no, construction and parts. I was noticed that when I researched this one of the solar system before, wala pa dito sa Pilipinas, I recognized that there will be some parts of the solar system that control the heat photosynthesis of the sun received by the solar. So this constant heat of the sun charging from the storage battery, the lack of their characteristic, I think there will be a ABR. It is right? Because the storage battery is receiving only the charging of the solar constantly, controlled by the ABR, automatic voltage regulator, because the battery is momentum receiving. If ever this one without the automatic voltage regulator, constantly the heat of the sun hit by the solar system, then the battery will be destroyed, right? So I think there will be additional for the cycle of the solar system, this construction and parts, there is a automatic voltage regulator to control the charging, the battery. If this one charging of the battery reaches to 14.5 volts, for example, that one is the voltage, then the ABR will be cut off from the charging of the solar system. Then the battery will not destroy. Then after this one, using the connected load, the consumer, the battery, because the consumer no using the battery, storage battery, reach that one to drain to 9 or 10, 11.1. That's the time the EBR will be open to energize again, receive the charging from the solar system.
Okay, sir. I will answer you on that, sir. That system is already outdated na po, no?
Okay.
Ngayon po yung battery energy storage system ngayon is already on meron na siyang battery management system. So wala na po yung dati na you are speaking already of the yung mga BRLA, no? In terms of that may ABR pa. Wala na po ngayon yan. It is now on the modular type na may battery management system na siya. At the same time, yung kanilang diniscuss ko, we have battery thermal management system. And yung ano po kasi, yung heat ng sun, hindi naman po yun ang kino-convert natin from DC. It is the irradiance, the light intensity, which is at standard temperature condition of 25 degrees centigrade. That is the irradiance, the light intensity at 1 kilowatt per square meter. Kaya po, hindi yung heat niya, tapos papasok ngayon sa battery to charge it, no? Whether it is an AC coupled or a DC coupled, meron na po siyang tinatawag na BMS, Battery Management System and Battery Thermal Management System. Yan na po ngayon yung bagong technology. And yung mga ABR na yon, wala na po yun naka-integrate. Kaya pag nakita niyo po yung yung modular type po ngayon, no, if you happen to see Tesla thing or you have seen the Huawei Luna 2000 o meron din yung mga LG na battery used by some inverter company, modular type, ano na po siya? Hindi niyo na makikita yung mga battery cable. Papasok muna siya bago pumunta doon sa battery module. Papasok muna doon sa battery management system. So that particular problem is no more, no, nowadays. Thank you po.
Okay, thank you po. So another thing, sir, mayroon akong sir. Sir, pwede po ba na hindi na natin gamitin yung sun sa using this energy so that they could contribute to the consumer without the sun? Pwede po ba, sir?
Bakit? What do you mean? I can't understand.
Okay. Sir, ganito po kasi. I was research now, one of the Canadian company. So this is their power source using a solar without the sun. So one of the thing that is storage type. The design of this one, I will going to picture it. The design of that one without the sun. So one of the component that they will build a building using a solar system, parabolic, meaning to say parabolic. So in that part, parabolic, there will be a one item, Latin heat converted to the lamp, meaning to say enclosure converted to the lamp. This lamp will be pointing to the solar heat, and this lamp is very converted to the very heat, I think Latin heat or whatever. So the penetration of the solar enclosure without the sun, no? So this one, solar receive from the bulb, Latin heat, then that one charged to the battery, then the battery going to the bulb, get the power of the battery to the bulb, which is the source to penetrate the solar. So meaning to say the cycle. And the efficiency of this one is the other battery power will give to the consumer. And the bulb is get also a power to the battery. So meaning to say they are cycle. Without the sun can provide electricity.
Actually, hindi po ibig sabihin na walang sun yun. That is what you call about the concentrated solar. production, ba? So, kino-consider niya, kino-collect niya po in terms of that. Kaya sabi ko nga sa inyo, it is not the heat from the sun, but the light radiance. Kaya kala nyo, hindi sa sun. Galing pa rin siya, but that will be the light intensity po, the radiance coming from the sun. It is not the heat from the sun. Yun po siya, sir.
Thank you po.
Thank you po. Thank you po.
Alright. Do we have okay. Okay, sir. You may raise your question po.
Mr.
Oy, Gob!
Magandang hapon po.
Magandang hapon.
Kala ko punta ka dito.
Oo, nagkaroon ng ng schedule sa may mga projects na dapat atinan eh. Hindi ako makalipad eh.
We miss you here.
Yeah, thank you, Gob.
Simple lang yung tanong ko. BFF, alam ko na talagang madali mo ito sagutin, pero baka mahirapan ka.
Bakit?
Ito lang, kailan ka ba matutubuan ng buhok? Lambing lang yan, my friend.
Yung pa, thank you for that, Gob Richard. I miss you. Ano ko yan eh. Yan nga yung yung kamukha ng isang senador natin ngayon, di ba? Yan yung tawag ko dyan, Robby Padilla of the IIEE. I miss you, Gob. Sayang nga eh. I have to, but I'm looking forward very soon we will see each other. Ayokong magkakaroon na ako ng buhok every day. Meron na ako shaver na para massage lang eh. Kasi kapag may buhok na konti, natetense ako. Kaya gusto ko permi shaving. Because I know, because of my advocacy on renewable energy, especially that clean power from the sun, my friends telling me always that my head shines brighter than the sun. Thank you, Gob.
Ganyan ba talaga yung magaling sa solar, nawawala ang buhok?
Bakit? Gusto mo mag-solar?
Ayoko, kasi baka mawala itong buhok ko. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you, Gob. I know that I feel that you miss me too. I'm very happy that you are there. Thank you po.
Okay, do we have any more questions?
Meron yata dito sa sa chat box. Titingnan ko
Okay, sir. So to read the question from our Zoom, what is the economic life of BES? How will it be environmentally disposed without harming the environment?
Ayun po, sabi ko nga sa inyo, kasi simula pa lang dito sa atin yan, I do not want to answer on that, no? Kasi nagsimula pa lang yung mga rito in terms of the battery system. Kaya lang, sabi ko nga, because of the technology now on the battery, hindi na yung mga liquid type, no? Mas madali na pong i-dispose, no? And there are so many means that they are doing how to do it. At yung lifespan niya kasi matagal na because of the lithium iron phosphate battery system that we have. No? Yung lithium ion na po ngayon yan eh. Pati sa thermal, pati yung just imagine a battery of that will last, yung ginagamit ngayon sa mga electric vehicle up to 10 years. Okay po, meron pong isang tanong dito sa chat, nakita ko. Does the best solar power affect the power factor of the grid considering it produces active power feed directly to the grid? Ayun po yung inaano ko kanina. Ang isang affect po talaga noon yung frequency control. Kaya yun ang inaano natin with the battery energy storage. Yun po yung natin. Active and reactive control is there. Okay, isa-isa pong bagay yon. With the battery energy storage system, yan po yung yan po yung solution na ginagawa niya. Kagaya nun, sabi ko rin, another thing is the duct control, no? Yung pag kinulang na, papasok na yung yung battery natin for discharging. And that makes, no, especially also the power quality. Tama po 'yon. Kasi meron tayong reactive, DC yan, kaya yan, di ba? DC side. So we have the reactive power things. So pag nagkaroon ng reactive isang frequency control po 'yun.
Okay,
Thank you
sir.
po.
We also have another question from our on-site participant.
Opo. Sige.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, good
Student po
afternoon.
ng Western Mindanao State University. Ask ko lang po if there's recommended or the best tilt angle and azimuth angle for positioning solar panels po.
Sa solar panel po, ang natin dito sa Pilipinas, we are in the northern hemisphere. Kaya dapat nakaano tayo, ng pinakamagandang performance po is mga 12 to 13 degrees, no? Facing through south. Kaya lang, that is mas maganda, di ba? Kaya lang you can also have it east or west, no? Wag lang northern side. Yung tilt po talaga, 12 to 13 degrees dito sa base sa atin sa Pilipinas. Baliktad tayo sa Australia. Australia kasi is on the southern hemisphere. Kaya sila naman pointing to the north. Ganun po. Ang wala pong problema dyan, Singapore, kasi nasa gitna sila ng natin.
Thank you, sir. Another question, sir. Yung BESS po, is designed po ba siya for larger capacity, low discharge current or high discharge current but low in capacity?
Ano po siya? Actually, meron po tayong yung best po ngayon, meron po tayong di ba? Nasa high voltage po siya. Kaya di ba yung 48 volts, di ba? 48 volts tapos higher voltages when you integrate it, kaya we can have a 2 megawatt, a 1 megawatt in a container box for that, no? And we already a protection regarding that matter.
Thank you, sir.
For the design. Thank you po.
So do we have any more questions po?
I would like to add on that, no? Yung battery po ngayon na bagong technology on the lithium iron phosphate, no? LiFe, no? PO po, no? Lithium iron phosphate. Ang kagandahan niya po ngayon, yung tinatawag niyang DOD, yung depth of discharge. Na na po siya, yung kasi mga BRA, yung mga liquid type, ng mga AGM, no? Yung mga natin battery na alam natin, yung mga bulky, yung mga liquid. Yung mga absorbed gas mat. Ang niya, ang depth of discharge niya 50% lang. Hindi ka ganitong bagong battery technology ngayon, that is 90 to 100%. No? But usually, that will be on the 80-90. That is, siyempre, may mga losses yan. Kaya yun ang pinaka-80 to 90. Kaya, ibig sabihin, kasi kapag ang depth of discharge ng battery mo is 50% kagaya nun sa liquid, pag kinarge mo siya more than that, okay, hindi mo siya discharge mo siya mababa, madali yung life cycle, lifespan ng battery, madali siyang mamatay, bababa ang lifespan. Hindi kagaya ngayon yung mga lithium iron phosphate, no? Pati yung mga nickel cobalt, no? Yung mga ginagamit ngayon sa mga electric vehicle, pati dito sa power generation natin, no? Sabi ko nga sa inyo na with respect to Tesla, yung depth of discharge niya, pwede mo ngayong ma-discharge siya up to 100%, walang problema. Tapos may battery management system siya, kaya tumatagal ang lifespan. There is that control circuitry. Thank you po.
Ayan, so thank you very much, Engineer Virgilio Gonzalez.
Wala na po bang mga tanong? So mukhang wala na. So now to proceed to award the certificate.
Let us present to you your certificate of appreciation.
Let me read the citation. The Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, Western Mindanao Region, Zambasuta Chapter. This certificate of appreciation is hereby presented to Engineer Virgilio S. Luzares, PEE, in grateful recognition of his invaluable contribution to the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated as technical speaker during the 9th Western Mindanao Regional Conference with the theme Leadership Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment, Leading on the Road to Recovery, held on October 6 to 8, 2022 at Palacio del Sur Marchand Garden Hotel, Zamboanga City, given this 7th day of October 2022. Signed by the President of Zambasuta Chapter, Engineer Mark Anthony U. Sebastian, and the Governor of Western Mindanao, Engineer Alexander Dico. A round of applause, please.
Thank you po. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Salamat po.
Oh. Okay, so again, thank you so much, Engineer Virgilio Luzares. At this juncture, we will proceed with the third technical product presentation. Just a reminder for our technical product presenter, you are given 30 minutes for your presentation. If you heard this sound, you only have 10 minutes to wrap up your presentation. Our next technical product presentation is about the introduction to lead-acid battery. Let us all welcome the General Manager of Genicos Technologies Incorporated. A round of applause for Engineer Ervin A. Fernandez.
Good afternoon, everybody. To start our presentation, I have some video regarding the next slide, please. Regarding the battery. So can we start the video, please?
There are many types of lead-acid batteries. While all lead-acid batteries have similar chemistry, each battery is optimized for a particular application. Let's have another look, this time in more detail, at the manufacture and assembly of a typical battery. Each plate group is made from a number of grids. The grids are stamped or molded from lead. As pure lead lacks the durability to withstand the rigors of automotive applications, various elements are added to the lead to improve its characteristics. For example, calcium can improve durability. Silver can improve conductivity. A paste of active material is applied to the grids. This is now called a plate. The active material on each plate is where the chemical reaction occurs. Once the battery has received its formation, the active material will consist of sponge lead for the negative plates and lead dioxide for the positive. Traditional batteries use a porous membrane called an envelope separator to separate the positive and negative plates. An AGM battery uses a glass mat to separate the plates. The plates are connected together by casting a solid lead attachment strap, the cast-on strap. This assembly is now known as a plate group. A plate group is inserted into each of the 6 chambers of the battery case. The plate groups are then connected by spot welding the cast-on straps together in series to form a 12-volt battery. The lid is then applied, sealed, and battery posts are connected. The chambers are filled with electrolyte and the battery receives the formation charge. As a result of the formation process, the chemical structure of the positive and negative plates has changed from a lead oxide compound to lead dioxide and sponge lead. The formation process chemically activates the battery and is critical to optimum battery performance. When the formation process is complete, the electrolyte now has a specific gravity of approximately 1.270. The battery is at 100% state of charge and is ready to be used.
That's the animation version. Since naman we don't have a manufacturing plant in the Philippines for the lead acid battery for the industrial type. So I have another video that's napuntahan ko sa China for the production mismo ng lead acid batteries. Can start the video, please. Ayan po yung planta ng battery. So, karamihan kahit sa country, halos the same ang process nila for the lead acid maintenance-free batteries. Next slide, please. So, let's start the presentation with the battery. So, what's battery? Of course, ang alam natin, ang baterya is just a box na nagpapasok ng energy at naglalabas. So, wala sa kanya yung control. So, yung trabaho lang niya magpasok and magbigay ng power. Next slide, please. So, the lead acid battery is 60% lead. So, the price ng baterya will vary because of the lead price. Kasi medyo mataas kung nagbabago yan, magbabago rin ng presyo. Kasi malaking pong component siya. So, next slide, please. So, ano ba ang purpose ng baterya? What is our main purpose of the battery? Of course, the main purpose of the battery, pag walang power, siya po yung nagbibigay ng power or backup power natin. Ganun din po sa mga genset. So, para umandar ang genset, you need to start up using the batteries. So, at the same time po, ang baterya, walang fuel requirement. So, sa mga UPS requirement natin, walang genset, walang ingay. So, ang main source ng battery is for backup power, which dapat lagi siyang 100% reliable. Kasi pag wala, pag nagkaroon tayo ng problem sa main power or ng fault, yun na magiging sasalo sa atin from our main AC power line. Next slide, please. So the component of the battery has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the positive plate, this is very basic, and negative plate. The solution is always the sulfuric acid separator that separates the positive and the negative sides, and the container. Next slide, please. So there are two types of lead acid batteries. So there is what we call the VLA or vented lead acid. Ito po yung mga bateryang transparent na nakikita nyo. Tapos, there is also the VRLA, which is the valve-regulated lead acid. And under this, there are still two types, which is the gel type technology and the AGM technology. So, lumalabas ang baterya pag yung gel type, normally ginagamit yan sa short current, long backup. Then, sa AGM naman, normally high current, short backup. Next slide, please. So, ang battery has a design life. So, ang mga baterya, habang tumatagal, na-degrade o nasisira siya. Then, with the component or parameter of the temperature, kasi yung issue natin, bakit minsan mabilis siyang masira? Kasi every 10 degrees ng increase of temperature, the battery, half of the life mawawala. So if your battery is a 10-year design life battery and your ambient temperature is 30 degrees, expected mo tatagal ang battery mo mga around 4 to 5 years na lang. So dapat alam natin kung saan dapat natin ilalagay yung baterya para tumagal. Next slide, please. So what's the application of the battery? So of course, there is the standby float. Ito po yung naka 100% na naka-charge, then pag kailangan lang under emergency, magbibigay siya ng power. So yun yung float operation. Then the other one is the cyclic operation, which is the charge and discharge. So parang pang solar application, pang forklift application. Ibig sabihin ng cycle, one charge and one discharge. Yun ang ibig sabihin. No? Kunyari, ang baterya in-offer sa inyo na cyclic, we have 200 cycles. So expected mo around 200 days yun, di ba? Next slide, please. So lahat ng baterya o lead acid batteries, lalo pag hindi nyo ginagamit, meron siyang self-discharge kasi meron siyang internal resistance. So dapat lahat ng baterya ninyo, kung matagal nyo pa siyang gagamitin, huwag nyo muna orderin sa customer, sa supplier ninyo. There's normally 0.1% per day ang discharge niya. Lalong bumibilis kapag mainit ang lugar. So if you have to store the batteries, mas maganda sa medyo malamig. Then of course, kapag matagal siya naka-store, it's better 3 months or 6 months, dapat ma-recharge nyo. Dahil ang lead acid battery, design siya dapat laging full charge. Huwag siyang iiwanan na discharge kasi mas madali siyang masira. Kaya nga, as per yung previous speaker, mas okay na yung mga battery na ginagamit sa lithium-ion for the solar application. Next slide, please. So, pag ini-store natin ang baterya, dapat, of course, nasa lugar na malamig. Sa lugar din dapat na walang petroleum based on harmful chemicals. So, masisira yung baterya. Then, of course, ito yung sabi ko kanina, habang baterya mo nakatago, dapat may interval ka na i-recharge siya. Hindi siya dapat pinababayaan. So, ito yung mga kasi, pag nakita nyo ang baterya nyo ay lit antimon, hindi na mas mabilis siya. Ang discharge niya, ang sub-discharge, around 3 months, so i-recharge siya agad. Next slide, please. So, ano bang benefit ng mga VRLA? The VRLA battery is space saving. Kasi, ang VRLA, hindi mo kailangan ng battery room. Kasi sinasegregate ng battery room dahil sa fumes. Unlike sa mga maintenance free, hindi mo na kailangan. So, mas maliit ang space requirement niya. Wala siyang acid spillage. Kasi hindi ka na naglalagay ng acid, so hindi ka nabubutasan ng pantalon, di ba, during your filling ng mga tubig. Then, low hydrogen venting. So, hindi siya nag-emit ng fumes dahil hindi siya vented. Next slide, please. Ano naman ang benefit ng valve ng vented type? Of course, meron din siyang benefit. Mas mahaba ang kanyang float life. Tapos, mas madali siyang makapag-recover kahit na-abuse natin kasi open siya eh. Pwede mo siya lagyan ng tubig. Kapag nababara mo sa mainit, sa lugar na medyo mainit, madali maglagay ng tubig. Unlike sa maintenance-free, pag nabawasan yung sa loob yun, wala na. So, yun ang benefit niya. At the same time, mas malaki po ang capacity niya. Meron up to 4,000 capacity. Tapos yung heat nga niya, so mas kaya niya ang heat kaysa mga maintenance-free. Next slide, please. So, battery selection. Paano ba natin pipiliin kung anong dapat na battery sa ating project? Next slide, please. So, application. So, ano ba? Is it solar application, substation, or what you call the data center? So, depende yon. Next slide, please. So, dapat, ang parameters to consider, type, titubig ba o hindi? Grid, yung plate kasi, magdedetermine sa life design. Yung grid plate, normally around 5 years, 6 years, then 10 years. Tubular is around design around 18 years. Yung plante, the design is around 25 years. Then, of course, you can choose the voltage sa system mo. Kung malalaking capacity siya, normally mga 2 volts yun. Then, yung maliliit na capacity is the 12-volt battery. Then, ampere hour. Ito yung mag-determine kung how long backup time requirement of your system. Then, density and life design. Yung life design, depende kung paano kainit yung lugar o malamig para alam nyo kaya tayo magpapalit. Next slide, please. Of course, ito po yung location. Importante po yun. So, yung init, lugar, and ventilation. So, lahat yan nag-aano sa ambient temperature. Next slide, please. Of course, budget. Diba? So, kung kaya ng budget, pwede European. Pag hindi naman, pwede naman China. Meron mga China okay, may China hindi okay. Meron China napakamura, so para siyang CDR King lang, di ba? Pag sobrang mura, taste lang tayo, so di tatagal. Pag meron naman quality na China, okay naman. Pag may mga budget talaga, European and US is also very, very okay. Next slide, please. Of course, kailangan sa battery, kailangan din meron experience na nagme-maintenance personnel. Kasi madalas, yung iba, napapabayaan siya. Eh, malaki din ang investment ng battery. Dapat din mini-maintain yan. Lalo nga yung ibang nagsasabi na, kasi maintenance-free battery yan eh. Hindi na kailangan i-maintain. So, mali yun. Lahat ng battery dapat mini-maintain para ma-prolong ang life design, ang life niya. Next slide, please. Battery charging. Next slide, please. So, dapat tingnan nyo kung paano siya na-charge ng battery. Because standard is the float charging Next is the equalize. So, saan ginagamit ang equalize? Ginagamit ang equalize kapag uneven ang mga batteries mo ng voltahe. So, equalize charge, mataas ang voltahe para magpare-pareho siya. Or after na depth discharge, masyadong baksak yung battery, binuboost charge para mabilis siya makarecover. Next slide, please. So, ano bang cost ng mga overcharging? Makikita nyo, accelerated aging. Pag masyado mataas ang voltahe ng charge mo, against sa normal parameter, mabilis siya masira, mabilis ang magagasing lalo yung baterya mo. So, ito po yung mga causes pag overcharge. Sabihin, nung overcharge, mataas ang voltahe ginagamit mo sa normal float voltage. Next slide, please. Undercharge naman, ito naman yung voltahe, below naman sa charging voltage mo. Isabihin nun, ang battery mo ay hindi lagi na-charge or undercharge. So kung capacity mo is 100%, 80, 90%, or 50%, pag nangyayari yan, mas madali mag-sulfate ang battery. Mas madali rin masira. So hindi siya dapat over at hindi rin siya dapat under. Next slide, please. So installation, operation, and maintenance. Pasensya na, medyo mabilis ang ating presentation. Tsaka medyo shortcut to dahil 30 minutes lang tayo. So next time siguro pag mayroong time, we can have another presentation. Next slide. So sa intercell connection, dapat paayos. Hindi sobrang higpit para masira o sobrang luwag. Kaya yun ang magiging cost ng battery natin. Dapat lagi meron tayong parameters sa torque na inaasikaso. Minsan kasi ganadong maghigpit eh. Nababali na yung terminal. Next slide, please. So, ano ba ang dapat? So, location, dapat number 1, hindi naaarawan. Hindi siya na mainit. Yung mga battery. Hindi rin pwede sa freezer. Yung mga battery sa cold storage, dapat yung nilalabas after ng ginamit. Kasi pag nag-freeze, hindi na capacity niya hihina. Next slide, please. These are the factors affecting the life and performance of the battery. There are so many things kung bakit ang baterya ay nasisira. Mahirap isa-isahin to. Siguro next time, pwede natin gawin. Next slide, please. Maintenance. Number 1, proper installation and maintenance will make our battery much last longer. But installation should be done by a person who knows how to do the maintenance or how to install the batteries. Madali naman po yan. Then, of course, yung mga discrepancies. Next slide, please. Next. Battery replacement. Patatapos na ako. Battery replacement. Wag natin magmi-mix ng batteries. Number 1, meron iba, yung bago, yung luma, haluan ng bago. So masisira din yung bagong battery. Same na model. Meron naman iba, ginawa, magkaibang type. Itubig yung isa, yung kabila naman, hindi ditubig. So, hindi rin pwede yun. O kaya magkaiba ng brand o magkaiba ng capacity. Kasi mangyayari doon, yung isa dyan, discharge na, yung baterya mo, magkaiba ng ampere hour. Yung isang, nari 50 tsaka 100 ampere hour, pinagsama mo. Nag-discharge ka, yung 50 ampere hour mo, discharge na. Yung 100 mo ngayon, mag-overtime para tulungan yung 50. So, hindi pwede. So, masisira lang. Ang pinakamaganda or best option, lalo sa mga malaking system ninyo, mga luma, pagsamasamahin ninyo, same brand, maglagay ng bago isang system. Diba? Yun lang ang pinakamaganda doon. Next slide, please. Last, before one more slide. So, battery care. Ito po yung mga pointers how to take care of your batteries. So, number 1, do not overcharge. No one works well when they have overeaten or too exhausted. Alam naman natin yun, di ba? Pag kumain tayo, hindi man tayo pwedeng tumakbo agad. Ganun din ang baterya. Pag fully charged siya, mas gagamitin mo agad, pahingayin mo muna. Ganun din sa pag na masobra na discharge. Lalo ito applicable sa mga cyclic operation, sa mga forklift. Wag na wag niyong na-discharge yun, sabay charge agad, tapos gamit agad. Dahil masira yun. Tapos, recharge the battery as soon as possible. Ito yung sinasabi ko, kailangan siya i-recharge kasi ang design ng lead acid is always full charge. Pag pinabayaan nyo, magkakaroon siya ng sulfation. unlike yung sinasabi kanina ng previous speaker na yung LiOH na battery, kaya i-discharge, walang problema. Kaya nga mainit. So, yun ang ginagawa sa solar application. Next, check all connections and secure that and cable are damaged or insulation fried. Diba? Dapat i-check lahat yon. Kasi minsan, nag-iinit ang mga kable. So, pag nag-iinit ang kable, iinit yung battery mo, matutunaw yung battery casing at pwede magkasunog, which nangyayari din yon. So, dapat kaya may maintenance ng battery. Dino-double check lahat yon. At the same time, sa mga nagme-maintain o mag-i-install, wag na wag kayong magsuot ng singsing, relo, kwintas, or anything na may conduction. Kasi nga, ang power ng battery, wala naman siyang breaker eh. Sigurado, live na live yung power nun. Next, don't forget to protect all the important bits. Ito yung mga nag-i-install, minsan yung wrenches iniiwan sa ibabaw. Diba? So, pag nahulog yun, para siyang arc welding machine. Siguro nakikita mo yan sa mga automotive shop eh. Pag nagpapalit ka ng baterya, di ba yung wrench iniiwan sa ibabaw malapit ng battery? Ganun din yon. Pag naglalagay tayo ng battery sa lalo yung mga malalaking ampere hour, laging clear. Wala dapat ng mga tornilyo or wrenches or yung mismong bumabaksak na water. Hindi rin dapat yon. Last slide. Next slide, please. Ito po yung pinaka-importanting slide sa lahat ng aking buong presentation. So, pwede yun ako ng picture. Kasi mas okay kasi ito, kahit hindi kayo nakinig kanina, you can ask me anything regarding the batteries or calculation ng battery or paano mag-compute. So, this is my contact informations. If you need any help from me regarding DC power systems, thank you very much and hope everybody learn a little bit of regarding lead-acid batteries. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Engineer Erwin Fernandez. Now, the floor for your questions is now open.
Okay, due to time constraint, we're sorry to inform you that we cannot accommodate any questions na. Okay, so to proceed, anyway, you can visit naman the booth of Genicos Technologies Incorporated, located down lang our venue, okay, at the Cordoba Ballroom. Okay, so to proceed, may we now call on the presence of the 2022 Zamba Sulta Chapter Vice President Internal, Engineer Joseph P. Makindang, to award the plaque of appreciation. Let's give him a round of applause, please.
Plaque of appreciation is hereby presented to Genicos Technologies Incorporated. Grateful recognition of their invaluable contribution to the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, a sponsored technical presenter during the 9th Western Mindanao Regional Conference with the theme, Leadership, Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment, Leading on the Road to Recovery, held on October 6 to 8, 2022 at Palacio del Sur, Martian Garden Hotel, Zamboanga City. Day of October. Signed by Engineer Mark Anthony U. Sebastian, President of Zamba Sulta Chapter, and Alexander D. Governor of Western.
So thank you so much, Engineer Joseph P. Makindang. And once again, thank you, Engineer Armando R. Diaz. So, okay, at this point in time, we are going to have our 5th technical product presentation. But before that, we would like to remind our technical product presenter that you are given 1 hour and 30 minutes for your presentation. If you heard this sound, you only have 10 minutes to wrap up your presentation. Our next guest speaker is the 2011 IIEE National President. Let us all welcome Engineer Armando R. Diaz to give his presentation on grounding and bonding.
Naka-share screen na ako. Okay na?
Yes po, sir.
So I was given up to what time?
From 4 p.m. po to 5:30 p.m.
Oh, almost 1 hour. Yes. I have about 150 slide. Anyway, sige, tingnan natin paano natin i-compress. So, siguro wala nang masyadong kwento. At 1 hour presentation of 152 slides. Anyway, meron lang tayo ditong konting disclaimer kasi may mga ginamit tayo ibang mga slide, videos. We have to give credit and recognition to the owner. Ito po yung ating pagkukwentuhan ngayong maghapon, yung NFPA, Philippine Electrical Code, grounding versus earthing, introduction to grounding, GFCI, bonding. Sinama ko na po yung swimming pool electrical design at alam ko naman maraming mga designer na hindi na consider ito masyado. And of course, standard industrial grounding, type of grounding, and even the lightning protection, itatakil din po natin, and method of grounding system, plus the grounding transformer na most of our practitioner is not well versed on this particular item. And gumawa na rin po ako ng code summary for the design of grounding and bonding. And then there is resistivity test at yung common pong mistake sa design 400 volt system. Actually, this one requested by me by the organizer. At sabi ko nga dito sa 400 volt system, bato-bato sa langit ang tamaan, huwag magagalit kasi marami yung practitioner dito na medyo matatamaan. Even the GFCI per se, at marami rin tayo dito matatamaan because ay marami na rin ako na-view ng presentation regarding this GFCI. Medyo tingnan natin isa-isa. So, let's go. So, yung NFPA, sabi natin dito is United States Trade Association. So, ibig sabihin, para lang yung IIE, huwag na natin masyadong pakakalokohan ito because this is not an international standard. At in fact, yung ating Philippine Electrical Code, way back noong 90s, dyan po natin hinango yung sa NFPA 70. Sabi nga natin mga 70s, about 99% yata dyan kinuha sa NFPA 70. But nowadays, halos sa atin na konti na lang nandoon sa NFPA 70. So katulad na nabanggit ko, less kwento, bilisan na natin ng konti. At Philippine Electrical Code, sabi natin dito, is a safety standard, hindi po yan design guide. No? Energy management, hindi rin po yan sa Philippine Electrical Code. And even the expansion or electrical system, this is not a code requirement. Kaya ang tinatawag nating demand factor, wala po yan sa PEC. So nasa designer consideration yung design factor, demand factor, tinatawag natin may diversity factor. So many factor in electrical design, but that's not at part ng Philippine Electrical Code. At sabi ko nga, electrical code is for safety standard. So yung design, nasa sa designer po yun, nasa sa atin na po yun. At minsan nga, gumagamit tayo 50% demand factor, but in so doing, kailangan meron namang waiver yung client. Kasi sabi niya, isang linya lang patatakbuhin, yung pala, kaya gano'n ang demand factor natin. Anyway, so we have the classification of code rule, no? Wiring design, installation rule, manufacturing rule, at kung titingnan natin yung drawing dyan, yung andon nga, sinasabi natin, yung example, yung branch circuit, conductor simply sa design rule ay yung disconnecting means natin, yan yung mga ano. So another rule, pag 50 meter or less ng kailangan may disconnect na tayo. Bilis lang tayo ng konti, ang dami pa. Grounding and banding is the most important practice protection of people and property. Alam natin lahat yan, no? Secondary lang naman yung mga lightning protection, saka yung ating mga yung EMC, yung mga electromagnetic coupling or yung protection against magnetic pulses or noises, sa madaling sabi. So, secondary ho yan. Ang grounding is more on electrical safety. So, basically, grounding is the permanent joining of metallic parts to form an electrically conductive part. Alam na rin natin yan. Bilisan na natin konti. Yan. Ito, ano ba kaibahan ng grounding saka earthing? Kung titingnan natin dito, the key difference between earthing and grounding is the term earthing means that the circuit is physically connected to the ground with 0 volt potential to the ground earth. Whereas grounding, the circuit is not physically connected to ground but is potential 0 with respect to other point. In summary, tingnan na lang natin yung summary, no? Yan. Sabi natin dito, yung earthing means connecting the dead part. Kamukha ng housing transformer. Yung lightning, yung lightning protection. So, ang tawag natin doon, earthing. Whereas the grounding, kung nakaway ka, yung neutral, nilagay mo sa ground, we call it the grounding. So doon lang nagkakatalo sila. But finally, there is no much difference between earthing and grounding. At sabi nga natin to, connecting electric circuit device to the earth. Pareho naman pumupunta sa earth. Kaya nga lang, good example, yung sinasabi ko nga, lighting protection natin, no? We call it earthing. Whereas yung Y-connected nating transformer, we call it grounding. Okay? So grounding, conductor to connect equipment, grounding electrode, yan mga component. Bilis ng konti, grounding earthing, main banding jumper. Yan. Tapos meron tayo ditong table ng konti. Anyway, nasa PEC naman sa dalihan po. Hide. Wala. Yan. So, yan po yung ating grounding electrode, no? Nasa PEC naman yan. Bilis na ulit tayo ulit. Naghang kasi. Yan. Ito, number of grounding electrodes, sabi ng PEC, 2 rods will be the maximum required under any condition. There is no requirement that additional made electrodes such as ground rod or plate installed until 25 ohms to ground resistance obtained. Mamaya, sabi ng code, 2, no? Mamaya, makikita natin ang later part of my presentation bakit mayroon tayong tinatawag na ground ring, no? Electrode na gano'n, bakit ang dami-dami. Mamaya, papaliwanag natin, but the code is simply say, 2 rods will be the maximum required under condition. Ayan, simulan na tayo sa grounding. Ayan. Grounding is implemented to ensure rapid clearing of faults or to prevent hazard voltage. Kasi kung wala kang grounding, kung napahipo ka, dadaan sa katawan mo yung kuryente, going to the ground, makikiraan sa iyo eh. Sabi nga natin dito, 75 milliamperes, titigil ang tibok ng puso natin. So meaning to say, ang pumapatay pala sa atin, kuryente, hindi voltahe, kaya wala man na voltahe, meron na kuryente. No, is the current. Even the battery of your car can kill you, no? 12 volts yan eh. Pwede mangyari yan. Kung ikaw ay nag-maintenance, sasugatan yung kamay mo at dumugo, napahipo ka sa positive, tapos yung kaliwa mo nasa negative. So ang resistance mo ilan? Sabi mo ng 1 ohm, 12 over 1, 12 ampere kasi kakagad. So it's the volt. No? Is the current, I mean. Bis na oras. So, yan pa. Ground fault. Ito po ang makikita natin dito, isa yung tinatawag nating hindi effective ito eh, no? Ito sa Meralco, nandoon sa transformer, tapos yung neutral niya at saka yung ground niya magkasama doon. But pagdating dito sa metro, hindi niya na ipinapasok sa bahay eh. Hanggang dito na lang. In so doing, between this point and this point sa poste, meron niyang voltahe. May voltahe yan because that is not a conductor, sabi natin may mga 25 ohms yan eh. Unless otherwise, kung tubig yan, na 0, pwede yan. So this is the proper way of Yung kanina, effective grounding, pasok ka hanggang sa loob ng bahay, ito mayroong voltahe. Okay? So, sabi natin, Earth is not an effective ground fault current. So, tingnan natin itong kalimbawa rito. Yung poste, sabi niya, nilagyan niya ng sabi niya, dito na lang natin ilagay yung grounding sa tabi niya. Earth naman yan. Habang lumalayo yan, nagkakaroon ng voltahe, katulad ng ating kaninang pinakita rito. Ayan. Ayan. Ito yung equivalent niya. So, hindi niya ipinasok sa loob ng bahay. So, habang lumalayo, tumataas ang voltahe niyan. Okay? So, very basic. So, tingnan natin yung mama. Say, for example, meron ka 6 ampere dito. Nahipo ka rito sa refrigerator. Part of it, dadaan sa iyo, pupunta sa ground, mababawasan na yan. 6 ampere magiging 5.9. Kung ordinary circuit breaker ka, hindi yan magti-trip. Mangingisay ka na lang. So what you need is tinatawag nating GFCI, yung ground fault interrupter. Or sometimes they call it RCCB, LCB, yan. Okay? So tingnan natin, ito yung mga example, yung mga sa bahay ko. So okay. Paano ba nagtatrabaho yung ground fault circuit interrupter or GFCI? Tingnan nyo rito. Meron niya solid circuitry, no? So pag nagkaroon niya ng unbalanced current, immediately magti-trip yan, microseconds. Can you see this one? This is the neutral, no? May neutral yan, naka-ground, no? Neutral, naka-ground. Kaya sabi ang mga ibang tanong, sir, kung may GFCI ba ako at line to ground ang source namin, kailangan pa ng grounding? Kung wala kang GFCI at meron kang line to neutral, kailangan mo ang grounding. Pero pag may GFCI ka, you don't need a grounding. Even hot line to line, both hot line, sabi nga na iba nagle-lecture, kailangan pa raw grounding pag meron kang GFCI. Hindi mo na kinakailangan ng GFCI kung ang grounding kung meron kang GFCI. Kasi any unbalanced current magtitip. As long as lahat ng CO mo naka-GFCI. O pwede mo ilagay yung GFCI mo sa main mo na lang, sa main breaker mo. Pati yung ilaw mo protected. Everything has been protected. So in so doing, yung tinatawag na hindi wala ka ng grounding sa loob ng bahay, pwede kang mag-GFCI na lamang at hindi mo na kinakailangan ng grounding. But kung ang linya nyo dyan is line to neutral, kailangan mo pa rin ng grounding. Mamaya papaliwanag natin bakit kailangan mo pa. Kung naka-line and neutral ka, kailangan ko pa ng grounding. Okay? Papaliwanag natin yan sa 400 volt system mamaya. And yung nga sabi ko, maraming common mistake dito sa 400 volt system. So klaro tayo dyan, ha? Kung parehong line to neutral ka, wala kang GFCI, you need grounding. However, kahit line to line ka, line to neutral ka, kailangan mo pa rin ang hindi mo na kailangan at may GFCI ka, hindi mo na kailangan grounding. Okay? So, dito na tayo sa banding. Banding is a low impedance fault current path to use connect. Alam na natin yan. Yan. At limitado yung ating oras eh. Okay? So, example ng mga banding. So, mga pinto ng meron din yan. Yan. So, even the chill water pipe, kailangan mo yan, no? At baka magkaroon ng fault yung pump mo, delikado. At pag nahipo mo, may kuryente yan. Yan. Main banding jumper. Yan. At kung mga metallic component ang ginagamit mo, even yung lock nut and bushing, may mga banding jumper lahat yan. Yung mga team ko natin ginagamit. But nowadays, ginagamit natin yan, puro halos PVC ng lahat eh. So, pero sa mga industrial, commercial, mga industrial installation, hindi nila ina-allow, even the designer, hindi sila nagpapagamit ng PVC. Buo mga kadalasan niya, puro metallic lahat. So, in so doing, kailangan mo rin ang banding dito sa tinatawag nating lock natin bushing na mga ganyan. Yan, kailangan pa rin mga jumper na ganyan. Okay? Dito tayo sa swimming pool, it is additional information. No? Electrical code requirement for swimming pool and spas. Electrical outlet. Sinabi niya dito, receptacle for pump and motor must be located between 1.8 to 10 meters or between 6 to 10 feet. No? Anyway, nasa code naman yan. Tingnan na lang natin yung application. Ano? Actually, dapat kasi pag swimming pool design ka, hindi na nasusunod yung code natin eh. Ang code natin is 25 ohms eh. Ano na. Pero dapat sa swimming pool, ang dapat natin makuha 1 ohm, no? 1 ohm ang kailangan natin. So you need yung tinatawag natin digital load resistance ohmmeter para ma-test natin talaga makuha natin yung 1 ohm. But anyway, mamaya may pakikita pa rin ako ibang mga test na ginagamit ko. So, napaka-importante po sa swimming pool yung tinatawag nating banding. No? Kung makikita natin dito, lahat ng electrical equipment, lahat ng metallic, nakaband po lahat yan and goes to the ground. Nasa electrical, Philippine electrical po natin yan. Pero ito, hindi napapractice po ito. Yung tuntungan dito sa swimming pool na meron po tayo dito, hindi po rebar yan ha. Solid copper wire po yan. Nakala mo rebar lang. Nakapaligid yan sa buong swimming pool. Hindi ko alam, yung mga nagdidesign ng swimming pool kung nagagawa nyo ho ito. No, nagagawa nyo yan. Yan tinatawag nating parang rebars. No? Nandyan. At the same time, yung rebars naman, nakakonekta pa rin yan habang ginagawa yung mga swimming pool mo. Napaka-importante po. Marami pong untold story about the swimming pool na marami na kuryente. Na hindi na kuryente, na hindi na tawag doon, hindi nga natin nalalaman. Pero may mga datos ako niyan. Kaya nga sabi ko, pag nagagawa ka ng swimming pool, napaka-importante po yung tinatawag nating electrical system. So, lahat po yan, nakaban. All the plumbing equipment. So, dito na tayo sa standard industrial grounding method and type of grounding. So, we have one tinatawag na single point grounding. A single point grounding refers to the ground, come to a single point in facility referencing to the ground. So sa madalit sabi, kung naka-ground ring ka, sabi natin 2 rods is enough. But ito, dalawa yan. No? But in so doing, gumagawa ho tayo ng ground ring dito for reliability. For reliability. Mamaya makikita sa isang design, yung ground ring natin. At maraming tanong doon, gaano daw ang distansya ng ating electrode pag nagkaroon tayo ng ground ring. Sasagutin natin mamaya yan. Sabi dito, therefore, a single point grounding system, kasi nga marami na tayong mga tawag dito, call center. Napaka-importante po ng tinatawag nating single point grounding system. And we have also a multiple grounding system, but this is not acceptable. Hindi po ito ginagawa natin kasi meron itong safety threat na tinatawag. Kaya minsan yung old factory, wala siyang grounding. Sabi niya, lalagyan grounding. Ganito ginagawa nila. So doing, magkakaroon ka ng voltage difference between these two. Yung B1 sa B2. So ito yung isang practice na ginagawa kung old na yung factory. But for a new installation, this is not recommendable. Meron po tayo ditong tinatawag na problema sa safety. Another type is isolated ground. No? Ito naman, minsan misunderstood natin kung ano ibig sabihin ng isolated ground. Kaya kung titignan mo rito, yung mga receptacle natin dito, doon siya kumuha sa tinatawag nating isolated ground na tinakbo at we have the safety ground. Isa rin ang takbo. Para lang yung 400 volt system, so you have another neutral. Okay? Sabi natin, the computer industry has recognized yan. Dito, madalas nag-aaway ang electrical saka electronic. Sabi niya, huwag mong lagyan ng ground, sama yung grounding mo sa aking local area network. May power supply yan di ba? So, ayun, meron siyang computer. Ayaw niyang ipasama dito sa terminal block natin ng grounding. So, gano'n nangyayari. If that is the case, yun, tingnan mo, di ba, naka-ano siya doon, naka-connect. Madalas yan, nangyayari sa industry, ayaw nila ipa-connect. Pagawin nyo na lang ng waiver para kung magkaroon ng aksidente, hindi ho kayo answerable kasi mali ang design nyo. Dahil hindi nyo sinama yung kanyang tinatawag na mga local area network, mga computer, wala siyang grounding Sabi niya, maglalagay na raw siya ng sarili niya. If that's the case again, in your electrical design, pagawin mo siya ng waiver. Kung ayaw niyang palagyan ng grounding yung kanyang mga electronic equipment. Okay? Solid ground system bundling jumper. Yan na. Ito na. Dito na tayo. Mabilis. Anong oras ba? No. Types of grounding. We have the equipment ground. Ang tinatawag natin, yung equipment ground, para yung tinatawag natin body ng transformer substation. Nilalagay natin doon sa naglalagay tayo ng separate electrode. And we have the static ground also, very popular to sa mga manufacturing firm, especially sa mga paper mill, lahat mga rolling mill. So marami namang paraan paano mo ma-address itong tinatawag nating static electricity. Dangerous din ho yan. Kasi pag nagulat ka, pwede ka mapilayan. So we have the system ground also. The system ground by electricity connected to the earth. And of course, we have the maintenance ground. Ito, madalas na nakakaligtaan natin yung maintenance ground. Especially kung nagwe-welding ka. For example, doon ka sa story, nagwe-welding ka, wala ka maintenance ground, biglang umulan. Although 70 volts naman yung open voltage ng welding machine, nagulat ka, nalaglag ka sa sa building. So pag nahulog ka doon, siyempre mababaog ka, di ba? Ang taas kaya noon, patay ka na. So those are the consequences of without the maintenance ground. Ito nga sinabi natin, electronic computer ground, grounding for electronic equipment. This is highly applicable doon sa nakikita natin sa LRT, MRT. Ito okay lang to, yung grounding for electronic is a special case in which equipment ground and the system ground are combined and applied in unity. Electronic equipment grounding system must not only provide means of stabilizing input voltage level but also zero voltage reference point. Dito, nakakita na sila kasi nga meron na itong nakikita nyo, may mga frequency, especially sa mga radio station. So, yan. Dito, pagkwentuhan tayo sandali sa lightning protection. Lightning protection grounding requirements are dependent upon the structure, equipment to be protected, and the level of lightning required for the desired. Under yung PEC po natin sa Article 2.9, pages 137 to 152, nandun po yung kumpletong lightning protection design. Wala pong lightning arrestor kasi huwag nyo iaris yung kidlat. Kailangan lightning protection. Tingnan natin yung aking libro na IEC 62305, Protection Against Lightning. Ito po kumpleto. Tama yung tinatawag nating general principle. Yung sabi nga sa PEC kanina dito, yung dependent upon the structure. Kaya kung makikita mo dito sa IEC 62305, makikita mo dyan, ayan, yung structure. So, tapos yung air termination system mo, and the down conductor, the air termination nandyan. So, makapalo yung librong yan. Hindi ho ganyan kasimple ang pag-design and lightning protection na nilalagyan nyo lang ng isang tinatawag nating early streaming emission, no? Ang sabi dito, legality of advertising the early streaming emission air terminal by NFPA 2000. Several American ESA vendors brought the matter to court, alleging unfair trading practices and the part of opportunities. Ano to sinasabi dito na prohibition? Ito po yung tinatawag nating nabibili natin, inilalagay lang na isa. Kung makikita nyo dito, yun. Lightning arrested tawag nila nananahimik yung kidlat, inaris niya, dumapres, tumama sa kapitbahay, siya nasunog. Tapos ang sabi niya pa, protected daw siya ng certain radius, wala akong ganon. Nakakita ka na ba ng kidlat na tumalbog? Wala, walang ganon. Merong kidlat, dire-diretso yan, ito tinamaan yung kapitbahay. That's why, meron ng legality advertising yung tinatawag natin air terminal o air lightning arrested na tinatawag. So, ang Conventional Lightning Protection Public Safety, September 2005, the lightning protection, International Lightning Protection, is a warning that the use of unconventional lightning protection pose a danger to the end user and general public. The warning highlighted the studies of AC terminal failure under real lightning condition. Na meron po ako niyan, kompleto hook na write-up niyan. So, already 5 o'clock na. Anyway, so, yan. Tinamaan nga lightning arrestor, dumaples, tinamaan siya. Okay? Yan. Tingnan yung mosque. Nandoon, meron din siya doon sa itaas. Kung sabi niya, kung sinasabi niya, certain radius, mapuprotekta ka, bakit tinamaan yung tagiliran? Tumama rin doon. Okay? Tapos tuwan-tuwa ka pa, may counter ka pa. Ito po yung ating sinasabi na radioactive na lightning arrester, tapos may down conductor ka. Kaya mo bang i-protect ng ano yan, yung tawag dito, yung kable mo, high voltage yan. Anong pwede mag-handle ng voltahe ng kidlat? So ito po yung na binibili natin sa practice. But nakakatuwa, since I do this lecture for several years ago, mukhang wala na nagsasabi na protected siya for a certain radius for that particular application. Itong tinatawag natin early streaming emission type of lightning protection. Ang sabi nga nila, lightning arrester. Okay? Protection against lighting, PEC 2017, no? Method of grounding system, ang grounded system, solidly grounded, low resistance. Dito na ho tayo sa grounding system na magkukwentuhan. Okay? Ungrounded, ay siyempre, sabi natin, kasi nga ungrounded, low ground fault current, of course, very high voltage ground potential faulted phases, kasi may mga application yung ungrounded system, no? So, circuit not to be grounded, yung ungrounded, katulad po ng tinatawag nating overhead crane. Yung overhead crane, normally ginagamit natin yan delta. So, wala hong grounding yan. Why? Because tumatakbo yung ating yung overhead crane. Suppose nagkaroon ka ng fault doon sa drive mo. So, i-spark yan dito, magkakaroon yan yung sa release ng railing, saka yung wheel mo. So there is a possibility that there will be an arcing. In so doing, kung nando ka sa combustible area, delikado. That's why yung ating mga overhead crane na tinatawag, wala pong grounding yan. Ano pa, yung ating mga ilaw, wala rin mga grounding kasi nga nasa itaas naman yung ilaw, hindi naman para puntahan mo yan para makuryente ka. Saka normally dadalawang linya. But for industrial, commercial application, yung mga highway o yung malalaking ilaw, meron ho tayong mga grounding system doon. So not necessarily yung ating mga ilaw ay walang grounding. Okay? So ito yung ating natawag natin delta connection. System that required to be grounded. For industrial yung mga furnaces, no? Rectifier, yung drive, pinakita natin kanina, wala po yung normally delta pong ginagamit yan. However, in case na kailangan mong grounding at dinetnan mo yan at naging chopsoy na yung establishment mo, ano ang solution mo? So you need a grounding transformer. Kasi nga kung naka-delta system ka at dumating yung isang pagkakataon, kailangan mo na ng grounding, so naging mistiso na yung system voltage mo. So you need a grounding now because sabi nga natin marami ng noises because of the presence nowadays yung ating natawag na VFD o variable frequency drive. At marami pa na mga dumadating na mga noises. So kailangan mo ngayon ng grounding. So hindi ka ngayon magpapalit ng iyong delta kasi may mga application ka. So you need now a grounding transformer. What is grounding transformer? Is a type of auxiliary transformer used in three-phase electric power system to provide ground path. Ground path, ulitin ko, to either an ungrounded Y or delta system. Sometimes kasi kahit naka-Y ka, hindi naman naka-ground. No? So ginagamit natin to any ungrounded system, either Y or delta. So kung titingnan natin yung drawing to, ngayon kung may application po kayo, pwede ho kayo bumalik sa akin para mabigay ko sa inyo kung paano pag-design, mag-site up, lahat, ganyan. So makikita ho natin dito sa drawing, yan. No? We have the zigzag. Zigzag, tawag natin dyan, zigzag eh. Zigzag connection eh. Tapos dito naka-ground ka, naka-ground ka rito. So pag nagkaroon ka ng fault current sa L1, L2, L3, so bumababa ngayon yung fault mo, so yung mga protection relay mo, lahat, everything. So gagana ng lahat yan. So, okay. So, this is what we call the grounding transformer or zigzag transformer. So, earthing transformer. Okay. Kung may sabi ko, kung may problema ho kayo dyan sa inyong grounding, you can go back to me to teach you how to do the actual design and sizing. Second is the solidly grounding system. So, mabilis na lang. No na lang tayo sa birthday. Ang sabi dito, yung solidly grounded system is not prepared grounding scheme for industrial or commercial facilities due to high magnitude fault current. Hindi pala ho ito ang prepare. Bakit marami yata tayo mga planta na ang grounding system natin puro solid grounding, no? Sabi kasi natin dito, the solid ground systems that has a neutral connected to ground without intentional impedance aid in coordination but has no increase in voltage or unfaulted traces. Kasi nga, low initial cost, no? Common in low voltage diffusion system as overhead line. Doon po lang marami. Typically fit to transformer primary with high side fuse protection. Pero ang sabi nga natin dito, not the prepared grounding scheme for industrial commercial facilities. Ano kailangan natin kung hindi ito ang prepared? Kailangan natin yung tinatawag na low resistant ground system. The low resistant grounding system is the one that has a neutral connected ground through a small resistance that limit the fault current. The size of the grounding resistor is selected to detect and clear the faulted current. The resistor can limit ground current to a desired level based on coordination study requirement or relay limitation or yung mga protection relay nyo. It limits transient overvoltage during ground fault. In fact, the fault current typically is only about 100 to 600 ampere range. Diyan lang po nagre-range yung kanyang ground fault current kung tamang pagkakadesign. And the last one is the high resistance grounding system. Parehas lang sila ng purpose. But dito, medyo nadagdagan na ng konti dito, na-reduce na rin yung arc plus energy. Di ba? Nowadays, nire-regulate na rin natin yung arc plus. So, ano solution natin to reduce the arc plus? So, we need the high resistance grounding system. Of course, we have to increase na yung ating tinatawag na personal safety and minimize the failure of motor, transformer, cable, and other equipment. So ito pala ang maganda, yung tinatawag nating high resistance grounding system. Bakit yung mga designer natin hindi itong ginagawa? Puro solidly grounded tayo. Sabi nga natin dito, very low ground fault current, typically under 10, ground fault current mo, under 10 ampere, no? The other one is 100 to 600 ampere. Whereas the high resistance grounding system is only about 10 ampere. So, baba. So, NGR, neutral grounding resistance, ganyan lang po yung kadali i-compute, no? If you have the, for example, 11 kV system, divide mo ng square root of 3-phase system, so you have the 63.5 ohms. So, lagyan mo lang yung from neutral ng Y, and then you have a 63.5 ohms going to the ground, then you have now the neutral grounding resistance. But ang problema kasi, yan po, mahal ho yan no? Malalaki ho yan, mahal. So, ngayon, dahil mahal yan, kasi nga sa design kasi, dapat dalawa lang i-consider mo sa design Must have and nice to have. Siguro, nice to have, magkaroon ka ng grounding resistor. Kaya itatanong mo sa client, sabihin mo sa client, this is the advantages or advantage ng ating magkaroon tayo ng neutral grounding resistor, but ito po ang cost, sabihin natin. So, hindi ka na solidly grounded. So, ang problema, gumagawa tayo ng design, hindi naman natin nag-discuss ng ayos client. Hindi natin nasasabi, baka mamaya can afford naman siya na bibili niyan, no? So, these are the things that we have to consider in our design. So, kailangan tignan natin yung must have and nice to have. Yan ang very basic word na pwede natin gamitin pag tayo nagdi-design. Okay? So ito sa inyo na ho yan. Isang slide lang yan. Tapos na ang kwentuhan natin ng grounding. No? Tingnan nyo. Ang sabi rito, ungrounded, susceptible to transient overvoltage, worse. Solidly ground, good. Low resistance ground, good. High resistance ground, best. Kaya kung isasama rin natin lahat ito sa inyo na yan, pwede nyo iset ng litrato ngayon para may kopya na ho kayo. Makikita nyo ho dyan. Yung high resistance grounding system is the best. No? Is the best. Doon lang siya po doon sa under fault condition, line to ground. Yung line to ground, no? Medyo poor siya. At saka doon sa 2 voltage level on the same system. And not possible. Actually, lahat naman sila hindi possible. Ang possible lang dyan, yung solid ground. But hindi naman sinasabing good or better, but it's possible only. But the rest, ang high resistance grounding system is the best. Okay, naset nyo na ng litrato yan. Nakunan nyo na. Okay, sige, tuloy tayo. System grounding versus equipment grounding. Na-discuss na ho natin yan kanina. No? Yan. At bilisan na lang natin to. Several factors, sabi natin dito, should be considered initial design of grounding system. Ayan, sa inyo na ho yan. Pwede ho kayo, ay, tumakbo. Oras na ba? Ito po, kung magdidesign ho kayo, tingnan nyo na lang ho ito, yung routing and sizing. Inakalimutan ko na kasi yung ano nito, kung anong article and ano section eh. But anyway, ito yung pupuntahan nyo sa PEC, no? Kung magdidesign ho kayo. So, dito na tayo sa soil resistivity test. Ito yung pinagkukwento natin kanina na sabi natin, 2 electrode is sufficient for the design. Sabi ni Code, but meron tayong grounding na tinatawag na ganyan sa ating mga design at meron pa tayong triangulation na ginagawang ganyan. Dito, ang main objective natin dito is more on reliability. Para kung sakaling may magnakaw ng electrode o ng kable, meron pang matitira. At tapos kung bubaksak ang resistance dito, dadalhin siya nitong ating triangularization nito, halos siya ang magiging main. So yung grounding natin, parang sinasabi natin, mataas yung reliability natin sa laki ng building o sa laki ng building o ng surrounding. Kaya ito, wala naman sinabi dito kung gaano ang distansya nito at gaano karami. Nasa design po yan. Nasa designer kung ilan ang kanyang ilalagay. So there's no specific number and there's no specific distances. Okay? Okay. Kapag na structure nito sa Okada po yan eh. So ito pong ginagamit nating mga tester sa pagkuha ng ating tinatawag na resistance. Yan, may mga ganyan. Stackless. Ito po yung ginagamit ko ngayon. Meron siyang pang-calibrate, lalagay mo muna, makikita 1 ohm, 10 ohm pag nag-reading, pwede nang gamitin. So dalawa sila yung aking ginagamit. So basically ganito lang yung principle nun kasi nga yung lupa o tubo ng tubig, no? O tubig, zero resistance yan eh. So parang nire-reference niya ito. Kaya lahat ng reading niya, kung ito yung electrode mo, whatever reading na makuha mo rito, yun na yung resistance niya in reference to zero resistance. Okay? So ito yung mga sinauna na dating ginagamit na analog na nabubuhay pa rin sa akin. Kaya tingnan natin yung mga air terminal. Yan, mga air terminal na yan. So, kung ganito ang gamit mo, bilis, hindi na stackless ka na. So kailangan mo rin ng maintenance dito sa ating mga ground rod. Hindi naman permanent yan pag nilagay mo. So kailangan mo rin ng maintenance niya. Kaya normally, nagkakaroon tayo ng tinatawag na ground well. Mini-maintain natin yan at binabibili na rin na ngayong enhancer. No? Minsan, tubig dagat, ginagamit natin. Yan, bilis na lang. Para maraming tanungan. You can have this presentation. Mag-email kayo sa akin. No? Kasi nga, medyo limitado tayo. It's already 5:10. Dito na po tayo magkwentuhan. Halos patapos na tayo. Binilisan natin ng konti. Dito sa 400 volt system, unang-una, yung tingnan natin, bakit ka nag-design ng 400 volt system? That's the very question. Commercial, industrial plant, 400 volt system, kawabaho yung kliyente. Why? Under 400 volt system, unang-una, lumaki na yung size ng wire mo, dumami pa. Naging 5 wire eh. Meron kang neutral saka grounding, plus L1, L2, L3. Tapos, kung dating yung kumpara mo sa 480 o 440 volt system, bumababble time mo, alam naman natin, habang bumababble time mo, tumataas yung current mo. Kung tumaas ang current mo, definitely, lalaki yung size ng wire mo. So this is very costly design for the commercial and industrial system. So yung 400 volt system. Saan lang siya mabuti? Maganda lang ho yan doon sa mga condominium, sa mga building na maraming lighting. Kasi yung neutral, nagagamit mo line to neutral, ay nakakakuha ka ng 230 volts o 220 volts. But pagdating mo sa industrial factory, ang major load mo dyan, puro 3-phase. Ang lighting mo dyan, baka wala pang 10% eh. Saan mo kayong gagamitin neutral mo? So that's a big question. Saan mo kayong gagamitin neutral mo? So sayang ang design. Whereas kung naging 440 volts ka lang, di sana 4 na wire ka lang, nakatipid ka na. At nakatipid ka pa sa size. So merong nagsumagot sa akin, sir, kasi yung mga motor namin 380 volts eh. Bakit ka bimili ng 380 volts? Bakit hindi mo pinaliwanag sa kliyente na may mga chiller naman na 440, marami namang motor na 440 available sa market. Yung 380 kasi sa China, normally, kasi nga, kaya sila gumagamit ng ganyan, yung more on the safety because binaba nila yung 440 to 380 volts. So dito pa lang sa simula ng design, may nagkaroon na tayo ng konting problema. Ang mauso ito, kailan lang eh. Pero matagal na namin itong alam na itong sistema ito panahon pa ni Jess Santos. No? So tingnan natin yung drawing. Makikita natin dito IEC 60076-1. Doon sa switchgear nyo, dapat yung neutral at saka yung ground, naka-jumper po yan. Pag hindi nyo ginamper yan sa switchgear, ang mangyayari sa inyo, ang voltahe nyo sasayaw at saka hindi magiging balansyado. At malikot ang voltahe. At the same time, pag sumukat kayo doon sa field, sa loob na ng field, makakakuha kayo ng tinatawag nating line to ground, neutral to ground, about 50 volts. So in so doing, dito pa lang sa 400 volt system, ay masyado expensive ang design nyo. Unang-una, sabi ko nga dito, 5 wire plus lumaki size ng wire mo at yung breaker mo, 4-pole. 4-pole ang breaker mo. At dahil bine-break natin yung neutral, tingnan natin. Ito yung aking mga design. No? Anyway, ang sabi natin dito, ito yung common mistake na sinasabi ko sa 400 volt system. Yung neutral, walang breaker. No? Hindi nyo nilalagyan ng breaker yung neutral doon sa ilaw. Switch neutral circuit breaker disconnect both the hot and the neutral conductor when tripped. This prevent any voltage or current across the conductor resistance. Conductor resistance, tandaan the term, from other load which are connected to the neutral conductor from appearing on the neutral of the device which the breaker is protecting. So sa madalit sabi, yung neutral conductor natin, may voltahe po yun. May voltahe yun. Ulitin natin. Dito sa drawing, titingnan natin yan, 5 wire yan, tatakbo yan. Pero nakashort yan dito sa pinagmulan, sa switchgear. Pero pagdating mo sa field, lahat yan, may mga tinatawag nating 4-pole na circuit breaker. Ito yung drawing ko para madali nyo maintindihan. Okay? Ito yung line 1, L2, L3. Pasok yan doon. Say, for example, 10 MVA load. Unload mo, 10 MVA. So, you have the neutral and the ground. Dito galing ka sa switchgear sa left side, dapat nakashort po yan. Pero pag itinakbo mo na yan sa field, magkahiwalay na yan. Magkahiwalay na. So, tingnan natin. Dahil meron kang load na 10 MVA, yung neutral wire mo, may pabalik yung current. Therefore, if there is a current, and there is a resistance of the wire, ang laki niyan, so you have the voltage. Approximately, nang magsukato ako dyan, nasa plus or minus 50 volts. No? Doon sa mga industrial connection. So meron tong, yung neutral wire mo na main line na pabalik, meron niyang 50 volts na dumadaloy. So in so doing, kung itong motor mong ito, wala kang breaker mo lang isa. For example, motor mo isa lang breaker, isa naka-neutral, nagkaroon ka ng sayad. Nagkaroon ka ng fault, I mean. So, nagkaroon ka ng fault dito. Nung magkaroon ka ng fault, may voltahe ito Tapos, hipo ka sa ground, makukuryente ka. Bigyan na lang natin example itong ilaw. Ilaw. Isang breaker lang. Pinatay mo yung breaker. Pinatay mo, pinatay mo yung breaker, pinatay mo na lang, pinatay mo yung breaker, nag-open. Kasi itong ginagawa nyo eh. Yung ilaw, isa lang ang breaker. So pinatay mo yung breaker, yung neutral ng ilaw, meron pong voltahe yan na 50 volts coming from the neutral wire. So in so doing, kung makuryente ka o madikit ka rito at sa ground, may current magpo-flow sa iyo. Kaya unless otherwise, meron kang tinatawag na GFCI. But in so doing, dito, kailangan mo rin para pag nag-trip ka dito, dapat magti-trip yan dalawa. Hindi maiiwan yung neutral mo. Ito ang common mistake po sa practice natin ginagawa na hindi natin nilalagyan ng breaker yung neutral wire. Ulitin ko, tingnan nyo. Kaya sabi ko nga doon sa mga kooperatiba na merong line to neutral na system at wala ho kayong GFCI, kailangan nyo pa rin ng grounding. Kaya tatlo pa rin ang ating usapan. Hindi ho dapat na yung tawag natin, neutral wire na ako, line to neutral ako, ba't pa ako mag-grounding? So, pwede ho yan, kung lalagyan nyo ho siya ng GFCI, okay lang yan. Even line to line, kung may GFCI kayo, hindi nyo na kailangan ng grounding kasi pag nagkaroon na unbalanced currents, magti-trip. Masyado magastos yung 400 volt system, very costly design. Kasi nga, 5 wire yan. Kung ano size mo sa neutral, line 1, line 2, line 3, pare-pareho ang size niyan. Kung 500 MCM, 5 yan. Whereas kung 440 ka lang, wala ka na nitong neutral. Grounding ka na lang. L1, L2, L3. So nakamenos ka ng wire. Nakamenos ka pa ng size ng wire. So, klaro ho tayo dyan. Okay? So, ngayon, dahil nga maraming gumagawa ng hindi nilalagyan ng breaker yung line to neutral, sabi ko, sana man lang yung sub-panel mo maging 4-fold ka. 4-fold. Isa mas, dapat 4-fold ang sub-panel mo. Para kung magkaroon ng maintenance ka rito, na-switch off mo yung panel mo, 4 yan, pati yung neutral mo, na-switch off mo. These are the common mistake. Kaya very costly po ang design ng 400 volt system kung hindi ho natin naiintindihan. Mura lang yan kung hindi mo naiintindihan. But again, sabi ko, kung ako ang consultant, akong check, pwede ko nang patawarin yung line to neutral mo na ginamit mo sa ilaw na walang breaker in neutral, but the sub-panel must have a 4-fold breaker para pag nag-maintenance ka, pinatay mo, pati yung neutral mo, patay. Dahil mataas na voltahe nun, more or less, delikado ka na. So, ganyan po ang design ng ating 400 volt system. Okay? So, meron pa tayo ilang minuto. So, grounding and earthing layout. So, yun lang po para dagdagan po natin ng konti. Meron pa tayo mga 5 minuto, 6 minuto para sa tanungan. Alam ko marami kayong gustong itanong. No? So, bigay ko na ho sa inyo yung aking contact number kung gusto niyo pa hong yan. Yan. You know, pwede ho kayong kumonsulta sa akin, libre ho. Libre consultation in regards to mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and power protection. Thank you very much. At at napabilis tayo at gawa ng So stop sharing na po ako. Question and answer na tayo.
Ayan. Thank you so much, Engineer Armando R. Diaz. At this moment, we are encouraging everyone to raise your questions. Are there any questions po?
Ay, salamat, wala.
Tech team, do we have questions online?
Marami yatang tinamaan.
Yes, sir. So since there are no more questions, we would like to present to you your certificate of appreciation.
Let me read the citation. The Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, Western Mindanao Region, Zambasuta Chapter, Certificate of Appreciation is hereby presented to Engineer Armando R. Diaz, PEE, in grateful recognition of his invaluable contribution to the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated as technical speaker during the 9th Western Mindanao Regional Conference with the theme Leadership Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment, Leading on the Road to Recovery. Held on October 6 to 8, 2022 at Palacio del Sur Marchand Garden Hotel, Zamboanga City, given the 7th day of October 2022, signed by the President of Zambasuta Chapter, Engineer Mark Anthony U. Sebastian, and the Governor of Western Mindanao Region, Engineer Alexander D. Cole. A round of applause, please.
Once again, thank you, Engineer Armando R. Diaz. At this point in time, we are now going to have our last and fifth technical product presentation. But before we welcome our technical presenter, we would like to present a short video presentation regarding the Hensel product application at integrated ports and harbors.
New Bridge Electrical Enterprises has been in the electric industry for 2 decades. Our commitment in providing quality products and services to our customers has earned the trust and confidence of many prestigious companies all over the Philippines. Strong brand. We provide comprehensive solutions and a wide range of products. We aim business success by bridging quality, optimal, and latest electrical technology solutions to our valued market. We recognize individuality, but we work as a team. We persist to improve our knowledge and expertise, both as individuals and as a team, in order to deliver expert and professional services to our valued market. We constantly improve our work systems to provide our clients quality and timely products, our employees' work-life balance, and our company efficiency and effectiveness. We always pursue to be a preferred and professional partner for our supplier and principal. We want to be the top choice of our customers through quality, value for money, and service. We deal with utmost honesty, integrity, and cooperation. New Bridge Electrical Enterprises, located at Lacson Extension, LT Vista Street, Barangay Singkang Airport, Bacolod City, Negros Occidental. Manila Warehouse, number 700, General Malvar Street, Mangahan, Pasig City. Cebu Office, ground floor, Dispo Building, AC Cortez Avenue, Mandaue City, Cebu. New Bridge Electrical Enterprises became the distributor of world-class brands such as Snyder Electric, Life is On, Signify Philips, The Meaning of Light, Hensel, Passion for Power, 3M, Science Applied to Life, Little Giant, Preventing Injuries, Saving Lives, Buckingham, Lineman's Climbing Equipment, Utility Solutions, Lineman Driven, Field Proven. At New Bridge, we are bridging the electrical industry to a safer future.
Okay, so thank you so much. Now to welcome our technical presenter, our next guest speaker is a business development engineer at Hensel Electric India. Let us all give Mr. Ralph John Aklan a round of applause, please.
Hello? Mic test. Thank you very much for a very warm introduction. So I am from Hensel Electric India. I am the business development engineer for Philippines. And I'm going to present something slightly related with the major economic activities in the province of Zamboanga. So this is the topic I chose. Hensel product application at integrated ports, harbors, and fish factories. Hold on. So I had a little research about this beautiful province of Zamboanga, and to find out that Zamboanga is the 9th biggest port in the Philippines, also second largest fish port in the Philippines by land area, as well as the largest rubber producer in the country and the biggest manufacturer of canned sardines in the country. In fact, they are dubbed as the sardines capital of the Philippines, for 11 out of 12 sardine companies in the country are producers here. So my presentation will have a little concerns with the industrial economy of this province. So this is all my topic. We will discuss the common problem of outdoor facilities, especially yung mga malalapit sa dagat, the expensive effect of a problem which often encounter, how to prevent it and make solutions, product applications, and project references. So most common problem in port and shipyards are corrosion. Prolonged contact to seawater and even the spray coming from water's surface will corrode, degrade, and decay almost substance, be it fiberglass, wood, or metal. Corrosive elements can get into vital mechanical parts over time. Typical cases of corrosion appear in the retaining walls of marine ports and in the floating docks of shipyards. Corrosion affects both fixed and mobile marine installation and equipment made from two basic engineering materials, steel and reinforced concrete. So yun yung madalas na nagiging common problem sa mga facilities nearby shore, it's corrosion. Weather condition is the main cause of corrosion. On most of the metal, it is the exposure to weather condition. Therefore, if you keep your metal objects outdoors in the open, they are going to corrode since they are exposed to environmental elements such as water, wind, moisture. They will be very oxidized very quickly. And we all know that seawater covers more than 70% of Earth's surface, and it is considered the most abundant natural electrolyte. Most metallic materials exposed to seawater are destroyed due to corrosion. For many engineering materials, seawater is considered the most corrosive of all natural occurring electrolytes. Corrosion represents an expensive problem for the industries of manufacture, chemical plants, oil industries, and many more metal-using industries. Chemical leakage, oil pipelines, breakdown, and even fire can cause most corrosion problems when it is exposed to electrical components and materials corroded. Corrosion is one of the most underestimated but costly issues the modern world faces. It may seem like something you can't control and will eventually occur, but extending the period of time you can protect your metal panels is something we all must do to create a more sustainable future, especially for finite resources such as metal. So this is an example of a rusted metal electrical box. These are corroded metal enclosure, and these are the common problem in the industrial sector. As you can see in the image, the enclosure is totally damaged. Means it has no protection at all. Long-term exposure to water will cause metal electrical boxes to rust. Not only rust spots unsightly on a breaker box, but if left untreated, the rust can break down the metal and create holes. These corrosion holes can let even more moisture. The device of its enclosure can lead into a device malfunction and will probably affect the operation. So maybe it can cause you to shut down your operation just to replace your metal enclosure for every 3 months, 6 months, if it is prone to corrosion. So water can cause rust on the electrical components of the breakers. Water can cause damage to wire connections, both on the service lines and branch circuits, while corrupting your circuit breakers. Corrosion at wire connections can also lead to voltage degradation and other electrical problems. One of the most dangerous problems with water in an electrical panel is the risk of electrocution. Corrosion on terminals increases resistance, producing more heat that can ignite an electrical fire in your breaker box. So it will cause you a lot of damage. It will cause you even more because of corrosion. So very, very difficult situation. So we've listed down some five things to prevent corrosion and with solutions. So number one, sorry. Okay, number one is di ko makita. To use non-corrosive metals such as stainless steel or aluminum. But we must be all aware that stainless and aluminum can be very expensive. Number two, make sure the metal surface stays clean and dry. But also, this will need an often preventive maintenance. So, extra effort sa ating mga nasa maintenance. Number three is to use a coating or barrier product such as grease, oil, paint, or carbon fiber coating. Well, sounds good, but it's still an additional cost. Number four is use drying agents such as silica gel, desiccant sachet. These are consumables as well. And number five is to use thermoplastic material for enclosures that metal is not necessarily needed. I mean, if you have a breaker, you want to put it in the panel, if not necessary na metal yung gagamitin nyo, why not convert it to thermoplastic so you can avoid corrosion? In terms of durability naman, mas matibay naman yung thermoplastic. So I have listed down some advantages of thermoplastic compared to material. So it is a higher fatigue resistance than most metals, greater deflection toleration than most metals without deforming. Thermoplastics has a higher resistance in direct sunlight or under UV exposures. Various types can replace metals with considerable weight-saving advantages. Of course, it is also energy efficient for the processing and high-volume manufacturing with excellent precision at lower cost. So there are many different types of thermoplastics. We have the acrylic, polypropylene, and polystyrene, also the polycarbonate. And for the record, the most durable thermoplastic material is polycarbonate. And 90% of Hensel products are made of polycarbonate material. Stainless steel and fiberglass have long been in the industry standard when it comes to industrial enclosures. While each has its own set of positive attributes, there's one material that beats them both, and it is the polycarbonate. A polycarbonate industrial enclosure features more positive attributes than fiberglass and stainless steel combined. Polycarbonate also has the great balance of engineering properties that gives the ability to operate in the broad range of temperature, impact resistance, and maintain dimensional stability. It is also thermoplastic, so it can be remolded to a new as needed. So to understand how each one stacks up, here's a helpful chart that breaks down these top enclosure materials by 7 important characteristics. So this is between polycarbonate versus fiberglass versus stainless steel. So number 1, when it comes to weight, polycarbonate rises to the top when it comes to weight. It is up to 40% lighter than fiberglass and up to 6 times lighter than stainless steel. Number 2, quick and easy modification, yes. Number 3, ability to withstand impact. Polycarbonate can withstand an impact of over 900 psi, and it is about 200 times stronger than steel. This is a fact. As a thermoplastic, polycarbonate will flex and return to its original shape, while metal can dent on impact. Number 3, reasonable cost. Polycarbonate is way much cheaper than stainless steel, of course. Number 4, recyclable. Number 5, less of risk of damage and handling and shipping. Lastly, it is also UV resistance. In Hensel, we manufacture high-quality electrical enclosure with the degree protection of IP65 up to IP69. Our boxes and enclosure can adapt in a different weather condition with an ambient temperature from -5 degrees up to 40 degrees centigrade. Our enclosure has a double insulation protection class 2 to avoid the risk of electrocution. So this is already an advantage compared sa metal. In case na magkaroon ng voltage leakage, pag hinawakan mo yung metal, of course, makakuryente ka. While using polycarbonate with a protection class 2, it's totally safe. It can also withstand up to 10 joule of impact. So before I discuss our product ranges, or the product portfolio, I would like to have a brief introduction of the company. Hensel is a German family brand in the 3rd generation, founded by Mr. Gustav Hensel in 1931. We have approximately 900 employees worldwide, 500 in Germany. Our sales turnover are around 120 million euro per year. Our headquarters is in Leinstadt, Germany. Hensel is a market leader in the field of distributing electrical energy in the low voltage range. Hensel now has 9 wholly owned subsidiaries abroad. It started in Germany in 1931, then expanded in Hungary in 1993, followed by Czech Republic in 1994, then in Poland in 2000, and in 2002, Hensel crossed the border in Europe and incorporated Hensel India in 2002. Then in 2008, in Turkey, Netherlands, Singapore, United Arab Emirates in 2015, and 5 years ago in United Kingdom. So these are the product of Hensel. We have the NAKs for cable junction boxes, high IP rated cable junction boxes from IP65 to IP69. Then we have the NE board. This is up to 63 amperes, 48 modules. And if you need a higher capacity, we have the NE star up to 250 amperes. Then we have the combinable boxes. These are combinable boxes up to 630 amperes. Then we have the NE feet for cable entry system or cable blends. Then we have Anycon for a temporary power supply for construction. And then we also engage in photovoltaic solutions. So these are the 4 types of cable junction boxes. We have the DK, KF, WP, and FK. So DK, ito yung ginagamit namin sa mga normal environment or protected outdoor installation. DK. Then we have the KF. This is the IP66, 67, and 69. Ito yung totally outdoor installation. Waterproof, dustproof, weatherproof. So without protection, it can withstand. Then we have the WP, the waterproof for encapsulation, IP68. So it can be submerged up to 20 meters for 168 hours. And it is considered as permanent immersion pag medyo mababaw lang. Then we have the FK for our flame retardant and self-extinguishing junction box. So iting DK cable junction boxes for a normal environment and protected outdoor. It has an elastic membrane, so you don't need a cable glands. It's still IP66, so wala pa rin makakapasok na dust or water. With or without terminals, 2 ways of mounting, cable size from 0.75 up to 240 mm squared. Then we have the KF 66, 67, and 69. This is for outdoor installation, weatherproof, with multiple knockouts for cable glands, waterproof, UV resistance, and impact resistant up to 10 joules. Also, we can supply up to 240 mm. And these are the waterproof junction box, IP68. Permanent submersion for 10 meters and 168 hours for 20 meters immersion. We have this WP series up to 10 mm squared. Then this is our FK cable junction box approved for intrinsic fire resistance with insulation integrity. It comes with ceramic terminals. So in the event of fire, ceramic will not burn and will protect the electrical connections. The materials can handle up to 960 degrees for a maximum of 90 minutes. So application especially in buildings with public traffic such as airports, hotels, malls, train stations, and other public places where security is the top priority. In the event of fire, the functional integrity of emergency power supply must be guaranteed for a specific period of time. This ensures that electrical devices such as emergency lights, elevators, smoke detectors, fire alarms, will remain operational for the next 60 to 90 minutes, and that people can still have time to evacuate the area. So we can actually provide certificates as needed. So the bigger the cable size, the bigger the box is. From 0.75 squared mm to 240 squared mm. Protection, IP65 to 69, easy switch lock without screw, 3 ways of mounting. And we also have the small type distribution board. We have 3 modules, 4, 6, 9, 12, 24, 36, up to 48 modules, 4 layers, up to 63 amperes. This is also IP65. So it can be installed outside. UV resistance and double insulation as well. Then if you need a higher current, we have 250 amperes. Any star, it has a transparent door. Then this is what I've mentioned before, the MI power distribution boards up to 630 amps, combinable enclosure system, and double insulation. We have 6 different sizes of these. It can be combined, depends on your requirements. So later on, I will show some project reference of our MI power distribution boards. And we also have AnyFlex for local control stations, or we can supply it empty boxes and you can actually modify your own controls. Then we have cable glands, we have grommets, cable glands, and combiclimic glands. it also follows the protection of our boxes. Like, let's say for example, yung boxes niyo is IP69, we can also provide a glance for IP69, so it will not defeat the purpose na mataas yung protection ng junction box nyo, tapos naglagay ka ng cable glands na walang protection, so sayang lang, mapapasukan lang din ng tubig, ng dust. So we have IP65 to 69 of these cable glands. Then we also have a complete electrical solutions for photovoltaics. We call this as PV generator box and solar inverter collectors up to 1000 VDC for every type of systems, grid, on-grid, off-grid. So we can provide from 6 inputs, from 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, up to maximum of 32 inputs. So we can do with string overload protection and also string monitoring systems. So this is always our tagline. Kung saan merong dust, merong moist, and corrosion, andun si Hensel. Because that is actually our expertise, our specialty. We manufacture enclosures for safe and reliable product solutions for difficult and harsh environments. So may play lang akong video kung paano tinetest yung mga products namin sa Germany. Testing ko na screw type. Vertical cable gallery box. Products with IEC 0529. connection for high pressure flash water in all angles. Or VRF test. So ayun, all our products in Hensel are totally type tested. So we can provide certification if needed. All production facilities with Hensel Germany fulfill the requirements of quality management system, environmental management system, energy management system. So I will show you some product application in ports and harbors. So actually we have 5 different ports: the inland port, fishing port, warm water ports, dry ports, and seaports. So among all these type of ports, seaports are the largest and biggest and busiest type of ports. This is due to the reason that seaport serves the both cargoes as well as passengers. So more facilities and equipment are available there, which results in the employment of more personnel as a port authority. So ito yung mga port na meron kaming application sa container handling area, stocking, bulk handling, scrap handling, general cargo. So ito yung mga installed base namin, not only here in the Philippines, also abroad. So ito yung cable junction boxes namin na nakalagay sa street light pole. Totally walang protection. You don't need canopies actually. Ayan, malapit sa dagat. So it will not rust. So forever na siyang nandyan. So for parking areas, timer control panels, you have junction boxes. High current PNS for cranes, compressor, and pumps. Power distribution boards. Ito yung combinable boxes namin. PNSDB. So yan, reference installation, landside area, landscaping outside port building in Dubai. For motor starters, control junction boxes, another combinable boxes for feeder pillars, and siya. Yan, so our MI boxes has 6 different sizes, and we can provide at your design that you want. And we have transparent and opaque. And feeder pillars area. And emergency stop. This is our Enicon, a temporary power supply for construction sites. Nabibit-bit siya actually. And we have also the Dugard. Before I mention yung mga drying agents, ito yung solution namin. It is to avoid condensation, we put Dugards in our Hensel enclosures. So siguro after mga ilang araw, pwede mo siyang tanggalin, ipapatuyo mo siya, tapos pwede mo siyang ibalik. So Hensel has an exclusive distributor here in Philippines. New Bridge Electrical Enterprise. They are located in Bacolod City, province of Negros Occidental. So, yun lang po yung presentation ko. If you have any doubts or any questions, pwede po kayong magtanong.
And there we have it. Thank you so much, Mr. Ralph John Aklat, for that presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, so to proceed with, may we once again request the presence of our 2022 Zamba Sulta Chapter, VP Internal, Engineer Joseph P. Makindang. A round of applause, please.
The certificate of appreciation is hereby presented to Bridge Electrical Enterprises, in grateful recognition of their invaluable contribution to the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of Philippines Incorporated, a sponsored technical presenter during the 9th Western Mindanao Regional Conference with the theme, Leadership, Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment, Leading on the Road to Recovery, held on October 6 to 8, 2022 at Palacio del Sur, Martian Garden Hotel, Zamboanga City, given the 7th day of October 2020. Signed by Engineer Mark Anthony U. Sebastian, President, Zamba Sulta Chapter, Engineer Alexander Dico, Governor for Western. Thank you.
So once again, thank you very much, Mr. Ralph John Aklan, for the presentation. So that's a wrap, everyone. Thank you so much for being with us in the second day of the 9th Western Mindanao Regional Conference. We'll see you again tomorrow for the last day of this event.
Thank you and have a great evening, everyone. Buenas noches.
be the greatest, you can be the best. You can be the King Kong banging on your chest.
You can beat the world, you can beat the war. You can talk to God, go banging on his door.
You can throw your hands up, you can beat the clock. You can move a mountain, you can break rocks.
You can be a master, don't wait for luck. Dedicate yourself and you gon' find yourself
Standing in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
And the world's gonna know your name.
Yeah.
Cause you burn with the brightest flame.
Yeah.
And the world's gonna know your name.
Yeah.
And you'll be on the walls of the Hall of Fame. You can go the distance, you can run the mile. You can walk straight through hell with a smile.
You could be the hero, you can get the gold. Breaking all the records they thought never could be broke.
Yeah, do it for your people, do it for your pride. Are you ever gonna know if you never even try?
Do it for your country, do it for your name.
Cause there's gonna be a day when you're standing in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
And the world's gonna know your name.
Yeah.
Cause you burn with the brightest flame. And the world's gonna know your name. And you'll be on the walls of the Hall of Fame.
Be a champion. Be a champion. Be a champion. Be a champion.
Be students, be teachers, be politicians, be preachers. Yeah, yeah. Be believers, be leaders, be astronauts, be champions, be truth seekers. Be students, be teachers, be politicians, be preachers. Yeah. Be believers, be leaders, be astronauts, be champions. Standing in the Hall of Fame. And the world's gonna know your name. Cause you burn with the brightest flame. And the world's gonna know your name. And you'll be on the walls of the Hall of Fame. You can be the greatest, you can be the best. You can be the King Kong hanging on your chest.
You can be a girl.